All right, council member, we're now live on YouTube and you may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Thursday, March 31st, 2022. The time is now 9:11 a.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the Committee on the Office of Human Rights and the Department of General Services. After we hear from our public witnesses today, we'll welcome Interim Director Nin Kine of the Office of Human Rights, or OHR. OHR is responsible for interpreting and enforcing the Human Rights Act of 1977, plus a growing body of other legislation focused generally on protecting residents and visitors from discrimination. Over the last few years, it was clear that there was a need for a substantial infusion of resources to address various problems at OHR, especially their case backlog. As a result, last year, this committee invested additional resources in the agency. As of this committee's performance oversight hearing last month, the office was still working to hire people for the many new positions we authorized. If you look at only the agency's budget chapter, it looks like the mayor has proposed a 17.3% budget reduction for OHR. However, as we've said in every budget hearing, the budget chapters are confusing because of changes in accounting this year. In fact, OHR's budget is proposed to decline by about $14,000, a decline that reflects the removal of one-time money and short-term federal funding appropriated in the budget in the last budget. Today, I want to speak with Director Kine and understand how she plans to make progress with the proposed budget. After OHR, we'll hear from Director Keith Anderson of the Department of General Services, or DGS. DGS manages a massive and valuable portfolio of land and buildings that the district government owns or rents. It employs well over 600 people who work to build, maintain, and secure our schools, shelters, parks, government offices, and other public spaces. The past 2 years have been challenging for everyone, and I'd say that's especially true of DGS. While we know that many DGS employees have gone above and beyond, a lot of district residents and employees and other agencies and the council have grown frustrated with delayed or incomplete maintenance and repair work, including at our public schools. Failures in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, or HVAC, generated a lot of frustration last summer and fall, and some schools continue to face periodic water intrusion, outdated facilities, and recurring maintenance issues. Unfortunately, the regular failure of building systems also calls into question the quality of work that we're getting from our contractors. Beyond that, I expect we will hear testimony today that reasonably calls into question whether DGS's budget reflects any meaningful commitment to either addressing climate change or confronting the inequity in our city. DGS has no plan for reducing our energy use, despite a statutory mandate to have that done many months ago. We also have seen inadequate community engagement and coordination across the board, from big projects like the DC Archives to smaller projects like parks and schools. And I hate to say it, but people on the east side of our city seem to have to put up with worse conditions for longer periods of time than folks on the west side of the city, and that has to change. I'm always trying to come up with ways to enable DGS to do better, and many of my council colleagues have been consistently involved in these conversations as well. I was pleased that DGS has made some progress toward creating the public-facing work order system that I've been calling for, so the public can see the status of maintenance requests and what is being done to repair issues in our government spaces in real time. Right now, that's limited to school HVACs, but we need to expand that. I'm also pleased to see some enhancement to DGS's proposed budget for FY23 to address recurring issues. The proposed FY23 budget for DGS is $386,404,223 and 649.5 FTEs. After adjusting for accounting changes, that reflects about an $80 million increase from last year's approved budget. DGS also owns a number of capital projects, and the mayor's proposing $57,310,770 in capital allocations for DGS in FY23. I look forward to hearing from Director Anderson about his plans with this funding and how he expects to address the concerns we're hearing from the community. Before we'll call up our first panel of public witnesses, I just want to note that we'll call witnesses in the order that they appear on the witness list. When you are called up, you'll be promoted as a witness, so you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and you will come back in as a panelist, and you can then unmute yourself. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. With that, we will call up our first panel of public witnesses: Alana Eichner, Yannick Omitkun, Monty Edwards, Ron Thompson, Kate Coventry, Marcia Birnbaum, George Oliver, Janet Sharp, and Leonard Greenberg. Actually, a couple people are not here yet, so let me call Janet Sharp, Leonard, call them Neil Flanagan, Trudy Peterson, Emily Thomas DeWolf. That should put us at 9. Alana, welcome. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember White and members of the committee. Like you said, my name is Alana Eichner. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm an organizer with the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. We represent the workers in DC who we say make all other work possible: house cleaners who keep our homes clean and organized, home care workers who care for our seniors and elderly loved ones, and the nannies who help raise our children. There's about 9,000 domestic workers in DC. Over 92% are women, 91% are people of color, 71% are immigrants. I'm really excited to be testifying today about 2 weeks after the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act of 2022 was introduced in the council. We really want to thank you, Councilmember White, for co-introducing this important legislation. The bill has just been filed to have a hearing on June 16th, and we really hope to see this passed before the end of the council session, because among other basic protections, this bill would end the longstanding exclusion of domestic workers from DC's Human Rights Act. I think, as we've talked about in this community before, this exclusion is really a racist remnant from slavery and the New Deal era, and biased notions about what work is real work. And domestic workers have been waiting long enough to receive these basic protections. So the bill should not wait another council session. And I bring this bill up here because if passed, this law would really be a simple solution that would help the Office of Human Rights better fulfill their mission. You know that domestic workers are particularly vulnerable, both due to their gender, their race, their immigration status, and the isolated nature of their work in private homes. It's usually just one employee along with their employer. And so sexual abuse and workplace harassment is extremely prevalent. We don't have it's hard to get great data, but we estimate that about over a third of domestic workers have report being verbally harassed, threatened, subject to racial slurs, or sexually abused at work. And that statistic reflects what I hear anecdotally with domestic workers that I work with in DC. So it's really unacceptable that this exclusion continues. I know you're committed to ending it, and we really appreciate that. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the desperation workers feel around having a job, and thus their willingness to stay in jobs where they're experiencing discrimination because they feel like they don't have any other options. And the survey data that we have pans that out. After this law is hopefully passed, and domestic servants, as the law currently calls them, are included in the employment discrimination protection of DC's Human Rights Act, we really hope to see OHR dedicate resources in their budget to focus specifically on this uniquely vulnerable group of workers. There's a lot of ways that discrimination is specific in private homes and different than in other industries, and we'd like to see OHR use its resources to specifically do outreach and education to this group of workers. I think the first step is ensuring that workers in our city, domestic workers specifically I'm talking about, know about the existence of the Office of Human Rights, which is not the case for most of the domestic workers that I work with right now. So we would like to see OHR look to successful outreach campaigns in DC and other cities to launch an effort once this law is passed to ensure domestic workers know about their new rights. But even before the passage of this law, OHR can use its current resources to proactively work with community groups that organize domestic workers. We exist, we're out here. Because my understanding of the law is that right now, domestic workers who work for an agency, not an employee or an individual, not an individual employer in a home, are already covered by the employment discrimination protections of DC's Human Rights Act. I see on OHR's website that they do outreach and education efforts in the community. I know we've never received any outreach from them, but would be really excited to see them use their resources to work collaboratively with us in the future. Just to close, really appreciate again your leadership on this issue and implore the council to correct this longstanding exclusion, and that OHR will work with their resources to play an active role enforcing the Human Rights Act for domestic workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to confirm that Yannick is not here. All right, Monty Edwards, welcome.
Thank you. I am Monty Edwards. I chair the Capital Improvement Subcommittee of the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee. The Eastern Market legislation, now over 20 years old, imposes some unique requirements on Eastern Market. First, it requires the city to fund all capital improvements at Eastern Market. Second, it requires now the market manager, who is now DGS, to submit to provide their proposed budget at the start of the budget year. We saw that in October of 2021. We submitted comments concerning that about the discrepancies. Unfortunately, there were some costs that were not known at that time. The biggest cost overrun is the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, which subsequent to October of 2021, they determined would cost an additional $800,000 over and above what was previously approved in the budget. It's our understanding this may require a change order approved by council. The other problem is, and I've cited at the bottom of my testimony in the footnote, the legislative requirement that DGS is supposed to submit the budget for Eastern Market along with the MCAC recommendations to the mayor for inclusion in the council budget. We have not seen what was submitted to the mayor, if our comments went with that or not. What we have done, we have gone through the revision that was provided to us, and we have determined that through FY28 will require a total of $3,088,917. The budget has only $670,000 in it. In order for Eastern Market to operate, we need the council to fund an additional $2,413,000. This is for things like the fire protection equipment. This is the freight elevator that allows the merchants to take delivery in the alley, take it into the basement, into the refrigeration and store it, and then use the elevator to bring it back up to street level, which is the level of the first floor merchants in the South Hall. This is not working now and is essential to the operation of the market. The other things, such as the repair of stairs, repair of the fire protection service, are essential to the safe operation of the market through FY 2028. And we request the council to approve an additional $2,413,917 to the budget that has been proposed for Eastern Market of only $675,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Ron Thompson. All right, Kate Coventry, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Chairman White and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry. I'm a senior policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. DCFPI is here today to ask the Department of General Services, DGS, and the Council to ensure that 2 standalone public restrooms are constructed in fiscal year FY 2023 by using the project's current capital budget balance to supplement the funds allocated in the FY 23 budget if needed. Public restrooms promote racial and economic equity, as a local study found that Black non-customers who appeared possibly homeless were more likely to be denied access to a business's restrooms than white customers who appeared housed. Most residents experiencing homelessness do not have money to make purchases at these establishments to be able to gain access to the restroom. Passed unanimously by the council in late 2018, and thank you again for your support, council member, the Public Restroom Facilities Installation and Promotion Act calls for the creation of 2 pilot standalone restrooms in DC in locations recommended by a working group appointed for this purpose. The working group recently submitted a draft report, including these proposed locations, to the mayor. The legislation requires the mayor to release this report to the public within 30 days and that the mayor install 2 public restrooms within 180 days. It's likely that the $270,000 currently allocated for each year of the capital plan is insufficient to construct 2 restrooms this year due to increases in costs driven by inflation and supply chain issues. Fortunately, there's $540,000 sitting in the project's current capital budget, and we ask the agency and the council to use this funding to supplement the annual capital plan allocation and to ensure that the 2 restrooms are built within 180 days. Absent reallocation, DGS would only be able to build 1 restroom. This would reduce restroom access for residents who are unhoused or residents who are restroom challenged, and having at least 2 sites on which to conduct the evaluation of the pilot required by the legislation would be a good idea. Public restrooms are especially critical for people who are restroom challenged. When seniors, pregnant women, young children, and people on certain medications have to go, they have to go urgently. Easily accessible, clean, safe restrooms make good business sense and help foster tourism. Knowing that there are restrooms available, people are more apt to visit parks, ride their bikes, jog, and walk. As a result, more cities are investing in public restrooms. Residents experiencing homelessness in particular stand to benefit from restroom creation. The pandemic has made access worse, as many downtown businesses that have restrooms that non-customers may be able to use have closed. And even prior to the pandemic, there was evidence that fewer businesses were allowing non-customers to use their restrooms. The People for Fairness Coalition visited 85 businesses in 5 areas that have high levels of pedestrian traffic and people experiencing homelessness to see if these businesses would allow the general public to access the restrooms. In 2015, they found that 43, just over half the businesses, allowed anyone to use them. In 2016, they visited these same businesses and found only 28 allowed people to access the restroom. And in 2017, they found only 11 would allow. They also found in their 2016 follow-up that businesses are discriminated against a People for Fairness Coalition member experiencing homelessness, and but they allowed a white woman who appeared housed to use the restroom. Most residents experiencing homelessness, as I said, cannot afford to purchase items to become a customer. So this is not merely an inconvenience. It can have devastating health and public health consequences, particularly stopping the spread of COVID. Southern California had a large outbreak of hepatitis A because of lack of hand washing facilities for people experiencing homelessness. So by increasing access to restrooms, the districts can be a friendlier place for residents and people experiencing homelessness. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Marcia Birnbaum. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Committee on Government and Operations and Facilities Chair White, committee members, and DGS Director Anderson. My name is Marcia Birnbaum. I'm a resident of Ward 3 and a member of DC Public Restrooms. Formerly, we were the Downtown DC Public Restroom Initiative of BFFC. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. We see that progress is being made in preparing for the implementation of the standalone public restroom pilot, which is under the purview of DGS. And this pilot, as Kate mentioned, calls for purchasing, installing, and maintaining 2 standalone public restrooms open 24/7 in needed areas of DC, evaluating the experience, and if successful, progressively adding 2 new standalone per year over a 4-year period. To my knowledge, the working group's report recommending the standalone public restroom model and the 2 sites for the pilot to be installed is still with the mayor. We look forward to the report. As Kate Coventry just mentioned in her testimony, there are currently $540,000 in the capital budget line item for public restrooms have not yet been spent, and another $270,000 appear in the mayor's FY23 budget request. As I indicated in the testimony I provided on March 2 at the performance oversight hearing, we believe that the yearly amount of $270,000 is not sufficient to cover the costs of purchasing, transporting, and installing 2 public restrooms. In my testimony, I indicated that we estimated that there was a shortfall of approximately $300,000. I use the term approximately because until the mayor issues the working group's recommendations of the model to be used and the 2 sites are selected, we will not know exactly what this is. So I'd like to focus this testimony on how I came up with this amount, and I think I can get into great, sorry about that. So what I would like to do now is share with you a chart that appears in my testimony that gives this information. So as the fiscal impact statement prepared in 2018, which became the budget estimate under the bill and then the law, anticipated that there would be, the restrooms would cost $95,000 each, or a total of $190,000. How did they come up with this?
All right, Ms. Birnbaum, we only see a white screen.
You only see a white screen. That's
Yeah.
weird. How strange.
I see your cursor.
And you only see a white screen. Well, I guess I'll have to talk you through it then. So for those of you that have it, let me get back on. You can follow this. Sorry about that. I've never done this before from the other side. Okay, so originally the budget had $95,000 each for 2 standalone public restrooms, or a total of $190,000, and $40,000 each for their installation, over a total of $80,000, or a total of $270,000. Those figures came from a testimony that I delivered in February of 2018, a little over 4 years ago. And the FIS used these figures in preparing that. So I had put in there, the slide indicates that the purchase and transportation would be $93,000 to $95,000. And that if the public restrooms were close to a water and sewer, it would be $35,000 to $80,000. Flip forward 4 years, and the price has gone up $40,000 to $135,000, or $270,000 for the 2 restrooms. And this was updated by Madden Fabrications, which produces a Portland Loo, as Kate indicated. Excuse me, the additional costs, because I'm sorry, I'm really confused because I don't see what's in front of me, so whatever. That the cost has gone up $40,000 due to the supply chain issues. Now, in terms of the amount to install them, I had used, it was near close to water and sewer facility. I went out later that year, actually in 2019, after the law was passed, and went out to 17 cities that had installed the Portland Loo, and found that they weren't always able to get them very, very close. It ranged from 100 to 400,000. Hopefully the decision made on the sites here in DC will be close. So I guesstimated and came up with 150,000 rather than 40, or a total of 300,000. So 270 plus 300,000 is 570,000, or 300,000 above the amount. And this, however, only takes into account that if the Portland U, which was used as the base, the committee may, the working group may suggest an automated public toilet. They tend to be at least 200 to 300,000 each. So I'm providing that basis so you can see how we've come up with this estimate of 300,000. As I said, we won't know exactly what it is until the working group report comes out and the sites are selected, but we do know it will be more than the amount, and we're pleased to see their funds in the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. George Oliver, welcome.
Good morning. They are somebody to interpret it, or?
Yes, give me 1 second to make sure the interpreter is lined up. And for people following on Zoom, there's a button at the bottom where you can, that says interpretation. There we are. If you lower that sign a little bit, we can't see it. There we go. So you select the interpretation button and click English, and you will get the English interpretation. So we are ready when you are, Mr. Oliver.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. White, Mr. Kate Anderson. Mi nombre es Jorge Olivar, resido en Ward número 2, Washington, D.C. Soy miembro de D.C. Public Restroom. Yeah, somebody translate this or I continue?
Mr. Olivar, you can keep speaking, and the interpreter will be speaking simultaneously on a different channel.
Oh,
so
okay.
you can keep speaking.
Bueno, como todos saben, hemos trabajado duro para este proyecto piloto de baños públicos llegue a ser una realidad y servible para los residentes y los que visitan en Washington, D.C. Ahora que sabemos que hay suficiente presupuesto de fondos capitales para los baños públicos en el presupuesto de DGS para llevar a cabo este proyecto de piloto para cubrir el déficit de fondos anticipados. Esperamos que DGS complete el piloto tal como es planeado. Ahora que sabemos que hay suficiente fondos y presupuestos capital para los baños en el presupuesto de GS para llevar a cabo este proyecto de pilotos a cubrir la diferencia de fondos anticipados, esperamos que DGS complete el piloto para establecerlo como se ha planeado. Una vez que se realice el piloto y esperando que sea un éxito, esperamos, como está fijado en la ley 22280, que el gobierno de Washington, D.C. haga una expansión de los baños públicos. Muchas gracias por permitirme dar mi testimonio.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Our next public witness on this panel, Janet Sharp, who I believe is with us by phone. Janet Sharp, are you with us? You may have to unmute. All right, we'll move to Leonard Greenberg. If you're here, we'll come back to Janet Sharp if you're able to unmute. Mr. Greenberg, welcome.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Leonard S. Greenberger, and it is an honor to have this opportunity to testify to you for the second time this month on behalf of DC Public Restrooms and in support of the DC government's efforts to provide safe, affordable, 24/7 access to public restrooms for the city's residents and visitors. As my colleagues have testified, we believe that the yearly amount of $270,000 set aside in the fiscal impact statement as part of Bill 22-0223 that passed in December 2018 and became law 22-280 in April 2019 is insufficient to cover the cost associated with the installation of 2 standing public restrooms as called for in the legislation. As Marcy Birnbaum just testified, we estimate that the shortfall is approximately $300,000. But as Kay Coventry testified earlier, there is $540,000 in the fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 DGS capital budget that would be available for public restrooms, and another $270,000 in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. Take that all together, and we believe that would more than meet the shortfall. Over the years, we have shared many good reasons to fully fund the pilot program and to provide safe, clean 24/7 access to public restrooms in our nation's capital. I thought I'd take this opportunity to provide one more to you. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of a global city, but the Globalization and World Cities Research Network defines a global city as one that serves as a primary node in the global economic network. Based on the network's ranking system, Washington, D.C. is a beta plus level global city, placing it in the top 50 most influential and consequential metropolitan areas on the planet. That's a simply stunning achievement in my mind for a city that was still very much a small southern town when I first arrived in the 1980s. We are world-class in almost every sense of the term: job opportunities, leisure activities. We have many Michelin star restaurants, cultural offerings second to none. Very few places can compete with what we have become. And yet when I travel across the country and around the world, I am constantly reminded that everywhere I go, it's easier for me to find a public restroom than it is in my own hometown. To me, that's a glaring omission on an otherwise stellar resume. Together, we have a chance to address this discrepancy. As I did when I testified on March 2nd, I applaud the progress that has been made so far in preparing for the implementation of the standalone public restroom pilot. I particularly want to thank you, Councilmember White and Councilmember Brianna Nadeau, for your support, as well as Director Anderson and the department for taking seriously the implementation of the Public Restroom Facilities and Installation Act of 2018. It is very gratifying to see the pilot begin to take shape after many years of working with the council, with the mayor, my colleagues, many of whom spoke before me today, and so many others to make it happen. And I look forward to continuing working with you to bring safe, affordable 24/7 access to public restrooms for our residents, workers, tourists, bicyclists, runners, Uber drivers, bus drivers, and so many others who deserve nothing less. Thank you again for your hard work on this important effort and for giving me the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Let me end, Mr. Greenberg, I'm so sorry. I called you Greenberg, and I think I did that last month too. And it's not a complicated name, so I apologize. When I get the questions, I will not mispronounce your name.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Janet Sharp, have you been able to join or unmute? All right, let's move to Neil Flanagan.
All right. Thank you again, Councilmember White, for letting us speak today. My name is Neil Flanagan. I'm speaking on behalf of the DC Archives Advocates. No doubt you know our main concerns by now. And we appreciate the work you've done to set this project straight. So I will keep today's testimony simple. We are grateful for the renewed attention from the executive on this project. An architect has been hired, a new state archivist has been hired, and at her office's March 22nd budget hearing, the senior advisor to the mayor, Beverly Perry, stated the budget for the archives would be increased to at least $100 million. This movement means that the next 12 months are critical. In architecture, the first moves are the most important. Decisions made at the beginning are the hardest to change. And in the executive summary of the project released in January 2022, DGS anticipated a 12-month design process. We don't know whether DGS has closed the contract and given the design team permission to begin, but even if they wait until the beginning of FY 2023, Council's next opportunity for oversight will be way too late in the design process, risking further delays, conflict, and cost escalation. So while the developments over the last week are promising, they're not certain. We have conflicting signals and too much depends on officials who have made unfulfilled promises before. We do not want this project to become another Fort DuPont Ice Center. We therefore ask that in the Budget Support Act, the Council provide the following guardrails that will ensure that the work done over the next year will produce a state-level facility that enriches the District of Columbia for at least 30 years. First, specify that the AE must begin its design from the program outlined in the December 2015 programming study, minus library co-location elements. This program was used to develop the now outdated 70 million appropriations, and there is no reason DC's largest historic resource should not be getting the facilities the Council once felt it deserved. Second, direct DGS to coordinate design with the University of the District of Columbia and how this project can advance items within their 2020 campus plan. Third, establish an advisory board with diverse membership of users that can meet regularly to advise on the design of the new facility and require DGS to solicit their feedback. This sort of committee was established for the award-winning beloved renovations of the Martin Luther King Library, and it is in line with standard practices nationwide. The MLK Committee had 19 members appointed by different constituencies and even brought critics to the table. And finally, hold the senior advisor to her word and put the promise of $100 million for the facility in writing in the Budget Support Act. Without these actions, DC will be designing a building to an unclear goal and then asking for a 45% increase in the budget with no input from users. This is a wildly abnormal and undisciplined way to build a building at this scale. We cannot afford to wing a 9-figure capital project. To reiterate, we are asking that the Council stipulate that the new archives be designed to the 2015 programming study, require the project advance UDC's approved plans, establish and empower an advisory board, and commit to the appropriation of at least $100 million. These provisions will ensure that the process of building a shelter for DC's largest historic resource will begin on the best foot. And we will see you next year. Thank you for all you've done on this project.
Thank you very much. We will try again for Janet Sharp, and we'll resist Ferris Bueller references. All right, Trudy Peterson, if you are here. All right, Emily DeWolf, I believe you are with us. And do you go by Thomas or DeWolf? I'm sorry.
Thomas is great.
Thomas,
Either's fine.
Okay, well, welcome.
Good morning. So my name is Emily Thomas. My daughter is in kindergarten at Langley Elementary School, and that's our local neighborhood school in Ward 5. This is our family's 3rd year at Langley, and I'm excited to send my son there next year. We love Langley. We have a really strong community there. We're a close-knit group of a lot of diverse families. Langley is a Title I school, and every student qualifies for free breakfast and lunch. We have the highest % special needs kids in a neighborhood school in the district. Over half of our students are considered at risk. 9% experience homelessness. And we've made huge leaps forward these past few years with the social emotional program and STEM focus. And Langley is really a school on the rise. But one thing that families are concerned about is the condition of the school building and our adjoining Harry Thomas Rec Center that the kids use for recess. Both of these facilities are maintained by DGS, and the maintenance is not at the level that our students deserve. Our teachers and staff and our community have really moved mountains to make the classrooms cheerful and safe. But the communal spaces in the school, particularly the bathrooms and the hallways, have been neglected by DGS. The Harry Thomas playground, where 300 students play daily, has consistent standing water, dirt, and mud erosion from a broken irrigation system that DGS has ignored for 5 years. It hasn't been mulched in over 3 years, and there's an embarrassing amount of broken glass. Langley hallways need to be repainted. But really, worst of all, the kids have no place to wash their hands or use the bathroom on the floor with their cafeteria and gym. They have to walk up 2 flights of stairs to find a working bathroom. This is unsanitary, and it's an added burden to the teachers who have to escort them. Behind me, you can see the broken and decrepit bathroom, and we've submitted work orders 3 years ago, and they have remained unaddressed by DGS. We also have a broken hot water heater, which means that half of our 5-story building doesn't get heated water. Only because of the pandemic, DCPS installed Insta-Hot devices in some bathrooms, but we still have 11 sinks where there's no hot water. We need a long-term fix so that our kids have and staff can properly wash their hands. Langley families have stepped up. We write and we win grants, and we pick up trash in the playground, and we regularly fundraise, but over half of our kids are at risk. Our community can't raise enough funds to refurbish our own bathrooms, and we really shouldn't have to. We're not asking for a lot. Fresh paint, working bathrooms, hot water. DGS needs to maintain our facilities to a basic standard. It's a retention issue too. In Ward 5, we're surrounded by charter schools with superior facilities. We watch families move to charters not because of teachers or test scores, but because the facilities are nicer. It's not acceptable for a neighborhood school to be neglected. So we know this isn't unique to Langley. Other neighborhood schools in Ward 5 send images of leaking pipes, falling plaster, long lists of unresolved work orders, and broken HVAC, so the kids are wearing coats in their classrooms in the winter. We need more transparency in how DGS prioritizes work orders. Work orders go in and we don't know if they'll be fulfilled. I took a look at the beta dashboard for HVAC repairs, and it was clear that Ward 8 schools had a disproportionate number of outstanding issues per student. We need a DGS dashboard now because we need transparency. We can't let these unacceptable inequalities continue with all and other aspects of facilities maintenance. The crumbling facilities send a message to our kids that they are not a priority and that they are not valued by our city. Ward 3 schools do not look like this. Ward 2 and Ward 1 schools don't look like this. Schools should be a refuge, especially for our most vulnerable students. I'm respectfully asking that DGS please prioritize the existing work orders for repairs at Langley Elementary and Harry Thomas Rec so that these longstanding broken issues can be fixed. I understand it takes time, but please remember there are 300 young kids, over half of them at risk and in vulnerable situations, using these facilities every day. So they're using broken bathrooms and having pipes leak on them, not having a hot or cold temperature control, and playing on a playground with standing water, mud, and broken glass. We'd like DGS to step up and do better for our kids. You're going to hear from other Langley parents today, and very respectfully, as much as we love and appreciate the work of council, we'd like nothing more than to not have to be here before you testifying. But we've been coming out asking for properly maintained facilities for our kids for many years, and we will keep coming until DGS gets it done. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much. Ms. Peterson, welcome.
Thank you very much, Council Member White, and thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Archives Advisory Group of the DC Council. As Neil Flanagan just said, we were cheered when we heard the senior advisor to the mayor say that the administration recognizes that the $71 million for the construction of the archives facility is inadequate. She then said that this would be corrected in next year's budget. That's a promise we'd like to see kept. However, we would like to see whatever the number is based on a true study of what it really will cost. We know that there has been an incredible escalation in prices of all construction equipment. And because a big part of that budget for the archives is steel shelving, and steel has more than doubled in price even in 1 year, we are very concerned that this amount of funds be actually studied. So our first recommendation is that DGS actually look at what it is going to really cost and come back to the council with that in time for the council to put that into future year's budget. So we actually know where we're going. The 2023 budget that DGS has proposed has 2.7 million in it for construction costs with no further explanation. We don't know what that's for, but we also don't see costing for environmental impact statements, traffic assessment reports, all of which need to be done prior to construction. And so another recommendation is that we ask that DGS, that the council asks, that DGS come back with a statement of which are the legal requirements that they have to meet before they can go ahead with the construction. So you know what that's going to cost. And if it's not in the current budget, where is it? And then we really do want the parts of the DC government that are involved in the construction of this building to all get together and come up with a consolidated program so we know what we are building. And that means the Office of the Secretary with the Office of Public Records. It means DGS. It means OCTO. It means the Office of the Senior Advisor. And we think that they all need to come together and agree on what program we're building. Obviously, as Neil Flanagan said, many of us believe that the 2015 program was a good one and that we should build to that set of requirements, but we absolutely do need to know what we are building, and we need to know it now before the first construction begins. So with those three things, an estimate of the real building costs, an understanding of where we are on the things that have to happen prior to construction, and a consolidated, agreed upon program of what's going to be in the building, then we can start to build the archives facility that this nation and this city requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel of public witnesses. And I'm not going to ask a ton of questions because I have a lot of questions for our agencies because I share the concerns that so many of you have raised. And also, it seemed like just yesterday we had our oversight hearing and we were all together then having these same conversations. I'm going to kind of go in reverse order on these testimonies. And I'm going to start with the archives. I really do appreciate these recommendations from you, Trudy Peterson and Neil Flanagan. And I'm gonna think through that, whether that's something we can do in the budget, sort of add some requirements so that we don't want to be caught off guard, by the final number or get to a point where it's sort of, and we see this happen too much, where it's too late to make any real changes, and you can't go back to like, well, we finished the planning. So with respect to when we get that estimate, how that estimate is derived, making sure that environmental impact study and traffic studies are done. These things make sense. So my team and I are going to kind of work through this during the budget to see what we can do to make sure that the process is one that makes sense and involves stakeholders. I appreciate the example of the MLK Library for me and for many others. It's always helpful to sort of, have some clarity that this isn't a novel idea, but something that we have done before with some success. And anybody who's been to the MLK Library, I mean, it's just incredible, just incredible. So I do really appreciate those recommendations, and you will may hear from my committee team with some kind of thoughts, questions as we work through the budget. But I think we are sort of all in alignment in the desired outcome, which is a good dignified archives that meets the full need, with the understanding, and you all spoke about this in the oversight hearing, we're not going to go back and do another archive building for generations. So we want to get it right this time, and process matters. So very, very much appreciate your recommendations, and you should expect to hear from us in the coming few weeks. Ms. Thomas, thank you for your test. Good to see you again as well. Although, unfortunate that you could have just read your testimony from the oversight hearing. I might have mentioned this last time, but I'm deducing that your kids are about the same age as mine, because my youngest will be in pre-K 3 next year, which means no more daycare bills. So hopefully you're at the end too. It's a big deal.
One drop off.
That's right. Yeah, one drop off. That's right. That is right. I was a few minutes starting the hearing, because even when I leave early to start my hearing to do drop-offs, the traffic pattern is different. So I'm not going to get into all of that. All that to say, I get it. We like our neighborhood schools. We want to support our neighborhood schools. And, sometimes, the things happening inside the schools sort of don't meet the desired expectation, particularly when we're trying to keep, and you pointed this out rightfully so, we're trying to keep families in our neighborhood schools. And that's so critical because there are some amazing things going on, but people come tour the building and say, I'm not so sure about this. And we don't want to see that. I had the same conversation with parents and leadership at Whittier Elementary and many other schools. We just got an update from DGS after this hearing started about Langley. I have not had an opportunity to look at it yet, but we have really pushed them on this issue. We shouldn't be doing this as a one-off, but we have to address these issues as they come up in hearings. And I do want to say, because you have a broader point, because fixing schools one at a time is a problem. We got to have a bigger solution. And, the thing you're pointing to is the same thing I'm pointing to, which is a public system where people can see the work order, see the timing, understand what's going on. Settling expectations is one of the most important things that we can do. And so I have been asking DGS about this for quite some time, sort of at the end of the road of asking. So I'm going to ask a few questions on public work order systems today, but this is going to be the last time that sort of we ask without just taking affirmative action from the council. My hope is that in our next hearings, we will not be having the same conversation. And I also need to understand where Langley is on the capital improvement plan, because I don't know offhand. Do you know?
Scheduled in 2028, so it'd be 2031. And so one thing I'd like to say about that, so the PAVE Act, we are in huge support of that. We want equity. We did get bumped to the back of the line because of that, because we had a few things done for like phase 1 modernization.
Yeah.
But what I'd like to say is just currently our student body is majority Black. And when we get to modernization, this area is changing, like it may not look that way. And so, we're gonna have this shiny new building for a student body that is probably then gonna be like a majority or at least plurality white. And there are students that are deserving that are there now. And so they shouldn't have to use a bathroom that looks like this. They should have nice facilities. It's just upgrading the bathrooms and things like that. I think that doesn't send a good message either.
Yeah.
That, the school will be renovated for a different student body. So just keep in mind, respectfully.
I appreciate that. Just for people who may be newer to this conversation, the PACE Act was supposed to sort of order the modernization of schools based on need and the last time they were modernized, instead of based on the amount of advocacy, because some school communities have been able to advocate more aggressively and successfully than others. On paper, that makes sense, but everything has to be revisited. I also am of the belief that we should be accelerating the improvements of schools over most other capital projects, and easier said than done, but it is doable, and so that's something that I'm looking at as well. But I want to thank you for your testimony, and your support of your local school, and I will be working with DGS on Langley and on sorry, let me check my notes. There was some, Harry Thomas playground as well. I want to track those repairs. I've had to visit a few playgrounds that have been delayed in getting repaired recently, and not like what I've seen. So I'm going to be asking DGS about that as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. On the public restrooms, you all have been a steadfast group for years. And I appreciate Marcia, the breakdown you gave of sort of how you got to your estimate. We are looking forward to a cost estimate from DGS, I got to double check the timeline. I had that, and now I can't remember. But we need that cost estimate from DGS so that, just like in the conversation about the archives, we are all on the same page. I need to get the timing of the report because that's the next thing we need. We need the report from DGS on their cost estimate so that we can be having the same conversation. Looking at my notes to see if I had any specific questions. We've had this conversation so many times, I don't think I have any specific questions here. But I'm continuing to push DGS as you all are, and I'll get an update from them on the timing because I knew that not too long ago what the expected timing was for this report, and I can't remember offhand. But we will keep pushing from our end. If you all keep pushing from your end, I think the testimonies from your testimony, Kate Coventry, about sort of the dignity of people who need public restrooms, to your testimony, Mr. Greenberger, about just being a world-class city, and that's just something we should have, particularly for a city whose economy depends so much on tourism, both from the region and from around the world. Our city has to reflect that, and many of us, even if we live here, have been out and about, downtown, and had difficulties finding a restroom. But if you have a medical condition, young kids, if you're unhoused, this becomes sort of a more urgent issue that we do understand. So we're gonna keep pushing this aggressively. Monty Edwards, quick question for you. Did MCAC submit this $3 million figure to DGS through the statutory process that you mentioned?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
In terms of our comments on what they provided us in October, we provided a comment that it was inadequate. We enumerated the causes. They came back in March of this year with their revised version. I would also point out that this same thing happened last year when we had brownstone falling on the pottery studio, and we had insufficient money for the air conditioning. The council provided a $1 million budget enhancement to Eastern Market last year. Now we need a $2.4 million budget enhancement to get us through 2028.
Okay. So you mentioned the concern about the $645,000. I do have some specific questions to DGS I'm going to ask today for a spin plan on that, so that we can get clarity.
Attached to my testimony is the revised March 18th DGS response, which lists the projects that need to be done with the dollar amount for each one. The second attachment to my testimony is the extract from this year's capital budget that shows the inadequate money only for 2004 of $675,000, with nothing for any of the other years.
Yeah. So we have worked, our committee has worked closely with Councilmember Charles Allen to increase the money for Eastern Market and the surrounding area. It is difficult to do because we have to sort of pull that money from elsewhere, and we hear from schools and from others, and so it is a difficult thing. We wish that the money and the spend plans were in the budget so that there was more clarity and comfort sort of with where we're going. I recognize your point that there seems to be a gap between sort of what the need is and what is funded. And then there's also lack of clarity, because even where there is money, it's not entirely clear what that money is for. So, I think confusion is an avoidable thing. At very least, let's make sure we're all clear on what the spending is. So that's a place that I plan to get some clarity from DGS, and then we'll work on what the plan is for getting sufficient funding to the project.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And Alana Eichner, just one question or concern for you. OHR has had its share of sort of difficulties over the past years, and even in having those difficulties, sort of, the public and the council have added more and more to their plate. And so I think you're right with sort of the domestic workers' efforts, that there has to be outreach and education. What I'm worried about is whether that happens well, adding something else to OHR's plate. And so what we may need to think through is whether there is a better way to do that outreach and education. I'm not suggesting that I oppose it by any stretch, just only that there are so many sort of backlogs and issues that we got to work through with OHR. I just want to make sure we don't like put some money somewhere with an intent and then that thing not happen. So we will sort of work in partnership with you to think through that. Maybe it does need to happen through OHR. Maybe we can find another way for that to happen. But we'll work through it.
That's great. We'd love to work with you on creative solutions, and hopefully the office will look to the community and organizations that already work with these vulnerable populations as the resources that they are to support their outreach and enforcement work.
I think that's likely. I think that's right, and obviously we will work very closely with Councilmember Silverman and the Labor Committee, who's taking the lead on this, and we've been happy to work with her, but really want to continue to support that work. So thank you very much for your work on this and for your testimony. We will move to our second panel of public witnesses. Akusa Ali, Michael Syndrome, Rebecca Miller, Angelica Lanez, Dana King, Matthias Pauston, DeMark Hickson, Marion Babcock, Sandra Moscoso. A few people aren't here, so we will add Tila Norris. Akusa Ali, welcome. Good to see you again.
Greetings, Chairman Robert White. It's a pleasure, and greetings to members of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the Office of Human Rights and DGS budget. My name is Akusa Ali, President of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. I'm also a Ward 7 resident. As you know, the NAACP is the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. The NAACP also advocates for equity and housing solutions to mitigate gentrification, which has displaced many D.C. natives and continues to exacerbate the Black wealth gap for future generations. The NAACP advocates for housing protections for the most vulnerable residents of the District of Columbia. We are requesting the FY23 budget include the $450,000 needed to enforce the Eviction Record Sealing Authority and Fairness in Renting Amendment Act of 2020. Although this is a budget hearing, we also want to state for the record, we urge you to pass and fund the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act of 2021, which strengthens the Human Rights Act by adding homelessness as a protected class. Economic inequalities, gentrification, and rising home values continue to depress economic progress and wealth accumulation for Black residents. We urge you to protect our residents from continued economic exploitation and the hindrance that is advancing achievement through economic justice. Lastly, regarding DGS, we want to raise a few issues. In Ward 7, we urge you to prioritize the replacement of the HVAC at Kelly Miller, modernize the plumbing and drainage issues at C.W. Harris, fix the sprinkler system at Ann Beers, and fix Marvin Gaye's playground. In Ward 8, we urge you to replace the roof at Savoy Elementary School and fix the lighting at Johnson Middle School. In addition, and I disclose, I don't know if this is fully before this committee, but we also want you to prioritize looking into the new Fearby Hope Recreation Center in Ward 8, which you may be aware has a substandard design, and the construction of it was not done in accordance with the approval of the ANC. So the Ward 8 residents within that community are upset egregious and are demanding justice with regards to their DPR recreational facility being in accordance with what the original specifications were. Again, I don't know if this is properly before DGS, but we do want to state it for the record that the new Fearby Hope Recreation Center in Ward 8 is currently substandard and fails to meet the specifications of the original designs as proposed to the ANC. So on behalf of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch, we strongly urge you to implement these budget actions, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Koshua Ali, and this isn't the second time I mispronounced your name in a row, and I apologize. Keep coming back to us, and that will ensure that I get it right, but I do apologize.
3 times a charm, no worries. Thank you for having me.
Michael Syndrome, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Michael Syndrome, disabled veteran, served our country more than most. So as indicated, we had oversight not too long ago, and the same issues that I brought to your attention remain pending and acted upon. Namely, that the need for a permanent director, which is yet to be named, based upon merit, because familiarity breeds contempt. And then once that is done, it needs to be done. I mean, there's a lot of harm, and it appears my testimony at the council is causing retaliation, what I have pending before the office. So I need to connect with you to make certain that the Office to Combat Discrimination is not discriminating against me because of my testimony here and now and previously before the council. In the DC Human Rights Act, there is a provision for injunctive relief. It's under DC Code Section 2-1403.07. It's rarely, if ever, used. And injunctive relief is invaluable in our dire economic straits, particularly with foreclosure, to put on hold the irreparable harm. Well-settled case law indicates the loss of property is irreparable harm. And so the Human Rights Act provides for it, but it's rarely, if ever, invoked, and it needs to be. You don't use it, you lose it. And I'm facing foreclosure, and I understand that July, August, the foreclosure eviction moratorium is up for renewal, or at that juncture, I implore you, to extend that moratorium, because due to COVID and other circumstances, the economic picture of our citizenry and veterans and so on is very bleak. And so if we're put on the street, it's going to add insult to injury. I made mention previously, I'll do it again, we need an intermediate level of appellate review, namely between the Office of Human Rights and the Commission of Human Rights. Right now, the acting director, Nin Khan, who doesn't have a clue as to what to do, dismisses cases out of hand to make her and the Office of Human Rights look good, so they have no backlog. But that couldn't be farther from the truth. Haste makes waste, and familiarity breeds contempt. And so again, Mr. Chair, you and I need to have a sit down to go over closely and carefully what's being done there. And even your predecessor, Marion Barry, indicated the minuscule amount of minimal probable cause findings. If you look across the board, there is a volume of cases filed, but very few probable cause findings. It doesn't add up. I wrote to the then director at the time, getting her letter in here now. Where is it here? Michelle Garcia. And the letter dates May 8, 2020. I believe I faxed a copy to your office. I like to make part of the record. A number of cases which I've asked for reconsideration to be reopened, which remains pending and acted upon. That ought not be. So justice delayed is indeed justice denied. The director has, of Office of Human Rights, has the budget control, not only of that office, OHR, but the commission as well. That ought not be. There needs to be a firewall between the two, a bright line. And power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So when you have the Office of Director Rights director controlling the funds, not only for that office, but for the commission, she can control of both, and that ought not be. There was an issue with a prior commission chairman who had loggerheads with Monica Pelozio, and you may recall Pelozio ran for office. There was a hiring freeze. She was then brought back courtesy of the mayor. And, you know, if the mayor is not going to follow the law, why should anybody else? That ought not be. And then there needs to be, you know, a separate budget, and the evaluation of the chair of the Commission of Human Rights is also done by the director of Office of Human Rights. Too much power and overlapping, and not, again, separate and distinct, a high wall, if you will. And that ought not be. Most recently, again, there were some cases that came down. There's a nonsensical conclusion that's used, that for convenience sake, I'm going to dismiss a complaint. And, you know, and the law that is that's used for that, it's an unemployment case, and it's Honig v. DC Office 388 A. 2nd 887 DC 1978. It's not on point. It has nothing to do with convenience sake in terms of a disability claim, public accommodations, so on. And so it's misplaced, and it's used continually just to get cases blown out the water and to get it off their plate. That ought not be.
Mr. Syndrome, we're about 2 minutes over now. I want to make sure everyone has an ability to testify. Some people have to leave to get back to work. So I'm going to come back to you with a few questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness, Rebecca Miller, welcome.
Hello, Councilmember White. It's good to see you this morning. So my name is Rebecca Miller, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. We've testified repeatedly before this committee during oversight and budget hearings on issues related to the lack of maintenance of district-owned properties. With your office's assistance, the roof replacement was completed at the Recorder of Deeds building in 2020, alleviating one of many maintenance issues affecting this particular historic structure. This year, I come before you to highlight additional maintenance issues at ROD. Vacant since 2008, this important DC landmark has been suffering from extreme neglect on the part of the district government. As you can see from the attached photographs, there is a good deal of spalling on the limestone facade, including the cornerstone. The steel grid windows, which may be original, have open gaps around them that are likely leaking water into the interior. Many joints between limestone panels are open to the elements, and water is probably penetrating in behind them, which is exacerbating the spalling. If this building remains vacant in the near or far future, a maintenance plan needs implementation to deter further deterioration. The continued neglect of buildings begets more expensive repairs in the future. The city is simply deferring maintenance to save money now that will cost the taxpayers in one form or another more in the future. We've also spoken to this committee and DGS about the John Mercer Langston Elementary School at 43 P Street Northwest. This school was built in 1902 for African-American children to ease the overcrowding of the neighboring Slater Elementary. Unfortunately, there has been a gaping hole in the roof, actually 3 in the photographs that I provided to you of the historic building for years, assuring that the school's interior is all but entirely unsalvageable. Funds were allocated in the 2020 budget, though no movement to repair the roof occurred. This building is slated for redevelopment, but until construction commences, the building needs to be sealed to deter future deterioration. And we're not even looking for major repairs. We're talking throw a tarp on it. Like, there are 3 different areas, throw a tarp over this roof, and it's not that difficult to do. The DC government is still perpetuating a general lack of property maintenance and demolition by neglect of its historic portfolio across the city. This continued neglect doesn't just affect the integrity of the buildings, but the residents who live, work, and recreate nearby. We recognize that DGS doesn't have historic preservation experts on staff. However, we encourage them to use the resources available through the DC Historic Preservation Office or DCPL's professional staff and consultants. Simple assessments of many historic buildings in DC's portfolio can triage needs to defer or deter future damage to the city's resources. The longer a building sits open to the elements, the more costly it becomes to rehabilitate or adaptively reuse in the future. General maintenance is vital to the responsible management of city-owned resources. Real estate is too valuable in the District of Columbia for the mayor, the council, and the agencies that manage publicly owned buildings to continue neglecting and deferring maintenance. The DC government has a fiduciary responsibility to the public it serves to ensure that these assets are protected and managed properly. And we thank you for your time and attention to our comments.
Thank you very much. Angelica Lainez Cruz, welcome.
Yes, my name is Angelica Lainez Cruz, and I have my children in Langley Elementary School, one in second grade, one pre-K4 at Langley, and my youngest child will start pre-K3 at Langley this fall. And I have a unique connection to the school. I attended High Leadership Public Charter School that was housed in our school building before DCPS opened Langley in 2011. My charter school moved because the building was old and needed many repairs, but even 10 years later, those repairs largely have not happened. We love Langley, but the crumbling building does not reflect the wonderful teaching or learning that goes on inside every day. Our building was supposed to be modernized in 2018, but the PACE Act pushed us down the list by more than a decade. The equity that PACE brought to many schools work against Langley and our largely at-risk students population, as is my children will never see modernization while they attend Langley. Unfortunately, work orders submitted to the DGS for repairs often go months and sometimes years without attention. There is a non-functioning bathroom next to our cafeteria. We have no other bathrooms on that floor of the building, so students and teachers have to go up 2 flights of stairs to wash their hands. Our school leadership submitted work orders to DGS more than 3 years ago to get this bathroom working again. To date, nothing has happened. We are hopeful that you can help us change that sooner rather than later. DGS has constant turnover and staffing issues that impact its effectiveness in serving schools. We submit work orders and never hear back. There is no transparency in how work orders are prioritized by DGS. We also have a broken water heater, which means half of our 5-story building does not get heated water. Given the hand washing needs of students during the pandemic, DCPS installed Instant Hot device in many of our bathrooms, but we still have 11 places where there is no hot water because Instant Hots require electric outlets that many bathrooms do not have. We need a long-term plan for providing hot water for students and staff to stay safely wash their hands. Bathrooms aren't the only issue for us. Our hallways badly need a refresh coat of paint after years of wear and tear, and 9 areas in the school need new carpet. Many of these issues are not new for our building. They existed when I attended school there more than 10 years ago. We know we must wait for modernization, but it's not unreasonable to ask that our children have buildings with working bathrooms and cheerful hallways. These are small fixes that would go on a long way for a school community, which serves more than half at-risk students and 25% of students with disability. My children and all the children at Langley deserve better than this. We ask the council please intervene to ensure that DGS does its job for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next public witness is Dana King.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Terrific. Thank you. My name is Dana King, and my son is a pre-K4 student at Langley Elementary. a neighborhood school serving the Bloomingdale, Eckington, and Stronghold communities. My family and many of our neighbors send our children to Langley because it is a warm, diverse school community where our kids have a rigorous and joyful learning experience. We send them to Langley because we believe in the tenets of the neighborhood school model, that children gain confidence and pride when their lives and learning are woven into the life of their community. We send our children to Langley because when they walk through the school doors every morning, they are greeted by a sign that says, "In this place, you are loved." And when they walk out in the afternoons, they tell us how much they felt this in their classrooms. Yet Langley is not without challenges, and that is why I'm speaking today. Langley is a Title I school where every child qualifies for free breakfast and lunch. Over half of our students are considered at risk and 9% experience homelessness. Langley has the highest percentage of special needs students of any neighborhood school in DC. We need the district to step up and make good on its promise to ensure that Langley children have the same quality of learning facilities and opportunities as their peers in wards 1 and 3. Currently, we do not have a single ADA compliant bathroom in our school. A 2018 DGS facility study recommended addressing the issue quickly. 4 years later, DGS has taken no action on its own report. Our cafeteria does not have a working bathroom. You can see a picture of it behind me. Children and teachers have to walk up 2 flights of stairs to wash their hands or use the restroom. DGS is well aware of this problem. We put in work orders to fix it more than 3 years ago, but nothing has come of that. One of our 2 water heaters is broken, which means half the school doesn't get hot water. DCPS installed InstaHot devices on some sinks, but we still have 11 sinks without hot water. DGS is also aware of this issue, but has taken no action to repair the hot water heater. As you can imagine, it is hard enough getting young children to consistently wash their hands. Imagine how much more difficult it is in winter when they have to endure freezing cold water to do so. Harry Thomas Park, where our older children have recess and that families in our neighborhood frequent every afternoon, has a broken irrigation system that creates standing water issues. The grounds have not been mulched in years and are littered with broken glass. Despite 5 years of petitioning DGS, which is responsible for maintaining the space, nothing has been done. This in fact brings me to a larger issue. We need more transparency into how DGS prioritizes school and park work orders. Work orders go in, but no information comes out about when or if they will be fulfilled. Some work orders, such as those I've just mentioned, sit for months or even years and require frequent and frantic calls from our administrators to get any attention. I'm here today to join my voice with those of other Langley students, parents, and staff to ask that funding be prioritized to address the long-term neglect of our school's facilities and Harry Thomas Park. I'm here to ask that DGS be accountable and transparent in timely fulfilling needed work orders that are its responsibility. We love our school community and want our school building and playground to reflect the amazing work our teachers and students do every day, and to welcome our neighbors to learn together in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next public witness, Matthias Paustin.
Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify at this hearing. My name is Matthias Paustian, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest environmental advocacy organization with chapters in every state. Here in DC, we have 3,000 dues-paying members. My testimony today focuses on funding for the required energy efficiency measures in government buildings to comply with Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, as well as on zero waste measures. Beginning with BEPS, at the hearing for the previous DGS budget, FY22, I testified that 16 million square feet of district government-owned buildings are non-compliant with BEPS. I had further estimated that the cost of compliance with BEPS is roughly $10 per square foot. So I multiplied the square footage with the cost of compliance per square foot, and I testified of a funding need of about $160 million for DGS to comply with BEPS in the first compliance cycle. In stark contrast to this clear need for funding, The capital improvement plan in the previous budget allocated about $11 million over 6 years to energy efficiency programs at government-owned buildings. Despite this clear shortfalls in funding, DGS Director Anderson testified that DGS was on track to comply with BEPS. When asked, Mr. Anderson declined to comment on my estimate for funding needs and testified that the needs would become clear once the Strategic Energy Master Plan was published. And he said that the plan would be published by the end of 2021. A year later, where do we stand? Not much has changed. The Strategic Energy Master Plan hasn't been published. DOE has published a white paper on the benefit cost analysis of BEPS this month, estimating an average cost of compliance with BEPS of roughly $10 per square foot, therefore fully confirming my earlier estimate of funding needs. The district government should spend well more than just $160 million needed to comply with just one cycle of BEPS, and instead invest in deep energy retrofits that achieve larger energy reductions and put the government on track to also comply with future cycles of BEPS. By some estimates, DGS needs about $300 million to comply with BEPS on a sustained basis. And the Sierra Club urges this committee to fund energy efficiency investments at this level. DGS is legally required to publish the Strategic Energy Master Plan by January 1st of 2022. For months now, we've been told that this publication is just around the corner, but it hasn't been published yet. The lack of a publicly available energy master plan is certainly convenient for DGS, as once again, some uncomfortable questions can be postponed on the grounds that we must wait for the publication of the plan. The capital improvement plan in this budget continues to grossly underfund BEPS measures by hundreds of millions of dollars, just as it did in the previous budget. Even worse, spending in this budget on energy efficiency is smaller than the planned expenditure. Effectively, the mayor proposes removing the additional funds for FY23 provided by the council in the previous capital plan. Spending several hundred millions of dollars on energy efficiency is fiscally prudent. These measures pay for themselves via lower energy bills for district government agencies. Energy efficiency is not just an expenditure, it's an investment with positive returns. We can't afford to delay urgent action on climate change, and the district government should be a leader in conserving energy and thus a leader in lowering its carbon footprint. The Sierra Club has heard that there is a tendency to siphon funds from DGS for other purposes because these are local dollars that the mayor and the council can easily reallocate. If even basic maintenance and management funds are not available, the efficiency of district government buildings will decline rather than improve. We've also heard that DGS shows little effort in applying for federal grants, ostensibly because they don't have grant writers. The reality is that other agencies do not have grant writers either, but manage to apply for and secure grants. Overall, this adds to the picture of an agency that's lacking in agility. Because DOE has the responsibility of managing the BEPS program for non-DGS buildings, there may be a tendency to look to DOE for funding BEPS measures. The Sierra Club opposes placing the funding burdens for DGS upgrades on the DOE budgets. DGS staff can assist by actively identifying and seeking federal grants, but the bulk of the funding will need to be allocated by the mayor and this committee. And in light of the fact that I'm out of time, I'm going to just comment on the funding, on the zero-based measures in the written testimony, and I'll conclude these remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is DeMark Hickson. All right, Marion Babcock.
Hi, I'm here. Just thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, council members, and to my fellow panelists. I'm here today as a parent representative from School Without Walls specifically, and as a DCPS parent in general. I serve as a parent representative on our LSAT team and have witnessed the struggles that the pandemic has had on our city and schools. We have all been forced to do more, react faster, plan harder, and fix all the things that are falling apart around us. I know collectively that everyone is tired, and I keep this exhaustion in mind and tell myself that folks are doing what they can to address the needs around our school buildings to keep our students safe. However, after years of listening to parents testifying at budget hearings and working to advocate for fixes in our own school, I can no longer blame the pandemic. As one of the several parents at our school, we've had to advocate for building fixes out of concern for the physical safety and health equity of our school community. And since October, we've had two major fixes that we've needed. We needed our front doors to the building of our downtown school to lock, and we've also needed to have a moving wall in our commons area fixed. And this moving wall helps to create classroom space where none exists. Because we don't have classrooms for all of our students. We started at 471 students. We've maximized up to 600 to help give our school funding over the years. We are capped at 600. And these fixes are not made unless parents get there and advocate, just like you're hearing from Langley School. But we found out yesterday that our downtown doors have been fixed, and that just a few minutes ago that our retractable wall has been partially fixed. And this is because parents get out there. So my question for you is, how long does it take to fix a classroom in Ward 7 where a ceiling has been leaking for 10 years, or to address the access to working plumbing throughout Langley Elementary School in Ward 5? Why does it take so long to fix issues in our school buildings that have such a direct impact on the health and safety of our students? How does DGS prioritize school orders? When working the proper chain of command, why is it so difficult to coordinate solutions? And on an additional note, as an individual with Crohn's and colitis, I understand the very primal need for access to sanitary public restrooms, access to bathrooms for the homeless or for our students in our schools is not only a human right, but it's an act of dignity that those who have it give it to those who don't. And that's what I'm hearing at the budget hearing on Monday. And what I'm hearing today is that we need to have a city that addresses the dignity and human needs of the people that live here. And I'm hearing for a cry for help from Ward 7, Ward 8, and from Langley, and from those who want public restrooms, and this gentleman who's the veteran who's fighting for our home. So as you sit here, I hope that you take that what we're trying to address with our money and our ability to coordinate solutions is addressing the human dignity of our fellow constituents. So thank you for your time today. And I have already emailed my testimony to you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Sandra Moscoso.
Good morning, Chairman White and council members. I'm Sandra Moscoso, an at-large member of the School Without Walls Home and School Association and LSAT. I'm also vice president of the Ward 2 Ed Council and secretary of the Ward 6 Public Schools Parent Organization. Oh my gosh, what a mouthful. Well, I mean, we just had a spoiler. The reason that I came today was to talk about that retractable wall at School Without Walls. It has been an ongoing issue. Teachers who never complain and who basically tell other teachers to stop complaining have shown up at LSAT meetings in tears over this because of how not being able to hear each other was like affecting their mental health. So 3 classrooms in one big space. Imagine holding 3 hearings at the same time where most of the people are wearing masks and trying to make sense of what's happening. And these kids are trying to learn, teachers are trying to teach. And, for example, one of the classes is a drama class. And a lot of the kids actually go there for my kid. Took drama almost every year at Walls, and he did it not because he was a drama kid, but because it was really good for his mental health to balance his workload. So trying to escape, a stressful kind of, day, and then having to, deal with the stress. And I want to just raise this because this is kind of an ongoing theme when physical repairs take so long to come to conclusion. So I'm gonna, I've kind of walked away from my testimony because we literally just heard that the wall has been partially repaired, and hopefully it'll resolve like the biggest issues, which are the learning and the mental health side of this. But what isn't necessarily resolved is the fact that it took so long to get here. And I wanted to ask, and it's something I've been asking like for years from DGS, whether the work orders, for the work orders to be made public. So I know that there's a dashboard for HVAC, and I'm really excited about that for HVAC work orders. And so thank you to everyone who's been involved in putting that together and making that public. But really this dashboard should apply to every work order. You probably have an idea of how many messages have gone back and forth, from parents, teachers, schools, the principal, custodians, DGS staff, council staff over one fix, right? Over one thing that needs to be fixed. And if we could just have access to the information, it'd be a lot easier, from a transparency standpoint, but also, from an accountability standpoint. So my big ask here is to make these work orders public so that we can have easier access to them. And thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you for taking action.
Thank you very much. Our final public witness on this panel is Floyd May.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed FY23 budget for the Office of Human Rights. My name is Floyd May. I am the housing chair for the Washington, D.C. NAACP branch, as well as the member of the National Housing Committee for the NAACP. We were founded in 1909. We are the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. The NAACP is an aggressive advocate for transformative solutions to ensure Black and Brown lives are safe, healthy, thriving, and valued in all spaces. The NAACP has a zero tolerance for all forms of illegal discrimination. The NAACP advocates for housing solutions to mitigate gentrification, which has displaced many DC natives and continues to exacerbate the Black wealth gap for future generations. The NAACP branch advocates for housing protections for the most vulnerable residents of the District of Columbia. Because of the strength of the Washington, D.C.'s Fair Housing Law, the Washington, D.C. Office of Human Rights has been designated as a Fair Housing Assistance Agency, which receives funding from the Department of HUD to investigate and resolve housing discrimination complaints. The appropriation from HUD is in addition to the budgetary appropriation that OHR receives from the DC government. The population of Washington, DC is over 700,000 persons. It is concerning that in the last 3 fiscal years, there were only a total of 163 fair housing complaints filed with OHR and a total of 92 fair housing complaints filed with HUD. We believe that the illegal housing discrimination numbers filed over the last 3 fiscal years are understated, and the extent of housing discrimination is much greater than that number. It is our belief, based in part on the number of people who contact the NAACP about their housing discrimination concerns, that the extent of illegal housing discrimination in the District of Columbia is much higher than that. Although this is a budgetary hearing, we also want to state for the record, as Ms. Ali stated earlier, that we urge you to pass the Human Rights Enhancement Act of 2021, which strengthens the rights of housing applicants from unjust discriminatory practices and strengthens the protections against voucher discrimination by adding homelessness as a protected class. Economic inequalities, gentrification, and rising home values continue to depress economic progress and wealth accumulation by Black and Brown residents in Washington, D.C. Wealth and access to resources directly impact access to quality health care, education, employment, housing, criminal justice, and legal representation. We urge you to better protect Black and Brown residents from continued economic exploitation and hindering the achievement of racial equity through economic justice. There are currently approximately 307 low-income housing communities in Washington, D.C., but too many Black residents have been displaced and cannot afford to live in Washington, D.C., even with dual incomes. It is our recommendation that the proposed budget of $8,950,000 for the Office of Human Rights be increased by $1 million to provide funding for the homeless as well as other protected classes that need to be covered. On behalf of the Washington, D.C. branch of NAACP, we strongly encourage you to implement these actions, and we are available to respond to your questions. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel of public witnesses. Let me start with testimony from Ms. Ali and Mr. May. On the Human Rights Enhancement Act, that's our bill that we work with advocates on, and we wrote and introduced it. So we do plan to pass it. I don't think it will be funded in this budget, only because we are not likely with the council schedule to be able to pass it into law before the budget is passed, but we do intend to pass it this year, and we would then intend to fund it next year, but it is very important. The issues that Ms. Ali, you brought up with various facilities, schools and playgrounds, issues that have come up in many of the testimonies is a point of particular frustration. One of the many of the places you mentioned I've been to, most recently Marvin Gaye Playground, because it just has been too long. And so I went to see Marvin Gaye Playground a couple of weeks ago with some members of the community, and it just is a playground that has taken too long to fix. But what we have started doing, the committee and other council offices do this as well, and it is a clear indication of a broken system. We keep our own sort of list of facilities issues, playground issues, school issues, and it is an untenable list. You know, these just come from people who reach out to us either at hearings or email us or by phone. It's untenable. And we try to get updates, and so we end up sending dozens and dozens and dozens of inquiries to DGS to say, what's the status with this project? What's the status with this school? What is the status with this playground? When is it going to be fixed? And it just takes too long to get answers. And the length of time that it takes to get a response indicates that the work order system has some very real functional issues, but it also shouldn't require a committee to be a go-between to figure out where things are sort of in getting repaired. And so everybody who has testified saying we need a publicly accessible work order system, we're going to get a publicly available work order system one way or another. We're going to get it because we've been having this conversation for years. I'm tired of having the conversation. DGS, I appreciate them doing the public system for HVAC systems. That's part of the answer, but it's not the whole answer. And I'm tired of going in these circles. So we are going to get that addressed. And so that you don't have to ask us about Ann Beers, Marvin Gaye Playground, and Johnson Middle. Just shouldn't require this. And we see, and this is the testimony from many of the parents. And this is a pattern. When we are sort of on the eve of a hearing, School Without Walls, you'll see some of the things fixed. And we've seen this pattern of before their hearings, when a lot of people sign up to testify about a particular school, things get accelerated. It shouldn't require that. All this is just an indication that the system is broken. So we need not sort of defend and say, oh, the system works. It's clearly broken. And so, now the point is we got to fix it. A publicly accessible work order system is part of it. That's not the entire thing, though, because again, if the system worked the way it should work, we should be able to ask DGS, what's the status of this thing? And it should take seconds to figure out the status. And that's not the case. So clearly the system is broken. It needs to be either fixed or need to start over, but just tired of going in these circles. And we've been able to to get some of the issues fixed at School Without Walls and other schools. But again, these things are, once the council has to get involved, it's an indication that there's a problem with the system. So I appreciate you all being here to testify. I wish that you weren't here to testify about these issues, but you will be hearing from the committee in the coming weeks about what we're going to do. If DGS doesn't have their own solution today, then you'll be hearing in the coming weeks about what we're going to do to get a publicly accessible work order system up and running promptly. Yeah, as that happens, we will continue to assist with work order issues, but we want to sort of move out of that game so that we can let DGS do that piece, and we can work on other issues that do require the council or should require the council. There was a question that a couple people asked that I want to answer, which is how DGS prioritizes the repairs. So DGS doesn't prioritize the repairs. School repairs are prioritized by DC Public Schools. Park and playground repairs are prioritized by the Department of Reps. So, and it's sort of in theory that makes sense because the school should know what is more urgent. But the fact that there is confusion there sort of indicates that we also have to communicate that better. But I also hear from schools that are saying we put in a work order system, some of you all say 3 years ago. And so clearly the schools have said, please fix this thing. DCPS central office determines the priority once those work orders go in. But the repairs have to happen more quickly. It needs to be more transparent, sort of, where things are in the queue. So I hope that answers the question. I want to move to Mr. Syndrome. Just a couple of things. I appreciate your testimony. I agree with you. We need a permanent director for the Office of Human Rights. You mentioned some criticisms of the interim director, Nin Khan. I will say this, I'm going to look into your criticisms. One of the things I've appreciated is that she has been much more responsive to inquiries from the council than her predecessor and then most other agencies. And that's something I greatly appreciate because we're trying to fix issues and understand sort of where the problems are, not have an agency say, oh, there are no problems, or we'll get back to you. And so I've appreciated the director's willingness to work with the council and to be transparent. And so I will look into your concerns, but I did want to note that, and I'll look into this retaliation issue that you mentioned as well. But one thing you mentioned in your testimony that you sent a fax. We didn't receive it, so we'll touch base with you to make sure we have whatever document that was, because I want to make sure we don't miss it.
With regard to the director, Mr. Chair, there was a bill, I believe that you had authored it, for a term limit on the director. That needs to be put back in place. I guess there was some issue, the council was on recess or emergency and not enough time, but that needs to be taken under close scrutiny because, again, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And when the irreparable harm is done, particularly by an acting, belongs in Hollywood, interim director, the damage is done. But there needs to be a term limit in place. Where does merit fit into any of this? And moreover, I've written to the office. I'm glad they're responsive to you, but to we the people, to this disabled veteran, it's 10 years. Again, I've written to May 8th of 2020, a letter articulating with specificity a number of cases, more than one, that remains pending and acted upon, forwarded to your office about reconsideration to reopen. Haven't heard a word. And again, it's May 8th of 2020, although at the time, Michelle Garcia was interim director, but still, it's been forwarded to Ms. Khan. She's done nothing, absolutely nothing. So I'd like, to enlist your assistance since you have their attention. And when you say jump, they say how high. For me, I'm just ignored. Goodbye, have a nice day, and don't come back. And that ought not be.
I hear you. I appreciate it. It doesn't exactly work that way, but they are responsive to me. I want them to be obviously responsive to constituents as well. So I take that seriously. I take your testimony seriously.
And as well, Mr. Chair, there is a case involving Verizon. I'm unbanked, and I'm not able to go online to pay my bill. So there's authorized payment location that Verizon has. I go into it, Gold Spot here on Georgia Avenue. They have denied me service. The Office of People's Counsel videotaped from start to finish where I was denied. This all was submitted to the office, and they just said they ignored it. They clearly ignored it. And it's an OHR case number 20422PA, Michael Sindner versus Gold Spot. Have cooperative evidence, clearly the independent third-party witness from Stephen Morensic from the Office of People's Counsel observed, independent third-party witness, and the office just says, we're not going to do anything about it. I mean, this is the agency to combat discrimination, and they are discriminating with impunity. And that's one of many. And I will continue to dialogue with your able assistant, Mr. Cuddihigh, to give you intel, and so we can get these matters resolved. Because as it stands right now, every one of my weighty meritorious prima facie cases is blown out the water, and I have Sandra Gallardo, who spearheaded to dismiss, deny, goodbye, have a nice day. That's not how the system is intended to work, and it's not working. Again, to make it appear as though they are doing their job and that they don't have a backlog, but justice delayed is justice denied, and they're doing a disservice to the community by just ramrodding and railroading folk and not duly deliberating with due process. It's violating my due process rights to have the complaint taken in its ordinary course with the various stages and steps. And once again, there needs to be in place a interim level of appellate review, buy-in between the Office of Human Rights and the Commission of Human Rights. As it stands right now, director can administrative dismiss, and that's it. That's the end of it. And it's indicated.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that was something interesting from the oversight hearing that I am looking into that, because I appreciated that part of your testimony. I am looking into that. Let me get a couple more questions in this round. I really want to get clarity on something from Ms. from Ms. King. Did I hear you correctly that there's no ADA compliant bathroom in Langley School?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I was hoping I misheard that and made a note to come back to it. Okay. Well, obviously that has to be addressed. And you mentioned, several people mentioned having to walk up 2 flights of steps. Does that mean that there's no elevator or no working elevator?
They recently have installed an elevator. It is yet to be inaugurated though. We haven't quite opened it yet, though they have put it in. Okay. So to date, yeah, children and staff during PE or who are eating lunch, if they want to wash their hands, if they want to use the restroom, they have to go up 2 flights of stairs.
Yeah. Okay.
And speak about PDA, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Miller, you mentioned the DC Recorder of Deeds building, which we funded a couple of years ago to fix the roof. The building is still empty. We also provided some funding for Langston School to stabilize, but to your point, you know, when we don't sort of maintain these buildings appropriately, it becomes much more expensive, if not impossible, to fix or maintain. So it's you know, sort of shooting ourselves in the foot down the line. Just wanted to make sure I went back to, because you know we've worked together on some of these issues in the past, and this is a place where we just haven't done a good job of maintaining facilities, particularly when we're not using them. And you know, eventually we're going to have to do something with these buildings, and you know, the level of disrepair gets so expensive it becomes, you know, somebody else's problem down the road. So I hear you on that, and we're going to continue working with DGS and pushing them to develop a plan for stabilizing buildings, even when we're not using them.
Mr. Chair?
Great, thank you.
One second, please. Ms. Miller?
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. I just, you know, one thing that the city has been really working towards from a historic perspective is, you know, the documentation and evaluation and preservation of African American resources. And I have two that are related to that, with Frederick Douglass being the first recorder of deeds in the District of Columbia. You have the Langston School, Carmel School, all of these different schools that are named for prominent African Americans, and they're just deteriorating. And it's just a really kind of sad state of affairs. And I'm sure you'll hear later about the Carmel site as well from our colleagues at Empower. But it's really something that the city needs to take into consideration, because one of the single most biggest issues when it comes to preserving African American sites, not just in the District of Columbia, but the US wide, is that the deterioration of these buildings. So like when we propose something for preservation, a lot of times they're like, well, it's so derelict now. And that's because the investments haven't been made. And so that's why you have, these pristine buildings that are, that were homage to a white architect or something like that. It's just it's frustrating situation to have buildings fall into such disrepair that are associated with communities that have been traditionally underserved. And so how do we work with that going forward?
Yeah, I hear you on that, and I agree.
Great, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Mr. Syndrome.
Sure. With regard to the American Disabilities Act 1990, the Office of Human Rights is woefully out of compliance. Their front door, I'm on crutches. It's like I got to wrestle with the door to get in there. No automatic door opener. That ought not be.
I appreciate you letting me know. Let me check with Department of General Services about that, because that should be their responsibility most likely. But I will check with them on that. Let me thank this panel of public witnesses very much for being with us today, for your testimonies. And many of these questions that you've asked are questions that will come up in our conversation with DGS and things that we're working to get addressed in the budget. So thank you all again, and look forward to working with you as we make progress on these. Our final panel of public witnesses: Parisa Naruzi, Courtney Cooperman, Liz Crawford, Doug Siglin, Joy Taylor, Frank Silverstein, Tyrone Hanley, and Commissioner Sabrina Rhodes. Parisa Naruzi, are you with us? There we are. Welcome.
Sorry, I didn't hear a minute. Did you call my name?
I'm sorry. Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Good morning. My name is Parisa Naruzi. I'm the director of Empower DC. Empower DC was founded in 2003, and for almost 20 years now, we've worked with residents across the district. One of the core issues that we've worked on is the use of public land. In fact, we had a campaign called the People's Property Campaign for many years, in which we actually developed legislation that was introduced at the council to reform the surplusing and disposition of public land, and to really uplift public needs and community development needs when we use public land. At the oversight hearing, I testified about my concern that the process of determining whether a property is surplus is coming under the deputy mayor for planning and economic development. Their mission is economic development. It's their projects are all about putting out bids for developers, negotiating these projects, and really not about looking at the existing community needs that have been documented and plan after plan after plan. And so I really feel strongly that we need to transfer that responsibility away from DEMPED and possibly into DGS. I don't know if DGS has a planning a staff, or if they could collaborate somehow with Office of Planning. But, certainly we need master facilities planning beyond just parks, recreation, library, and schools. We have other types of government needs that need to be planned for. And that is not happening. And then we have a situation where, and we don't have that information. We don't know what the existing needs are. And then DEMPED says, oh, there's no further public use for this. And so we're going to dispose of it. Cromell School is a great example of this because, this is a historic site, the heart of the Ivy City community, a school on 2 acres of land that is really the central. It's like the town hall of Ivy City, a historic Black community founded in 1872 and the school built in 1911. And since it was closed in the 70s for over 4 decades, the community has advocated that it be reopened. In fact, when they closed the school, when the city closed the school, they actually shut the community out of even having recreation on the site, even having a playground or a basketball court. As you know, with your support, last year, we saw the opening of an interim recreation site on the property. This is really the first time in decades, probably 30, close to maybe 40 years, that the community has had real active use of this site. And how heartbreaking that in the center of a dense urban neighborhood with no parks, suffering heat island effect, where the temperatures can actually be 20 degrees hotter than other neighborhoods, where the air quality is poor, where there's almost no tree cover, that the city would have ignored the wishes of the community for so long and even made worse the situation by proposing to park buses there, et cetera. Clearly, this is not a surplus property. Clearly, this is a property that has at its heart and soul a purpose and a need for this community. We were really grateful to Mayor Bowser last year when she finally did agree to turn Cromell School into a community center and put $20 million in her budget. And we met with Parks and Recreation at the end of last year to start that planning initiative for the whole 2-acre site. And so it is so frustrating and really a slap in the face that at yesterday's deputy mayor hearing, John Falchicchio testified that they are reserving half of the site for potential future housing development, which currently is not even allowed per the zoning. It would take several years, probably 5-6 years for the comp plan to be written, if they even get approval at that time. Meanwhile, the mayor wants to build tens of thousands of units of housing along New York Avenue. We know that there's a lot of dense development coming. There is no place for a park but Cromell School. And we're poised to repeat the NOMA story of densely developing a neighborhood without parks and then coming back to the taxpayers and saying, hey, actually, we forgot to put parks. Let's, in this case, we put $50 million of taxpayer money to build, to after the fact, buy land and build parks in NOMA. So I bring this to your attention for a couple of reasons. One, I really hope that you will ask Keith Anderson to put on the record what exactly is happening with the Cromell School project. Falchicchio stated yesterday that DGS and DPR are working with the community. We have interacted some with DPR, but not DGS. And I think it's really critical that we have more transparency. The fact that the ANC and the community had no idea that DEMPED was still trying to reserve some of this site for other uses until this was made public yesterday is just really, it's really a shame. So again, I urge you to consider some legislative action in the budget, maybe through the Budget Support Act, to take the surplusing of public land away from DEMPED and maybe put it in DGS, and please to help us transfer the entire Cromell School site, the 2 acres, to Parks and Recreation so it can be a community center and a park and playground that this community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Courtney Cooperman, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Courtney Cooperman, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 in the West End neighborhood. I serve on the Housing Security Working Group of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act to add homelessness as a protected class and funding $1 million for the Office of Human Rights to enforce this and other protections. As a DC resident who cares deeply about dignity and opportunity for all people, I believe it is critical that the district's civil rights laws protect all its residents, regardless of their housing status. Our Jewish tradition teaches that all of humanity is created in the image of God. This core principle affirms that all people are equally valued and deserve to be treated with equal dignity. In addition, the Torah scholar Rashi instructs us to support our community members in difficult times and strengthen them as they begin to fall, rather than wait until they sink deeper into crisis to provide support. People experiencing homelessness are constantly vulnerable to discrimination and exclusion, daily injustices that compound countless other obstacles to securing stable housing. To uplift our unhoused neighbors, we must ensure that they have recourse if they are treated as less than equal members of our community. Walking through the district, I often view our public spaces through the lens of exclusion of unhoused people, benches with dividers to prevent people from lying down, lack of public restrooms, closed-off parks. Hostility to our unhoused neighbors feels like it is baked into the district's very design. Because of this hostility, whether conveyed through architecture or demeaning interactions, people experiencing homelessness face obstacles to navigating daily life that housed residents do not confront. As a DC resident who loves the city, I believe we can only extend the district's promise of dignity and opportunity for all when we acknowledge the particular injustices that unhoused residents face because of their housing status, and use every tool at our disposal to remedy these injustices. When I walk into a store or a restaurant, I am not perceived as a housed person. I am just perceived as a person. It is people experiencing homelessness who are marked as other. When I apply for a job or a rental apartment, I match the default expectation that applicants have a current address. It is people experiencing homelessness who are called into question for lacking one. People experiencing homelessness are often treated differently on the basis of their housing status. They must have the right to challenge that equal treatment. The district must have the resources to safeguard that right. Ultimately, the district's moral obligation is to ensure that everyone has stable housing. But in the interim, while we are a long way off from fulfilling that obligation, we must ensure that our civil rights laws protect people who are unhoused. Homelessness is the product of an unjust housing market. Discrimination and social exclusion without recourse further compound that injustice. To promote dignity and opportunity for our unhoused neighbors, and in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition platform, I urge the DC Council to pass the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act and fund $1 million for the Office of Human Rights to enforce this and other essential housing protections. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Liz Crawford. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Liz Crawford, and I'm a Ward 4 resident of Shepherd Park. My testimony today is directed to the Department of General Services. As I understand from information from the DGS website, the Department of General Services is responsible for grounds maintenance at schools, city government facilities, and parks and recreation sites in DC. Traditional maintenance has included mowing, weed whacking, hedge trimming, and the removal of fallen debris from trees. A growing, pun intended, and overlooked problem on our city's public and private lands is that of invasive plants, largely vines, that are overtaking and destroying trees and natural areas. This has serious financial and environmental consequences for all of us. Despite the best efforts of Casey Trees and urban forestry, DC lost 1% of its tree canopy last year and is still falling well short of its goal of 40% tree canopy coverage in a few years. Now that we understand the tremendous benefits of mature native trees to the health of our ecosystems, the health of our communities, the cooling of our city, and the capture of stormwater, there seems little excuse for letting our existing mature native tree canopy die by neglect and strangulation from invasive plants. But this is what is happening all around us today. Now that we recognize that our city's natural environment, yes, cities have natural environments, has been compromised by factors including our ignorance of the importance of protecting our surroundings from invasive species, by the unintentional introduction of harmful exotic species, and by insufficient maintenance of our facilities and natural areas. We need to take action to address the problem. The inaction of recent years has contributed to the dramatic declines of many species of native birds. 3 billion have been lost in the US since 1970, and to the significant losses of many native insects, trees, and other plants, all necessary to maintain a healthy environment for all of us. Most affected by these negative impacts are the human and animal residents of our city, faced with a mounting tax burden to mitigate these preventable problems and a compromised environment in which we are forced to live. The Department of General Services can take an active role in helping to mitigate these problems by incorporating the following suggestions into their program for next year. First, they need to coordinate with DOEE, DPR, and DDOT to create an invasive species management plan for city properties by prioritizing the problem areas and proposing a maintenance plan beyond mowing and bush trimming that addresses the problem. Second, they need to require personnel, staff, or contractors to participate in training programs to learn how to address the problem of invasive plant removal and habitat restoration. Finally, they need to effectively implement an invasive species management plan for city property that involves replacing invasive species of all types with native plants. This will begin to reverse the problems that we've developed in recent years. Working together with other city agencies, concerned volunteer citizens, and government leaders, we can all make a difference in helping to restore the lands in our city to a healthy state. Investments that we make now can save enormously on future costs and greatly benefit the quality of life for all residents of the district, both animal and human. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Doug Siglin. Doug Siglin. Yes, welcome.
Good morning. It's good to see you again. I must say it's the first time I've testified to your committee, and I've learned a lot of interesting things over the last 2 hours. For the record, my name is Doug Siglin. I've been an environmental leader nationally and in the District of Columbia for about 30 years. I'm speaking to you today as a volunteer with a nonprofit group called the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. We represent several thousand CCAN members who call DC home. I want to talk about climate change and the DGS budget today. I want to take a second to make 2 points before I move into the budget. One is that much of DC is low-lying, near sea level. NOAA has recently predicted that sea levels, including the Potomac and Anacostia River, will rise on average 10 to 14 inches over the next 3 decades. Moreover, the city's stormwater system is too small to handle the increasingly intense rainfall in this area, which will no doubt lead to frequent and destructive neighborhood flooding with public and private damage. The second point I want to make is just simply this. Last month, the UN Secretary General said of global climate change, delay means death. Mayor Bowser has set big goals for the district's greenhouse gas emissions reductions so that we can do our part to slow down the global warming crisis. She has committed to a 50% reduction from 2006 levels by 2032. And that goal will be strengthened and codified when the council passes the Climate Commitment Act soon. But as my former friend, DC Planning Director Andy Altman liked to say, the plan is to plan is human, to implement is divine. A little over 3 years ago, the DC Council took a step toward implementation by unanimously passing a law requiring DGS to create a strategic energy management plan by January 1st of this year. The law requires that plan to provide cost estimates and timelines to implement, and I quote here, an energy retrofit program across at least 9% of the DGS portfolio between 2021 and 2024, with a goal of achieving a 30% reduction in energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. Clearly, it was the unanimous desire of the council for DGS not only to write a paper plan, but to do a significant body of work before the end of 2024. As you know, that plan has not yet been submitted. Yet it's obvious that the cost of energy retrofitting 9% of the several hundred properties before the end of 2024 will require an outlay of tens of millions of dollars. So what do we have in the mayor's budget? A capital request of $4 million in FY23 and $1.25 million in FY24. This $5.25 million ask through the end of fiscal year 24 is not even within shouting distance of what is needed to comply with the DC Council's intentions. It is quite simply delay. Mr. Chairman, I urge you to push Director Anderson hard on whether DGS can finish 9% of the portfolio in the next 21 months. Assuming that it can't be done with this budget request, I urge you to aggressively move money around to augment the retrofit budget to get some serious work done now, and to make a strong commitment to providing adequate funds for measures to limit climate change this year and in the future, even if the mayor forgets to ask for them. The UN Secretary General said in that same speech, quote, "The abdication of leadership is criminal," unquote. I implore members of your committee and the council not to abdicate your responsibility to be real climate change leaders for as long as it takes for the nation's capital to become a net zero energy city. The kids and the grandkids surely need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think Joy Taylor is not with us. I want to give a moment. Frank Silverstein, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White. My title is Frank Silverstein, is the National Fair Practices Affirmative Action Coordinator for District 14 of the American Federation of Government Employees. I am currently serving in my third elected term in that role. My responsibility in that capacity is to assist and advise AFG members on EO matters. And that includes not only DC government workers, but federal workers who work in the Washington, DC area, including Northern Virginia, Prince George's County, Montgomery County. In short, after I first won election in that post in 2014, I visited the Office of Human Rights, try and secure EEO legal training for our members. That includes not only our representatives, but our AFG officers and EO attorneys. At that time, Office of Human Rights provided excellent training to all those individuals by sending down to our training room at our headquarters. And attorney Miss Alexis Taylor provided a union-focused EO training and even added a training on disability rights. That training was extremely helpful and provided us with a firm foundation, hopefully allowing the union and the government to work together to try to resolve some of these complaints. Non-attorneys and union officials file claims early on, and our attorneys usually come in late in the game when it comes to a hearing. However, it's important for us to have training together to identify problems and try to work collaboratively with the government to see if we can resolve these things. For example, in 2014, we noticed that some of the EO counselors, we noticed several people were noting that several ER counselors were not meeting the required deadlines. Sometimes we found several agencies were disclosing medical diagnoses to managers totally inappropriately. And so together we tried to address these problems, and so the attorneys wouldn't have to eventually sue the government and eventually collecting attorney fees. We're trying to get on top of these problems early on. So a few years later, when we had new staff and new local officials representing complainants in EO cases, we again went down to Office of Human Rights, and OHR reciprocated by sending us a new attorney, Rashawn Coalfield, who did a very comprehensive PowerPoint training, answered all of our questions thoroughly. We spent, again, another half a day or so making sure that all of our questions were asked and resolved. However, in 2019, when our staff had changed, we had new attorneys again and new elected members, we needed an update, and actually EO law was evolving in the district. I renewed this request, and I was told by OHR they don't have, quote, the bandwidth to provide EO training to every group like ours. I tried to emphasize to HR that AFG is not any other group, but we're very special. We represent the entire bargaining unit for thousands of DC workers. And we're actually the canaries in the coal mines. We identify problems that are probably pervasive throughout the system. In response, the deputy attorney in that office told me, what we could do as an alternative, since they don't have the funding for this, would be just to go down and sit in one of these EO trainings that they regularly provide the government workers. And that was training that our attorneys could not go in together with our other union officials together and collaboratively try to resolve some of these issues. So what happened was, unfortunately, one of our attorneys went down there in 2019 and was literally kicked out of the government training because she is not a DC government employee. And by the way, I'm not a DC government employee. I am an elected official, actually work with the federal government in EO matters. So when the COVID period went on, I tried to resolve this repeatedly. I couldn't even get a responsive call from Office of Human Rights. In the meantime, I've contacted several members of the council, and they all seem to be perplexed at why we're not getting this. So it's a very modest request. It's very necessary. We represent the DC government very extensively, and we would like to try to resolve in a lot of these EO situations collaboratively without having to formally file a lot of these cases. And I think if we have to, then at least we need to know exactly how we need to proceed with that. I did want to say in closing, while the DC government proudly boasts having some of the most progressive EO anti-discrimination laws in the nation, in my opinion, they really need to lead by better example, ensure their own house is in order and protected from discrimination on those very same laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next public witness is Tyrone Hanley.
Happy Trans Visibility Day and Cesar Chavez Day, Chairperson White, committee members, and staff. I'm Tyrone Hanley, and I serve as GLA president. GLA is the nation's longest running LGBTQ advocacy organization. We are proud members of the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition and the coalition working to improve conditions at the Office of Human Rights. Last year, the council took another significant step ensuring OHR is better equipped to meet its mission by reversing the mayor's budget cuts, adding critical positions at the agency, and requiring stronger reporting requirements for the agency. I particularly want to thank you, Chairperson White, for your leadership in these efforts. While there's more work to be done, we are confident that we will eventually get OHR to where it needs to be. We also want to take this time to appreciate the efforts of OHR staff who, like many of us, had to continue to work in the middle of a global crisis. GLA looks forward to continue our ongoing conversations with partner organizations and OHR leadership to improve conditions at the agency. GLA is happy that after years of advocacy and the DC Council needing to step in to increase OHR's budget, The mayor finally understands that OHR needs to be adequately funded to meet its mission. We believe that the proposed budget will enable OHR to continue to build its team to ensure the agency can provide the best services and live up to its mission to advance human rights in the district. We anticipate OHR's study on how to best structure itself for more effective and efficient investigations. As we wait for the results of the study later this year, we think OHR should focus on filling all of the remaining staff vacancies. As mentioned in my oversight hearing, OHR has struggled to hire new staff in part due to the government's hiring process. The council should make sure that the Department of Human Resources has appropriate staff and policies to ensure no unnecessary burdens stand in the way of the city hiring qualified applicants. We believe the proposed budget will help ensure cases are settled on a timely basis. Without adequate staffing at each level of the investigation phase, OHR will continue to experience case backlogs. Therefore, we call on the DC Council to support the mayor's proposed budget, and if necessary, ensure OHR has the funding to implement recently passed legislation or will be passed this year. I look forward to taking any questions you may have and working with you to improve OHR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And final public witness, it's Commissioner Sabrina Rhodes.
Good morning, Councilmember White, committee, and witnesses. I will be echoing my colleague Parisa Neruzzi and Rebecca Miller. I'm testifying for the record on a lack of accountability and transparency concerning the 2 acres of the Cromell School site in Ivy City. As you remember, after 4 decades of community advocacy, just last year, the mayor agreed to create a community center at Cromell and put $20 million in her budget to do so. We had a couple of meetings with DPR at the end of last year, and we were told that we will be planning for the entire site, including the school, as a community center, and the 2-acre site to include outdoor recreation such as a playground, splash park, and much needed green space, which the children has given us those instructions. I'm very upset to learn from the testimony of Deputy Mayor John Falchicchio yesterday that DMPED has directed DPR to plan for only a portion of the Cromell site and intends to hold on to a portion for future housing development, which will require a change in the comp plan and would not be possible until after 2025. There are tens of thousands of housing units planned along New York Avenue per the mayor's recently released New York Avenue Northeast Roadmap. Our community has also no tree cover and suffers the heat island effect, where temperatures can be 10 to 20 degrees hotter than other parts of the district. We have poor air quality from the industrial lands that surround us and emissions from New York Avenue traffic. We need Cromell to serve as a central park with ample green space. The Cromell School is a historic landmark and heart of the city. It should be treated as such. We believe that DMPED intends to allow truck parking on part of the site until they can build housing. That is completely incompatible with the community center where kids will be playing, and it is a continued environmental injustice against our community. These plans to build housing on the site were not communicated to the residents of Ivy City or myself as an ANC commissioner. Communication, community engagement, and transparency is not happening concerning the Cromell site, and at this point, we are not confident that it will happen the way it should. All this talk about racial equity and environmental justice, and yet we continue to struggle for the smallest basic need, green space, play space for our community. Councilmember White, it's a shame we have to rely on hearings to get the truth. But this is what happened to us last year with the interim recreation site when DMPED attempted to use the recreation money on a different site, and it was only through the hearings that the truth came out. We want the entire 2-acre site of the Cromell site to be transferred to DPR. And we understand the dynamics with DPR and DGS. And we want them to pay his hands off the property moving forward. We would need more than 20 million for this project and will likely come to the council on that request next year. Once planning has been completed, our top priority right now is secure the 2 acres for community recreation uses. We must stress, as you stated in the beginning of your beginning of the hearings, engaging with the community and transparency, which is key. I want to thank you, Councilmember White, for supporting our communities, and we look forward to much engagement with you and your colleagues. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So let's start with Cromell School, and I have some questions for you and Parisa Naruzzi. So the total size of the site, including the school, is 2 acres. Okay, that's not a lot of space. I just want to make sure.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay. And was anything ever in writing about using the entire site for recreation and community space?
When we had our meeting, one community engagement meeting with DPR, they instructed us that we will be planning for the entire 2-acre site.
Okay. And the $20 million, is that, does that include money for the school, which needs a lot of work, just so folks know, and for outdoor recreation space?
Yeah, when we met with Parks and Rec, that was what they said to us, is we have 20 million for this project that includes indoor and outdoor, right? It includes the whole project. And we, we knew that we might need more than that, but we expected that the first step would be the planning. Yeah. And then once we do the planning, we would have a better sense of, because there could even be an addition on the building, or a new structure built, or, certainly different types of recreation stuff that would cost more than others, but yes, that was what we were told, is we have 20 million for this project. We're going to make this project done with 20 million. That's sort of what they were saying to us.
Okay, which, for a starting point wasn't terrible. And frankly, that was 20 million more than nothing. So, yeah. All right. So, I agree with what you said in your testimony, Parisa. The Cromell is not surplus property. There is a need. As you both said, this is the heart of the community, and there's no other space, to my knowledge, to build this outdoor recreation space. If you build on this, and it's an increasingly dense area, but it's also a community, and so I recognize the importance here. And we'll work with you on this, because again, 2 acres is not a lot of space. And then once if the 2 acres includes the school building, then you're really not talking about a lot of outdoor space for a community. So we will work together with you all on this, and hopefully figure it out. But it's been a long haul. I appreciate the continued work you all are doing.
Yeah,
and I just want to add. Oh, go ahead. I just want to add that the New York Avenue roadmap framework, they're doing a lot of development on New York Avenue. So why are they wanting to develop housing on just part of a 2-acre site? That's not.
Yeah, I believe we need a lot more housing, especially workforce and affordable housing across the city. But we also recognize we can't build on every blade of grass, that there has to be some outdoor recreation space. So as a general matter, I'm very supportive of housing, particularly workforce and affordable. But it doesn't make sense for every site. Yeah.
Yeah, we need whole communities, not just housing, and this will benefit everybody. It will benefit the new residents. It'll benefit the existing residents to have a park. Everybody needs a park. I just want to say, while we have you, Councilman, that, you came when the interim site was open. You saw how elated everybody was just to get on the site. This is sacred ground for Ivy City, and we really appreciate the support that you lent to that effort. We appreciate your willingness to continue to work with us. And as you talk to Keith Anderson today, he has a longstanding history with this issue as well. When he was head of DOEE, we fought the bus depot there. When he was head of DPR, we had youth meeting with him, going to meet with him about this issue. And now he's head of DGS. So he knows that this is not surplus too. And we really need this on the record, what's happening, because the deputy mayor's office has not been transparent. And if it's not on the record, then you all don't know, what action you need to take. So really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Courtney Cooperman, want to thank you for your testimony and thank you for your advocacy of the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act. And the advocates, particularly unhoused, formerly unhoused residents, who really led this effort. We wrote the bill, but it was them that came to us and advocated for this. So this is a bill I fully intend to get passed into law and to work with my colleagues and to get funded. We are generally not able to fund legislation that has not been passed into law, so it'll be difficult to get it funded in this cycle. Not to say that we've given up. I just want to sort of be transparent about the hurdle here, but I do plan to get this bill passed into law this year, and at latest get it funded next year. And we will need some continued advocacy and support. So I appreciate you being here to speak on behalf of the importance here.
Thank you. I appreciate your leadership on this, and we will definitely be keeping up that advocacy.
Wonderful, thank you. Liz Crawford, in a hearing of mostly issues we've been working on for a while. I appreciate you putting a little twist on it with discussion on invasive plants, a very real issue. And so I look into this, and I'll work with my colleague, Councilmember Che. I hope you'll also be talking to her about it, because this seems like something that we can sort of tag team on. But your recommendation to coordinate with other agencies, develop a maintenance plan, require our staff or others to get trained or to understand invasive plant and invasive plant removal, and develop an invasive species management plan. Sounds right. First time I'm having this discussion, but I was concerned to hear that you mentioned that DC lost 1% of its tree canopy last year. Do you have any idea what that's attributable to? Because we've been planting aggressively.
They are, and Casey Trees are the leaders in all of this, and I can send you a link to their testimony and information. And I think they attributed it to a number of different causes: development, natural attrition, perhaps also insufficient. They weren't able to plant enough to keep up with it. I know they are planting lots of trees. Urban forestry is planting lots of trees. So I think it's related to many different issues. It's simply not happening fast enough that we're getting new trees into the ground to replace the ones that we're losing, some of which we're losing because they're being killed by English ivy and they fall over and cause all sorts of hazards. So there's many parts of the problem.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll check in with them. We are in communication with Casey Trees, and they've planted some stuff in my yard. So let me use this opportunity to tell anybody who doesn't know, you can get trees for free, beautiful trees, all different kinds. Just reach out to Casey Trees, and you can help us expand our tree canopy. But we'll work with this. We'll talk to DGS about this. We'll be talking to Councilmember Che about this as well, to get this issue rolling.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your advocacy, and make sure the trees you plant are native trees. That's what counts the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to rely on Casey Trees to help me make the right decision, but that's a good point. I appreciate it. Doug Siglin, thank you for being with us today. I agree. And this is some frustration. I expressed some frustration when the council had our hearing on the mayor's budget proposal with the mayor. Frustration that there was clearly not a commitment to the climate crisis. And in fact, we were moving further away. So that's a point of frustration for me as well. I'm going to be discussing that with DGS. You know, we have a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We don't have a plan to meet that goal. Doesn't look like the funding is there to meet that goal. And this is an emergency issue. And Mr. Pauston testified earlier about lack of compliance with the building energy performance standards. The council not getting a plan that's well overdue at this point. So we do have some work to do here. So we're going to be talking to DGS about this today and seeing what we can figure out in this budget. It's going to be more difficult because the mayor didn't include funds in her budget recommendation, but my hope is that we can figure out a way to get us on the right track.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. Mr. Silverstein,
Yes.
the issue of, so I think I'm sort of as kind of confused as you are on what am I missing here about EO training? Why is this just like government agencies doing what government agencies do? Is there something substantial I'm missing?
Well, my experience, councilman, is that in 2014, the climate seemed to be fine with that. I went down to OHR and they sent down an attorney. I didn't really have to push that much. And we got caught up and we felt we were working with the city and not only providing people with up-to-date training, so there's a lot of confusion was alleviated. People understand exactly what the laws are. There's clarification. And people felt that we could work to resolve cases without hopefully even formally filing. And we did this again. I think in 2019, to be candid with you, when I went down to the Office of Human Rights, the person that was in charge there was not in that capacity. I think they had left. The head of the agency had left, and an alternate attorney, a deputy chair actually just answered me that we just don't have the funding for this. And I was incredulous. I couldn't figure it out either. But I was doubly confused when she replied that we could send anybody down to this training, and then the attorney was thrown out. I was so upset with that I contacted, I remember several people, including Council Chair Phil Mendelson, Anita Bonds, Alyssa Silverman, Mary Chavins, just a whole list of people. And we couldn't figure out what was nobody understood what was going on. And I think your office, and I think Phil Mendelson said that they would probably try to write a letter to OHR to try to encourage this. It's not much money is needed. It would, it just takes a few hours of a PowerPoint.
When was the last time you asked OHR about this?
Well, I know we maintained contact in 2019 and 2020, and after that I left multiple messages. I would say at least 4 or 5 messages, and I never got a response back. So I don't know what's going on there. But that's not good either.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask OHR about this today. So hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. And yeah, it seems like it should be a fixable issue. So let's understand what's going on there and try to get to a resolution. So I'll ask OHR about this today.
Okay, I did want to mention one quick thing. I did run into the the head of OHR, she had actually left the agency, and I met her in an event. And I asked her what had happened, and she had told me she couldn't understand it herself. It didn't make any sense why they would blame the budget as a reason for doing it. And she was actually probably just a few months before she was head of that department. So she was. I think everybody's confused. I think we're all in the same boat. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyrone Hanley. So I appreciate your testimony. One thing I want to note that we've heard in the oversight hearings and in the budget hearings so far is all of our agencies are having real difficulty staffing up. This is a time nationally of significant transition. I think the challenge for our agencies, OHR and others, is that we have to sort of understand this is an employees market now, not an employer's market. And we need to be deliberate about understanding what people are looking for in terms of the sort of where they want to work, and we need to sort of not expect that if we just keep doing the same things we've done, somehow these open positions will get filled. I think we're going to have to do things a little bit differently. So I'm going to be pushing OHR on this because obviously they've had some significant case backlogs, and we have a lot of work to do in the agency, and that's going to require us to staff up. Not to mention the fact that there had been more responsibilities put on OHR by the council at the request of the public, and we need to make sure that they are appropriately staffed to handle these issues. Because passing the law, especially with respect to protections, is one piece of it. But there has to be enforcement. So we need the enforcement agency to be able to address that. So we are going to, I want to thank all of our public witnesses for being with us today. Thank you for your time, your thoughts, your inquiries. And we'll work with you throughout the budget process. In a moment, we are going to welcome Interim Director Nin Kine. We're going to take, it's 11:56. We're going to take about a 5-minute recess, and we're going to resume momentarily with Director Nin Kine. So we're in recess for 5 minutes. We are resumed. Director Khan, welcome. Thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Council Member. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. As you know, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath, so I'll ask that you raise your right hand.
Did you want to include the other witnesses as well, Council Member?
Yes, if there are others who may be answering questions.
Yes, then I would ask Ms. Adrena Dean as well as Ayana Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, we will swear you all in. So do you swear, I'll ask everyone raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do. Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Director, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, committee members, and staff of the Committee on Government Operations. I'm Nin Kine, Interim Director of the DC Office of Human Rights. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. The Mayor's FY23 budget proposal builds on the recovery budget we put forward last year to bolster core city services, improve the experience of residents and businesses interacting with the district government, and provide greater opportunity for residents to learn, grow, and thrive. For OHR, the Mayor's proposed budget for FY23 is $8.9 million, which is comprised of $8.5 million in local funds and $408,000 in federal grant funds. This budget also includes $100,000 in enhancement to support the agency's ongoing backlog reduction goals, over $377,000 in additional funding to supplement the agency's contractual services and salary adjustments, $40,000 to increase our enforcement efforts under the Language Access Act, $30,000 to account specifically for salary adjustments within the Language Access Program, and finally, $20,000 to assist with our mandatory mediation service costs. The increases in the Language Access Program will strengthen OHR's ability to ensure that our limited English proficient and non-English proficient communities receive equal services in the district. The $8.9 million budget for FY23, including enhancements, will support the mission of the Office of Human Rights and its 9 critical units to eradicate discrimination, increase equal opportunity, and protect human rights in our city. As you know, OHR works to achieve this mission through our investigation, mediation, conciliation, hearing, and prosecution of our probable cause cases before the Commission on Human Rights. Our jurisdiction is expansive and includes employment, housing, education, places of public accommodation, and access to government services. In terms of the laws, in addition to the Human Rights Act, OHR enforces provisions of 10 other statutes and has work sharing agreements with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to investigate claims filed under Titles 7 and 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act, to just name a few. The Mayor's robust budget for FY23 funds 68.2 FTE positions, comprising 15 FTEs for agency management, 3 FTEs to support the Commission on Human Rights and our hearings and services, and 50.2 FTEs for intake, mediation, investigations, legal, outreach and education, language access oversight, youth bullying prevention oversight, and special programs on sexual harassment training compliance under the tip wage industry and the LGBTQ+ training compliance in long-term care facilities. As you may have noticed, the FY23 budget also includes $300,000 in capital funding for phase 2 of OHR's new case management system. This first ever capital project establishment and proposed funding marks an important milestone for OHR. In late FY21, OHR transitioned from its old system to the new system called DC Rights Tracker, or DCRT. Phase 2 of this project is planned to complete the features and functionality that are critical to OHR's operations, to include, but not limited to, updated questionnaire content, workflow and mediation updates, notifications, data analyses, reporting features, dashboard, and latest systems upgrades. Once completed, it is expected that the system will allow each individual case to be entered, assigned, and tracked much faster than the previous system, and for managers to see up-to-date case progress for faster and more efficient managing. Additionally, this new phase will result in creation of a one-stop shop for all relevant case information instead of multiple inefficient systems, and streamline communications such as email exchanges between team members, departments, and agency leadership. You may recall at our performance oversight hearing in February, I shared with this committee our top priorities for the remainder of FY22 and for FY23. These priorities include reducing backlog, rebuilding OHR, completing DCRT, advancing racial equity, and completing the ongoing industry standard study. The mayor's ongoing capital investments, language access investments, and staffing investments will help to achieve these goals, increase OHR's capacity, and ensure OHR is able to withstand and thrive from the growth it is experiencing. As you know, in FY21, OHR experienced a growth rate of 47% when our FTE count increased from 49.7 to 73. In FY22, that growth increased to 76 FTEs, which is approximately 53% as compared to FY20. This growth is certainly a necessity, given the addition of at least 4 new laws and an increase in work generated from COVID-related matters. OHR is both grateful and excited for its growth, and I am proud to report the following progress with respect to our recruiting and onboarding efforts. At the start of the fiscal year, OHR had approximately 25 fillable vacancies. I am delighted to report that as a result of our rigorous recruiting efforts to date, OHR has made a total of 14 offers of employment, of which 12 were accepted. As of this Monday, March 28th, OHR has onboarded 10 of these positions and is expecting to onboard 4 more in April from additional hires. Further, at present, we are in the midst of interviewing 8 more candidates. By the end of April to May, it is my expectation that we will have onboarded approximately 22 new employees. As you can see, OHR is on target to fill all of its vacancies well before we close FY22. I want to take this moment to thank our partners, DC HR and the Mayor's Office on Legal Counsel, as well as OHR's fabulous HR manager, Ayana Lee, for her outstanding efforts to help achieve these accomplishments. In closing, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the dedicated team at OHR for their hard work during the COVID-19 pandemic and leadership transitions. OHR is well supported by the Mayor and Deputy Mayor Geldart, and I'm excited for the opportunities that lie ahead in OHR's growth. I also want to thank our community partners for working with OHR and sharing their concerns. Of course, I would also like to thank you, Chairperson White, and your fellow committee members for your leadership and support. This concludes my testimony. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Director. The first quarterly report of case processing statistics pursuant to the FY22 Budget Support Act is due today. We heard yesterday that we weren't going to receive it in time. Why weren't you able to complete it in time?
Yes, so we discovered this week just some glitches with the numbers. And so I wanted to make sure the numbers were accurate. And so we are expecting to be able to provide that report to you next week.
Okay. We funded an analyst to help the agency comply with this reporting. Have you hired that analyst?
Not yet, Chair, but we are in the process of those additional 8 that I was talking about. That would include that program analyst to work on the data. We were prioritizing hirings for the enforcement teams and building out our SWAT team.
And so you say we should expect the first quarterly report next week?
Yes.
Okay, and after that, we expect that they'll be on time?
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. At your performance oversight hearing was only about a month ago. The case backlog then had decreased to about 700. Where does it stand now?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Chair?
Yes, the case backlog as of last month's performance oversight hearing was at about 700. What is the case backlog now?
Do you mean backlog as in percentage or the number? Because we have pending cases. If you mean pending cases, we have about 700 cases, what I testified at the performance oversight hearing. The pending number of cases was 700. I believe the current number a month from the last testimony is in that same neighborhood. I don't have the exact number today, but I'm happy to give it to you if that was what you were asking.
That's what I was asking. Okay, so you'll follow up with that number?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And that's all pending cases, not just cases that have been sort of delayed for a particular
That's correct.
period of time. Okay.
That's correct. And I think, Councilmember, when you see the report that you'll get next week, all of those details will be broken down, and we're happy to have further conversations.
I appreciate that. That's helpful. And just so that for the public, sort of the case number of outstanding cases doesn't necessarily reflect, I guess I use the word backlog, but different time, sometimes more cases come in than other times. And so what we're trying to understand is both how many cases are coming in, also how many cases are being closed. So that's the reason we need to get these quarterly reports, and so we can all have a better understanding of what's happening.
Certainly, we look forward to working with your office and this committee to work on those details, to fine tune and understand exactly what you're looking for and provide the information that's necessary.
Excellent. And last year, we provided the agency with a little over $130,000 and one new employee to expand the definition of place of public accommodation to implement the Bella Evangelista and Tony Hunter Panic Defense Prohibition and Hate Crimes Response Amendment Act. Have you filled that position?
Yes.
Wonderful. And are you implementing the requirements of the law now?
Yes.
Good.
We are looking to work on more notice materials, I will say.
Let's say that again, please.
I'm sorry. We are working on more materials to amplify this change.
Okay. Speaking of materials, one of the public witnesses testified, or a couple of them testified in support of a bill that we've worked on. I'm sorry, I'm actually mixing up two issues. Before I go there. So someone from the Workers Alliance, Ilana Eichner, was testifying about domestic workers, and should that bill pass, she was suggesting that OHR should do education and outreach. Did you have thoughts on that?
Certainly, I think with every law that we pass, we need to do good outreach on it, because the laws are no good unless people are aware of them. And so I agree that outreach is necessary to implement that law.
Do you have any general thoughts on whether outreach, when we pass new laws, whether it's better for the agency to do outreach, or sort of for us to contract that out to others?
No, absolutely. I think it is better suited for the agency to conduct the outreach. And that is because every time we conduct an outreach, it's even if we wanted to focus on specific, well, let's say the domestic workers amendment, people are going to have questions about other laws that OHR enforces and OHR's procedures. And that's really important to maximize those opportunities to share what we do and what our process is. And so it's really important that we conduct the outreach from OHR's end. And to that end, I will also add that, when we have our outreach training specialists going out to the communities and conducting trainings, they themselves require trainings from our legal team here. And so they go through the training, we vet all the materials to make sure everything is consistent with the laws that the council has passed. And so that's the process. And so that's why I would say it would make more sense for OHR to conduct those outreach activities.
Okay. So you have some of your staff just do outreach Like that's the main function of the, okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
We also provided money in the most recent current fiscal year's budget to hire a new attorney advisor, an enforcement manager, and an equal opportunity specialist investigator. We funded those positions. As we understood, those were areas of the greatest need for you to attack the actual backlog. Looking at your Schedule A, it doesn't look like you filled any of these positions that the committee funded. But I did note in your testimony you have filled a number of positions. So what's going on with those positions?
We are filling positions almost every week, council member. So, and I'm happy to and proud to report those numbers. So I will have to get back to you about the matching of the positions hired with the funding. I work with our ACFO and our HR manager to do that. So I'll do that, but I can report that since the start of FY22, we've hired 2 additional attorneys, one that was onboarded in December, one that just came Monday. We have also hired a general counsel and a deputy general counsel who will start in April. So that should strengthen the legal team.
Okay. I'm sure Tyrone Hanley and others are happy to hear these stats, as am I. That's aggressive work. And I noted earlier, this is a challenging time for hiring and retaining. So I'm glad that you all have been able to move so quickly in this hiring.
Thank you. And if I may make a note of that, Chair, last year, I think we reported that we made 25 offers in FY21. And so as you can see from my testimony today, we're expecting to make at least 22 offers by the end of April and May. And so we've just begun to approach the 3rd quarter and, we're already making really great progress. And like I said, I owe a great amount of gratitude to my HR manager as well as DCHR, who's been a real solid partner in this process.
That's great. So how many vacancies do you have now? And I would include the people you've made offers to that haven't accepted.
Right. So let's see. I think by the time the 22 is done, we'll have 8 technically, but it's really going to be 3 because the other 5 positions are strictly related to the Universal Paid Leave Act. So I'm counting, 30. That's why I said in my testimony there are 25 fillable positions because it's 30, but then the 10 is limited and related to UPL. But as you know, the council amended that provision last year to allow OHR to use the 5 of the 10 flexibly in this fiscal year in FY22. And so that's why I say 25 as opposed to 30.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So of the 25, we will have filled 22 by the end of April, May.
Okay.
It would be 3 remaining vacancies, and then the 5 would be from the UPL.
Okay. But right now at this moment, how many vacancies do you have?
I would say right now, at this moment, probably, I'm sorry, let me just do quick math. So if we counted from 30, it would be 18.
Okay.
But if we counted from 25, it would be 13.
Okay. So the budget is a little harder to follow this year because of sort of changes to intra-district transfers. So, but if we set that aside, it looks like your overall FY23 proposed budget is about $13,000 less than your FY22 approved budget. And you received some federal enhancements last year that helped deal with the case backlog. Those are dropping out of the FY23 budget, and the mayor has not proposed replacing those funds fully with local funds. So how is that appropriate? Sort of, it's a small decrease, but still a decrease in the agency's budget. How is that appropriate given the ongoing need to close out cases?
Chair, so I think that with the diverse mechanisms that I've spoken about in approaching, tackling our case management, our backlog and case processing in general. I'm confident that, with all of the onboarding and all of the training, that when we enter FY23, we'll be in a really strong place, a good foundation to tackle these issues.
So, I mean, this is obviously going to is causing some concern for, me, other council members, folks who work with the agency. We are still in a place where there's a case backlog. We're still in a time of having to sort of steady the ship. And I think you've been doing a very good job here. But we're not out of the woods yet. And, the budget is decreasing slightly, but still decreasing. So for those folks who are not optimists, how do you sort of address that concern?
I think I would say stay in touch with the Office of Human Rights. I'm happy to engage in additional conversations, but like I said, my forecasting from looking at historical pattern and looking at our plans today, it's pretty robust. And while I can't make any sort of guarantees, I feel that the support that we have is sufficient. We have room to grow, and I think that with the growth, there needs to be more planning and more management. And so I think we have enough growth here that we need to catch up to. That I think we have a lot of work to implement and to finish and to get through in FY22 and certainly in FY23 to reap the benefits of the foundation that we're strengthening in FY22, if that makes sense. And certainly, when we do formulation for FY24 budget in the fall, we'll revisit and assess closely. And I'm certainly learning a lot. And if I should be in that position, I will certainly have a very good assessment of where we are and what we need.
I wouldn't say that I'm fully convinced, but what you're saying, makes some sense. There's been a lot of growth in the past couple fiscal years in the number of FTEs. It's going to take time to fill those positions, and sort of stabilizing an agency requires more than just a lot of people. It requires stability. And so, there are times where you need to grow, and then times where you need to focus on stabilizing. And so we will sort of pay attention, not just to the growth, but to the work to stabilize the agency. So I hear you on that.
Sure. And if you would like, Chair, I can mention also that in part of rebuilding and strengthening OHR and building strong foundation for OHR, like you said, certainly includes not just the FTEs, but ensuring that there is employee appreciation, employee incentive awards, and all of those things, which I've spoken about from the performance oversight hearing. And so we're continuing to pursue those things, and I am implementing various incentive award programs throughout the year in FY22.
Okay, and this goes to, I think, retention.
That's correct. Yeah. Exactly. In order to preserve the institutional knowledge that we're building from training and growing our people here at OHR.
The sense I've gotten over the last couple of years seems to be decreasing, but there seem to be morale challenges at the agency that require some attention. So I hear your answer. I appreciate it. We'll sort of prod it a bit, as we're supposed to. But I understand the plan here. In the investigations activity line of the Equal Justice Program, it looks like about 8 FTEs are moving from the regular pay continuing full-time line to the regular pay line. Why is that?
I might ask Ms. Dean to respond to that.
So your question again is why the funding moved from what line to the other? Can you repeat the 2 lines?
Yeah, from regular pay continuing full-time to regular pay other.
I think it's just a coding of how the positions were initially placed in the budget in FY22 and how they were classified in PeopleSoft when they became true positions. So it didn't change any of the funding for those positions. It was really just how it was coded once it was an actual position in PeopleSoft.
What's the difference between those positions in terms of like the permanence or pay and benefits? Is there any difference?
As far as pay and benefits, I would say no. I think Inyana probably would be best to answer as far as the position term itself.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, council member. That's correct. There is no change in benefits. So in terms of OHR's employees, all are full-time employees with the full list of benefits.
Okay. And the term, these aren't term, these didn't go from permanent to term employees?
So there is a possibility some employees are onboarded as a career probationary, which is kind of similar to a term appointment. It's 13 months. And then after that 13 months, they're put into a permanent full-time position. So the terms are kind of synonymous in terms of the career and probationary, but there was no change in benefits. It was just changing that person, like I said, to a full-time regular.
Okay. So for the ones that have the probationary period, is it dependent on funding at the end of that probationary period, or is it just dependent on performance?
Generally, it's a combination of both. So for all of our positions for a new hire, they would go through this 1-year probationary period, depending upon the position and depending upon what it's the intent of the position. So thus, if it was a grant funded position, then that might be solely based upon funding, but generally it's based primarily upon performance.
Okay. We may follow up with some questions on that. The concern I'm having is we have another agency under our committee where I saw some agencies some positions move from permanent full-time positions to term positions, and the agency testified it's the same, but it's not the same, and I think it changes sort of, recruitment and applications. And so I just want to make sure we kind of fully understand what's happening here. So we may follow up with some questions on this.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. You have, Director, you've described your approach to case backlog resolution as setting up a new team that you call the SWAT team, and estimated late last month that you were 45 to 60 days from onboarding that team. Do you still anticipate that they'll start within the next month or so?
Yes, absolutely, council member. We've hired an attorney advisor. We've identified potential candidates for the remainder of the positions. So we're well on our way.
Okay. I look forward to seeing that roll out. And we discussed, I'm sure. We discussed last month how your sort of inability to offer competitive compensation may be or have been hindering your ability to fill many vacancies. Have you seen a shift in that, and does your budget give you the ability to offer higher pay to prospective workers?
The short answer is yes. Our budget does allow us to offer competitive pay. And as you can see, we extended 14 offers and 12 were accepted. And so that's a pretty good percentage, I would say, with respect to our salaries.
Okay. So one of the big shifts in your budget chapter is that you seem to be reducing the personal services budget by over $377,000 in savings from your vacancies, and you instead expect to spend that on contractors. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And what are those contractors going to do?
Mainly to support our backlog reduction efforts. So it would all go mainly to the enforcement team.
Okay, and why contractors and not permanent employees or permanent staff?
It allows us to more quickly fill the positions and also get a feel for performance of employees when we have contractors. So it's a little quicker to onboard, or I don't want to say onboard, but engage in contracting work than it is to hire, as we all know. And so to allow us to have that flexibility is really important, but also my understanding, and perhaps Ms. Dean could jump in here if she has anything to add, is that program, that funding can be reprogrammed to PS funding as necessary. So it just allows for us to have more flexibility in order to fill the needs more quickly as we need in FY23.
All right. I guess I still have some concerns about that, but it, it's a balance between sort of moving quickly and long-term stability, and to some degree, I want to make sure we are respecting your discretion, but I'll just note some concern there. You're now expecting $40,000 to enforce compliance with the Language Access Act and to maintain your field testing. What's that going to look like? What happens with that $40,000?
With that $40,000, we expect to do more robust field testing. Certainly, my language access director is on the call today if she'd like to chime in as well, if you'd like to hear from her.
Sure.
Rosa Carrillo would be the language access director.
You may have to unmute. Can I hear you for some reason? You're not muted. Is your computer volume on? Can't hear you. I think can you try now? Wait. Oh, okay. I thought I heard something now. Okay. How about we do this? Let us know when if you're able to resolve it, and we'll come back. So no issues. Director, you're getting an enhancement of $20,000 to provide mandatory mediation services. What's happening with that funding?
That funding will go towards supporting our contractors that help to move through the mediation services.
And what kind of mediation services will they be working on?
So as you know, every case that comes to OHR is required to undergo mandatory mediation. So that's one part. And then the next part is at the end of the investigation, if there's probable cause finding, we also require mandatory conciliation, which is much like mediation, except that we've now got a probable cause finding. And so the same team, the mediation unit, really it should be called alternative dispute resolution unit, also conducts conciliation at the back end. And so it's to help support that work as well.
Okay. Well,
and to strengthen, to strengthen that work, because mediation and conciliation are slightly different. And so we want to make sure that our mediators and conciliators have the proper tools to effectively conciliate when it comes to the back end.
But you've been doing mediation and conciliation, right? So what new happens with this $20,000? What does this change?
Well, as you know, Councilmember, we've gotten added volume of cases as related to COVID and COVID exemption matters. And so this will again help to support additional surges in cases that we get, which must undergo mediation. And if at the end, probable cause, then conciliation.
Okay. Ms. Perillo, you were going to talk hopefully about language access and field testing.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. Sorry, just having a couple of IT issues here today in the office, so I'm not in my office actually. Yes, so language access field testing, looking into fiscal year 23, will be an increase in terms of the number of agencies that will be tested in language access by telephone and in person. So in previous years, we've been classically doing in person, like a secret shopper testing, and as well by phone. Due to COVID, it was suspended for in-person testing, which is mean a tester will go to an agency, it will be requesting services in that particular, in any particular language. It's not only asking, and also asking for any language access material that will be available in the agency. So we are retaking again in-person testing. That's the reason also an increase. And as well, we are looking in not only agencies, but also funded entities. So we are including in the field testing funded entities as well, or vendors or contractors in that aspect.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that's happening. I know a lot of people are glad to hear that. We still need to see more money in agency budgets for language access compliance. But we appreciate the work that you're doing and hope that you will, also continue to nudge your sister agencies, when you find non-compliance.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So your testimony touched on the capital improvement plan and the work on the case management system. How do you think that's going to improve the process for residents?
Well, the case management system, once improved, should expedite our ability to effectively manage so that the managers can better see how many cases they have on their teams, how many cases are on the individual investigators' workload, and then they can better track the timeline of these cases. And have ticklers to remind us of where we are in the case and to make sure that we're moving the cases along with the ticklers and the timelines we've established in the case management system.
And trying to remember from your testimony if you give a timeline for having it completed.
I did not, but we are hoping to implement phase 2 in quarter 3 and 4.
Okay, and I think I asked this in the performance oversight hearing. Phase 2 of how many?
I appreciate that question. I think there are 3, if not 4, but I think it's just 3.
Okay.
And I will certainly confirm that over email for you.
Thank you. And you mentioned last month that you could use a dedicated IT officer. Is that reflected in your proposed budget?
Yes.
Excellent. We've also discussed how when you engaged a vendor to test landlords for source of income discrimination, there was a surprisingly high number of inconclusive findings. Have you gotten clarity as to what that meant?
Yes, I've spoken with the vendor and they've explained that there were 2 different types of tests which were conducted. One was via email and one was via telephone. And in some instances, the testers did not receive a response from the housing providers, or if they did receive a response, it was not responsive with respect to whether or not the housing providers accepted vouchers. So I am working closely on that project with my housing program manager, as well as an attorney advisor, one of the new attorney advisors that have been assigned to this unit, as well as this vendor more closely to see how we can improve upon that study for this year.
Okay. Do you have a sense of the timing for moving through those next steps? Because it seems like there may be a real problem here, and I want to make sure we are sort of starting to get to the root of the problem.
Absolutely. So I've actually asked when we met with the vendor to provide additional information and data that we can analyze and look at. And so we're in the process of downloading and digesting that data. And then we're also in the midst of negotiating our contract with them on this project for FY22. And so I would say that in the next 45 days, we will have a robust, a specific concrete plan for how to tackle the things that we've discovered from the first study in FY21, as well as how to tailor our study in FY22, in part based on what we've learned from the study that we conducted in FY21.
Okay. And we've discussed before that you believe that disparate impact cases are generally considered beyond your office's capacity, and that you generally dismiss them for administrative convenience. Does the mayor's proposed budget make it feasible for you to evaluate more disparate impact claims?
As I said before, one of the ways that we can address this issue is also through director's inquiries. And so I had encouraged advocates and individuals who have testified to come to OHR, connect the OHR, to contact us about looking at these cases. I also testified that we could partner with EEOC, who is very interested in engaging in practice and pattern cases and disparate impact cases, to do that. So I think that right now we would still need to continue to focus our resources on cleaning up the backlog, improving the backlog. And so even if we did have additional funding to that end, I think that that's a next step process for FY24.
So what do we, in the meantime, what do we do with those disparate impact cases?
We could certainly work with the communities as they identify these cases. I do want to work closely with them to engage in director's inquiries and to partner with, like I said, with HUD or with the EEOC to jointly, because if we have a joint investigation, that'll multiply the resources that we have. And so we could, in certain instances, tackle those ones. In housing cases, we could also refer them to the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay. So as those come in, what do you plan to work with those other agencies?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And as I mentioned before, I have a established relationship with the director of the EEOC, and I'm getting to know the leaders at HUD as they are changing for this year.
And you have indicated before that for this year, instead of hiring a new administrative law judge for the commission, you prefer to support the existing ALJs through the law clerk and intern programs. Does this budget proposal include resources for those supports?
Yes, and I just want to update that. We have identified a candidate for a legal fellow, not a law clerk, but a fellow who will occupy a permanent position in OHR's budget. In addition to that, we are going to also add law clerks to that.
In this coming fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Presently and in FY23.
Okay. That's good. That is. And the why remind me why we don't need to add a new ALJ, just given the case backlog?
Sure. I've consulted with the chief administrative law judge on this matter, but I've also looked at the case numbers, and the last I looked, we have 23 active pending cases before the ALJs who oversee cases before the commission, as well as the government cases that do not go to the commission, but nonetheless still go through the hearing process. So in my assessment, 23 cases between 2 ALJs and a law fellow seems adequate to me.
And I'm not sure if you caught Mr. Syndrome's testimony. I think we discussed this in a performance oversight hearing, but it may have been another agency. But what is the appeals process from the commission or OHR?
Sure. So for any decisions that come out of OHR after investigation or dismissal, if it is a no probable cause finding or a dismissal, it would go to the Superior Court for what's called petition for review. If it is a decision coming out of after a hearing in front of the ALJs, that will go to the Court of Appeals.
Okay. And we got a request that lawyers who work for government employee unions should be able to attend OHR, equal opportunity, equal employment opportunity trainings. I understand at least, one union's lawyers were turned away at some point in recent years, obviously AFGE, but why is that?
As I was listening to that testimony, I want to extend a sincere apology to Mr. Was it Silverstein, I want to say, who testified on that issue. I certainly am not sure why that occurred. Silverstein. So my apologies, Mr. Silverstein, for that experience, but I would encourage you to reach out to me, and certainly I'm going to work with you, council member, and your staff to connect with Mr. Silverstein so that we can provide the support that he is requesting. I, again, of course, was not in this position in the previous years and don't want to speculate what happened. But I will say that I'm not sure if he was looking for trainings from attorneys, but typically our attorneys do not conduct trainings. That is in part to do with the attorneys already pretty full plate in reviewing cases for legal sufficiency, as well as providing legal guidance and counsel to the enforcement teams. And in addition to us having a specified team of outreach individuals who conduct trainings, who are trained by the lawyers. And so we do, of course, as you know, have our trainings that we have developed quite a lot in the last 4 to 5 years, the human rights liaison training. And that we've expanded quite a bit in FY22, where the public, anyone can attend those trainings. In fact, there's one happening right now today that I am missing. But those trainings usually occur every quarter, and we've expanded it to include not just the laws and the theories of discrimination that we apply at OHR, but understanding the context behind discrimination, breaking down barriers about unconscious bias, and how do we get there? Why does discrimination occur? So I've got a very good trainer, Dr. Mia Carey, here with us at OHR, who is really working hard to bring context to those trainings. And it's actually now a 4-part training where people can get certified and become human rights liaison. So I encourage Mr. Silverstein and his team to attend those trainings. We also have, I think what he was referring to was the internal EEO counselor trainings that we conducted. And I would imagine that might have been why he was, or his staff was not able to attend. It was because it was for EEO counselors and officers.
What was the difference between those trainings?
I'm sorry?
What's the difference between the trainings you were describing a moment ago and the counselor trainings that you just mentioned?
So the HRL training is open to anybody. And the EEO trainings for the government are for government employees. And specifically, it began as a training for EEO counselors and officers so that they understand the laws that OHR enforces, since they're working on resolving these cases prior to coming to OHR, and also to train them on the processes involved in looking at cases that come to them as an EEO counselor or their role as an EEO officer for an agency. So that's why it's specifically tailored to that particular audience.
Okay.
I hope that was clear on the difference.
Yeah, but Mr. Silverstein knows better than I do sort of what training they need. So to the extent that there's a difference or a gap in the need, he'll be in touch with you and if necessary with us. But it sounds like a resolvable issue. So I appreciate that. Director, I want to thank you again for being with us. All the questions that I have today. So thank you to you and your team. I know massive amount of work in front of you, but also a massive amount of work behind you. So I know many of us appreciate the progress that you're making.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate being here today.
And thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too. We will now welcome Keith Anderson, Director of the Department of General Services, and any staff that he would like to join him. Director Anderson, welcome to you and your team. If you would let me know when everybody who may be answering questions is on.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the gang is all here.
All right, well, very good to see everyone. Welcome. As you all know, it's the practice of this committee to swear in our government witnesses. So I'm going to ask everyone to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, again, Director Anderson, welcome, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman White, council members, and staff of the Committee on Facilities and Procurement. I am Keith Anderson, Director of the Department of General Services. I am pleased to be here today to present testimony regarding the DGS fiscal year 2023 or FY23 budget. Joining me today are Danielle Metters, Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Michelle D., Chief Administrative Officer, Antoinette Hudson Beckham, Agency Fiscal Officer, and Tiffany Moore, Deputy Director of Capital Construction Services, among other DGS executive team members. On March 16th, Mayor Muriel Bowser introduced the fiscal year 23 proposed budget and financial plan, a fair shot. The FY23 Fair Shot budget continues the mayor's focus on what we know to be pillars of an equitable recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. Access to safe and affordable housing, high quality job training, safe and healthy neighborhoods, ensuring our children's educational success, increased access to quality childcare, expanded programs to reduce gun violence, accessible transportation options, and continued support for our businesses and residents hit hardest by the pandemic. The mayor's FY23 budget includes key investments to support DGS in continuing to fill our core mission to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio. I would like to take a moment to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership of the district and support of the agency throughout the challenges of the last 2 years, as well as her continued support in FY23. Mayor Bowser's local operating budget allocation for DGS in FY23 is $381 million, a 27% increase from the FY22 local base budget. The agency's total 6-year capital budget authority is $162 million, with $57 million allocated in FY23, including the capital budget for projects which DGS will implement on behalf of our client agencies. The 6-year total is $3.8 billion, with $882 million allocated in FY23 alone. The total DGS budget supports a strong team of 680 FTEs who work tirelessly to ensure the agency delivers on its commitments to district residents. The mayor's FY23 Fair Shot budget will help DGS continue to improve HVAC performance, reduce work orders, enhance agency operations, and deliver world-class facilities to district residents. As the committee is aware, DGS is laser focused on improving maintenance and work order completion, with a particular emphasis on HVAC performance. In light of this focus, Mayor Bowser recently made an additional $29.7 million investment in FY22 to support the agency's maintenance work in District of Columbia public school facilities. I would like to thank the mayor for this additional investment in maintenance and work orders, which is a core function of government that DGS is proud to carry out every single day. Specifically, DGS is using these funds as follows: $15.7 million to ensure preventative maintenance of DCPS HVAC systems nest for all schools, $5.7 million to support HVAC work order needs, including heating and the coming changeover from heating to cooling season, $6 million to invest in a work order reduction effort in FY22, and $2.3 million to support our DCPS consolidated maintenance contractors. The agency will use the $15.7 million for HVAC preventative maintenance as part of a strategy to move from responsive maintenance systems toward a proactive maintenance system. With the support of 9 HVAC preventative maintenance contractors and 2 quality assurance quality control contractors across the portfolio. The contractors will perform preventative inspections on a routine schedule, roll out additional remote monitoring technology for connected HVAC infrastructure, and enhance our catalog of HVAC assets. Using this strategy will allow the agency to identify HVAC issues early and take steps to address the situation to ensure that classrooms remain comfortable learning environments before issues become work orders. The $5.7 million for other HVAC needs will be put towards addressing current heating work orders, as well as preparing and executing the changeover to cooling season, along with addressing any cooling work orders that may be identified in the spring. With regarding to the $6 million for work order reduction, the FMD team is already engaging with DCPS to identify priority work orders and move as swiftly as possible to address the work orders that are important to our school communities. This work order reduction funding will be coupled with a $2.3 million additional support for CMCs, which will position contractors to tackle more work orders in the larger DCPS facilities where CMCs operate. These funds are in DGS's budget right now, and the agency has already begun to leverage them towards HVAC maintenance and work order reduction. In the past, DGS has focused on work orders earlier than ever as part of an updated strategy to move towards a more effective year-round response. This strategy is supported by the mayor's preventative maintenance investments and is paired with increased transparency through our recently unveiled DGS DCPS HVAC dashboard. With these additional investments in FY22 and our commitment to focusing on year-round response, I am confident that our schools will be ready for the school year 2022-2023. Looking ahead to the FY23 budget, Mayor Bowser has doubled down on her recent investments in maintenance for school communities, allocating $50.1 million for public education facilities maintenance, a $20.3 million or 68% increase compared to the base FY22 non-personnel services budget. The mayor's $20 million increase for public education facilities includes $3.7 million for CMCs to conduct ongoing maintenance for our new schools, and $14.2 million for preventative maintenance at DCPS facilities to ensure that the systems work year-round. The mayor has paired these operating dollars for preventive maintenance with the historic $43.6 million investment in FY23 DCPS capital funds to replace aging HVACs and boilers in schools. This mix of capital funds to replace older systems and operating funds for preventive maintenance of newer systems is in line with industry best practice. Pursuing this strategy positions the agency to replace systems that have reached the end of their useful life rather than pursuing temporary fixes, while also leveraging a preventive maintenance strategy that will help prevent issues from becoming work orders in the future and extend the useful life of recently installed systems. DGS is very excited about the mayor's continued investment in HVAC maintenance and work order reduction, and we look forward to continuing to work with our partners at DCPS to leverage these funds for the benefit of our school communities. In addition, with regard to maintenance and work orders, I would like to highlight the mayor's investment in the Department of Parks and Recreation facilities and the district's public safety and justice facilities. We have been allocated a local fund increase of $2.1 million and $2.4 million respectively in fiscal year 23. The mayor has also invested additional FY23 capital funds to replace HVAC systems and other critical building systems in non-DCPS facilities. With an allocation of $1 million for DPR HVAC replacement and $6.5 million in the DGS budget to support critical system replacements for older buildings of portfolio. DGS looks forward to working with our partners at DPR, the agencies of the public safety cluster, and other client agencies to leverage these funds to tackle priority work orders at their facilities. I also want to note that DGS plans to spend the majority of the FY23 maintenance and capital funds with our local DC-based certified business enterprise, indefinite delivery, indefinite quality contract holders, as we did in FY22. This strategy means that the mayor's investments will not only allow DGS to continue our client agency's maintenance needs, but also provide vital opportunities to the district's CBE community. We look forward to continuing to work with the CBE contractors to provide the best possible maintenance for district facilities. In addition to her support for the agency's maintenance work, the mayor has allocated funds to improve operations across the agency and to support our client agencies. A highlight of this investment includes $4 million in FY23 for energy retrofitting of district buildings, which will be paired with $4 million in existing allotment for a total of $8 million available to reduce environmental impacts and an energy cost of public buildings. At the same time, the mayor has also invested $5 million over the course of the 6-year CIP for DGS fleet replacement, which will position the agency in jumpstarting the process of switching to an electric vehicle fleet. These investments together will reduce the carbon footprint of the district's portfolio and the agency's operation in support of Mayor Bowser's Green DC goals. I would also like to note the mayor's investment in DGS leasing budget, which breaks down as follows: $8.4 million to support the agency's move to the new DGS headquarters in Ward 7, $6.1 million for leases to support Metropolitan Department and Office of the Inspector General office space, and $2 million to support office leases for the Office of Contracting and Procurement and the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. These investments will support not only DGS, but also our client agencies to move into state-of-the-art office spaces. With regard to delivering capital projects, through the FY23 Fair Shot Budget Capital Improvements Plan, Mayor Bowser has allocated over $2.4 billion for school modernizations or renovations, as well as small DCPS capital projects, including $45 million to equip a new high school on MacArthur Boulevard, and $71 million to add 4 new elementary school modernizations within the CIP, specifically Simon Henley Elementary School, Bunker Hill Elementary School, and Langley Elementary School. $353 million for parks and recreation capital projects, including field replacement for fields in need of repair, such as Hardy and Francis Fields, a continuation of our commitment to ensure parks and recreation facilities reach ADA compliance, a full modernization of the Rita Bright Recreation Center, a premier dog park at Oxen Run Park, a new recreation center for the River Terrace community, a new indoor pool at the Hillcrest Recreation Center, and a brand new indoor sports complex at the site of the RFK Stadium. $69.1 million for a new circulator bus maintenance facility, $31 million in renovations of the district's permanent and temporary supportive housing and shelter services, and $8.5 million for a new animal shelter. Also included are $251 million for a reimagined treatment and residential facility to build a new annex to the district's correctional treatment facilities that will provide a new modernized facility for up to 600 inmates and be a major step towards eventually closing the aging central detention facility and moving all inmates to the CTF, and $25 million to maintain safe, secure, and humane conditions for inmates at the CDF until the new CTF annex can be completed. These projects are just a few examples of the facilities which DGS is in charge of delivering over the 6-year CIP. We are very excited about the mayor's capital investments and look forward to continuing to work with our sister agencies to deliver these important projects to district residents. Mayor Bowser's FY23 Fair Shot budget positions DGS to continue our record of accomplishments in line with the agency's core mission to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio. The council and the committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your work to support the agency. I want to again thank Mayor Bowser for her support of the agency, and I also recognize the whole DGS and also want to recognize the whole DGS team for their extraordinary efforts over the last year in preparing the FY23 budget. I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals under the Fair Shot budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Director. Obviously lots to dig through. Let's start with something that came up a lot in the testimonies today and also in the performance oversight hearing, which is, and I was glad to see some of the schools that folks raised concern about on your list to get some real attention. But there's still a broader issue on a public-facing work order dashboard, which we've been discussing for a while. And the goal is for residents to be able to see what work orders are open, what their status is, and what decisions the agency is making about maintenance. And you wrote to the committee last night that you're waiting to see how the HVAC portion goes before expanding to other school work orders. Is there funding to continue building out that dashboard in this budget?
Mr. Chairman, there was no funding to create the original dashboard and therefore no funding to build out the remaining part. But I do understand the importance from the community and your committee about having this information. And that's something we're very keen on and we'll continue down this road. But unfortunately, there's no funding to fully build this out at this time.
What features do you hope to add to the dashboard this year?
We would like for it to be more interactive. We would like to expand beyond DCPS facilities to include other assets, but we're just not there yet. So we're perfecting what we currently have to make it more interactive, to include maybe messaging back in between residents. But again, we're not there yet. This is something we're still continue to research, monitor, build up, and understand the feasibility of expanding. But again, there is no funding tied to this project at this time.
What will it take to have a dashboard for all of your school work orders and eventually all your work orders? What steps will that take?
I think we would need to hire a consultant and really understand how we get there in terms of including work orders for not only DCPS's inventory, but for the entire building inventory, which consists of approximately 680 buildings. It's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done, and we understand the need, but we would need to have some type of support to really get this online quickly.
So the council hears frequently from school administrators, faculty, staff, parents who are frustrated that schools have to submit work orders multiple times to get problems resolved. You know, we heard people testifying today that their work orders that they see are years old. Why are there work orders that would sort of, be in queue for years and the people who are sort of seeing them don't have an idea of when they're going to get addressed?
Right. And so I think it was mentioned earlier in testimony that DGS works with DCPS. And when I say DCPS, DCPS Central Office, to prioritize the work orders. And we have to do that given the resources that are made available to us to maintain the facilities. And I think, and I know I've testified in previous hearings that DCPS and the Chancellor have made it clear that the priority, their priority in terms of work order management is fire, life, and safety, water intrusion, and HVAC. And so that's something that we've been very keen on lately. And with the mayor's supplemental funding in FY22, we've been able to mobilize and start addressing work orders. One that you heard of today at School Without Walls about the partition would not have been made possible without that supplemental funding this fiscal year. Normally that funding comes in terms of the summer blitz, and we close out about 33% of the work orders in 5 weeks. This time, we're able to start this process much earlier and to address work orders throughout the year, as opposed to during the summer blitz. Additionally, in terms of closing out work orders for HVAC, I think we're seeing a downward trend now that we have essentially broken the city down into 10 zones. We have contractors that cover each zone for HVAC, and those boots are on the ground as we speak, doing the preventive maintenance work, monitoring the systems, addressing work orders. They are doing the filter replacements pursuant to the manufacturer's suggestion, and they're also responsible for the turnover from the heating season to the cooling season. So with these additional investments in the work order management system, in the HVAC system, has allowed DGS to change our business process and get smarter about how we address work orders, general work orders, but more importantly, put in a true preventive maintenance program for every entire DCPS HVAC system. And so that is happening now. And as we move forward, we look forward to working with you in the committee to support those efforts moving forward.
So we understand that the fire life and safety is priority, but for instance, we heard parents of students at Langley suggest that many of the bathrooms don't work, and that students have to walk up multiple flights of stairs. These are young students to get to a working restroom, that there are many restrooms that don't have, or at least until recently didn't have, hot water. And these are real issues too, and I don't suggest that they should be prioritized over fire life and safety, but they do need to be addressed. And to continue hearing that some of these issues are sort of years old, that's difficult to reconcile with our budget. So what are you suggesting about those types of issues and how they'll be addressed in this budget?
So at Langley, I am aware of the bathroom on, I think it's the cafeteria level. Just so you know, that when Langley was built in 1922, the original purpose for that bathroom was to be used by, I believe, either custodians or teachers, because that bathroom abuts a boiler room, which is where you do not want children to use the bathroom. But understanding, since the buildings was put online, obviously the programmatic needs have changed for the school. We are working with Langley on a capital project to actually move that boiler and to then remodel the space for bathrooms. So that is afoot as we speak. In terms of the hot water, that was the first I'm hearing of it today. And I will ask Donnie and his team to address that immediately. But we were aware of the programmatic needs for the bathroom on the cafeteria level. And we now have a capital project underway to, again, move the boiler to another location in the building so that we can fully build out bathrooms for those youngsters at that school.
Director, I'd like to add, just for the record, that there is hot water at the building. The cafeteria has hot water. All but 11 bathrooms or 11 spaces currently have hot water because DGS installed InstaHot right at the sink to allow for hot water. There is at the school a hot water heater that has been in disrepair, but there's no hot water loop currently at the school. So this is more than just a repair. But in the meantime, we've installed the InstaHot in all but 11. Those 11 spaces require some electrical outlets, which the FMD team is looking into installing so that we can install the InstaHot water heaters at the remaining locations. But there is
how long has the hot water heater been in operational?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I have to pull up the work order, but I understand that it has been offline for some time, but there are some system infrastructure issues that will not allow the hot water from that heater to reach all parts of the building anyway, which is why the agency moved to install the InstaHot water heaters as a permanent solution.
So you using the work order system, how long would it take you to find out how long the hot water heater has been inoperational?
Councilmember, we'll look into that with the team right now and circle back.
Okay, but my question now is different. I'm trying to figure out how long it would take to find out, because I'm trying to get a sense of the sort of functionality of the work order system.
The work order system will let us know when a work order was or a work order request was entered into the system, but then it has to be go through a troubleshooting process or a triaging process by our intake team. And then they will through an investigative process, they'll determine, okay, there are some other issues, auxiliary issues related to the system, the plumbing system, that will not allow water to get to each location. All right, this may require a small caps investment, but in the meantime, what can we do to make sure that there's hot water at the school? And that's when a decision is made to install the hot water heater, the InstaHot water heaters at the sink.
Okay, but at some point somebody puts in a work order that says the hot water heater isn't working, and I'm trying to get a sense of, it seems like sort of a work order system, you should be able to plug in some search term and pull up the notes relatively easily, unless it works just very different than the way most of us think it works.
Councilmember, with a work order, it would be relatively easy, but I don't have the work order number for that particular work order in front of me. So we are working with the team to get that information, and we will circle back with you as soon as we have it.
Does the work order system allow you to do keywords like Langley?
It does, but the search functionality may pull up any number of different plumbing or heat-related work orders. So the team's doing that right now. Again, we will circle back.
Okay, so if you type in Langley, how many results come up?
Councilmember, you'll have to give me just a minute to log in here. Okay, my understanding is that there's 32 open work orders at Langley right now.
Okay, 32?
Correct.
Okay. And so, like, can you quickly kind of see which one has to do with the hot water heater?
Again, we are working to look into that, and we will circle back. It can be during the hearing, but I do need a minute just to find that.
Okay, feel free to jump in when you have that. And Harry Thomas Playground. Obviously, we heard this testimony during the performance oversight about an irrigation issue. They say, not being mulched and maintained. What is the status of what's the maintenance on there? Let me sort of separate the irrigation. Is there an irrigation issue at Harry Thomas Playground?
There is a flooding issue at Harry Thomas Playground, and I believe Donnie's team is working with our partners at DOEE in terms of mitigating that flooding at that park. That is something that we were working on during the performance oversight hearing, and I believe our teams are still working on that issue. But there is an issue with ponding or flooding at the Harry Thomas Playground, Harry Thomas Recreation Playground.
And what about the issue of mulching and maintenance? Who does that? Is that DGS, is DPR, or somebody else?
We do handle lawn care for district government facilities. Donnie, I don't know if mulching is a part of that contract.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is?
And
Okay.
it's not a part of the citywide mowing contract, but it is part of our summer readiness activities. So we're looking at we're just gearing up on mowing. We're looking at areas that require mulch and topping those off and getting ready for the spring.
Can you check the maintenance, including mulching on this playground, and also follow up with a status update on the water ponding issue?
We'll follow up with the ponding issue, but I would like to resolve the ponding issue before we put mulch down there, because it just will carry the mulch away. But we will get on that quickly as we prepare for spring and summer readiness.
Thank you.
And Councilmember, thanks for giving us a little bit more time to look into Langley. The team has confirmed that the issue with the hot water heater cropped up this school year. So we're working to replace the heater, but in the meantime, the short-term solution is the one that Donnie just laid out with regard to installing InstaHot, which they've already done where they have utility access, and we're continuing to do that as a short-term measure while we work on the hot water heater situation.
I think we had testimony last school year about the hot water heater. So I'm gonna double check my email and notes, because I think that we heard about this before this school year. I will look into that and circle back, actually probably during this hearing.
And sorry to cut you off, Councilmember. Go ahead. I was just going to add for the record that since we're moving forward with the InstaHots, we're going to pursue that solution, and then the hot water heater would be replaced as part of the modernization. So that's the longer term solution, but the InstaHots would provide hot water in the meantime.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, sir. I was just intending to correct the record. I mentioned that we would replace the hot water heater. But once we get the InstaHots installed, hot water will be available, and then we'll replace the heater as part of the school's modernization.
Okay. I appreciate it. So I'm interested both in the replacement of the hot water heater, but I also think this is a good way for us to sort of understand how the work order system works. Does the work order system give school personnel a way to indicate whether they sort of view something as a repeat work order? So like, let's say I see an issue at my school and I want to go into a work order, and, you know, is there some way to indicate to me that this issue has already been submitted?
I can say from experience, there's not a good way to do that on the end user side, from the DCPS side. But a lot of the same folks are putting in the same work orders on DCPS side, but Salesforce does have the ability to flag related work orders. And once that's submitted, you can see in Salesforce that there is a related work order for a similar issue. So that is a piece of the functionality there.
And we have a whole team, first team dedicated to reviewing work order requests and looking through the system to see if there's duplicates. And if there is a duplicate, those work orders will get archived or canceled and reference the duplicate work order number.
Okay. So how does it indicate duplicate? Like, is this something you have to do manually? Like, how does it catch duplicates?
Both system and manually. The first team can look for keywords at a site and determine if there's a duplicate that way. And when they review a new work order request, they can manually compare it to other open work orders at that site and determine if it is a duplicate, and then take the next action to approve it or archive that work order.
Okay. So last night you provided a written update suggesting that sort of, work orders are left up to each school's leadership or the prioritization, or the DCPS central office to decide who signs off when work orders are complete. So I'm not clear on whether it's the school leadership or DCPS central office signing off. Shouldn't the same person who raised the issue be involved in deciding whether it's fixed, or at least be sure that it's somebody who has eyes on the building?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask Donnie and then Matt to describe our new process in terms of QA/QC when we close out work orders, general work orders, and HVAC work orders. Matt, you want to start? Donnie, go ahead, Donnie.
Yeah, so our new system involves DCPS. When a work order is either completed by a trades person or a contractor, it is then prompted to DCPS to review. They have a certain amount of days to review it. Our building managers assigned to the building can also approve that work order as well. But we allow DCPS a certain time frame to complete that, or to review the work order that is either vendor completed or completed by a tradesperson. They can do that right in the system.
Okay. Let me, I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to have to recess for 15 minutes. Just juggling a number of things. I was hoping one of my colleagues would be here because I know colleagues have questions. Oh, Councilmember Lewis George, there we are.
I'll be ready in like five minutes. I'm in front of the Wilson building.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to recess for 5 minutes. Councilmember Lewis George will resume the hearing, and I'm going to jump back in. So we are in recess for 5 minutes. Councilmember Lewis George will bring us back in.
Perfect. Thanks. All right. Okay, we're ready, I guess. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? No,
My apologies, I was on mute. Good afternoon.
To go to get started. Give me a second to pull up where we were. And Director, if I ask any duplicative questions, I didn't get to hear the first part of the session, just let me know. But I want to start with the HVAC and boiler systems. I'm very happy to see the investment the executive has made in the $43 million investment for HVACs for schools. I want to understand, how many schools does this $43 million investment cover?
Tiffany, you have the number, amount of schools that covers. Yes, Councilmember Lewis George, thank you for recognizing the investments made and for the $43 million for the HVAC and boiler replacements. That will go a very long way as we address some of the HVAC and boiler systems in our schools. Also, I think it's of note to mention that not only is there a capital investment of $43 million to replace these HVACs and boilers, there's also an operational investment in FY23 of $14 million to ensure that DGS is able to build out a preventive maintenance program for all DCPS assets, so that we're making sure that these systems of service are pursuant to the manufacturer's recommendations, that we're changing filters on a quarterly basis, that we have support during the heating, the cooling season, on cooling the heating, and that we also have contractors at the ready to address work orders should they arise. So this is a historic investment in terms of DGS investing in capital, but not only are we investing in capital, we're investing in operating dollars to ensure that we have the dollars to maintain these facilities, and that is at all facilities, Councilman. The amount of boilers, I have to get that number for you.
Okay.
Councilmember, I think I can jump in on that. You're referring to the 23 capital investment, correct?
So yeah, so there's a $43 million investment, and then also a really great $15 million for the preventative maintenance.
Right.
So what I want to understand, and I'm excited about both, and I think both will be great. What I want to understand is, how many schools will this cover? And I'm assessing this on basically trying to understand what portion of the need does this cover, right? So that's why I was asking, how many schools will $43 million investment cover, and then how many schools are covered by that $15 million for the preventative maintenance?
I believe that's 20 per school. I believe the numbers are between 20 and 23 schools. Okay. We would need to finalize that. Obviously, some schools have 2 boilers, some have 3. But I believe the intent is to replace the boilers and HVACs, the boilers in 20 to 23 schools. As we get closer to obviously installation, we'll let you know what that exact number is.
Okay. And that's the for the 15 million that will cover the preventative maintenance?
Yeah, so I think it's 14.7 in FY23, but yes, that is to cover the preventive maintenance for those HVAC systems.
Okay.
And that's for all schools.
Okay.
And yes, so that's for all schools.
We're roughly at 20 to 23 schools that'll be covered in these new investments.
Yes, for the boiler replacements. But that 14 million would ensure that throughout the entire year that DGS has a preventive maintenance plan in place, and that has started now. We have that now, and we look forward to continuing that as we move forward.
Okay. Are we going to be using the same vendors so we're really excited to have this investment in dollars for, the maintenance piece here. And I'm not sure how much of a, quality assurance check we've done. I'm thinking, for example, for a school like Whittier, for example, where we've done several replacements, or a school like Roosevelt, where it was modernized and was modernized with defect automatically input into it, which is going to make us have to do it over. I'm trying to get a sense of, sometimes it could be like, you know, I don't know when that's the case, whether it's Whittier or Powell, if the person who installed it was the issue. So I just want to get to the sense of we're getting new money. I don't want to give good money to the same people to give us faulty results. So are there any changes in contractors or supply or the supplier to help mitigate any sort of further maintenance issues we might see in some of our schools?
I'm almost 100% confident the contractors that we're using for the maintenance end are not the contractors that install the systems in the school, and I'll verify that. But I'm almost 100% sure that's the case. And Councilman, we've had conversations in previous hearings about work orders being closed out but not completed, and the quality assurance, quality control checks. So with the preventive maintenance plan, so to speak, we have I believe it's 9 contractors on board as we speak doing work. And I'm happy to say, as of today, every school has been visited by these contractors and the work has begun. We also have hired 2 QA/QC teams to go behind those contractors to ensure they're doing what they're supposed to. And so that's now happening on the HVAC side of things, as well as the general work order side of things. So I know we talked about it briefly with the chairman, but I'll let Donnie and Matt chime in if I missed anything on the QA/QC piece.
I'm excited about this QA/QC piece. Somebody wants to elaborate. This is great.
I can add one more piece of information. I think it's also important to note that we're working to develop better relationships with the vendors that actually manufacture the equipment and make sure that the vendors who are in the case of Roosevelt and the LG system there, making sure that LG and their local representative knows of the issues that we're having and they can help us fix them with the vendors we have under contract. The 2 specific quality assurance vendors that are helping us manage the preventative maintenance work are really just doing that. They're full-time. It's a team of about 5 folks, 6 folks, depends on the engineers who are actually working. And they're just helping us quality assure, right? Make sure that the vendors are on site when they're there, working on the equipment that needs to be prioritized. And then tracking all of that in daily reports and, against all of the assets that we've cataloged to date.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, and that the only piece is because if we're giving anyone money, we just want to make sure all of our vendors, all of our suppliers, all our contractors, so we don't have to duplicate funds, right? That's waste money when we have to redo things. So if on the front end, so I'm really excited to hear about the QA/QC teams. And I think the community will be as well, just to make sure we're making that process go as well as possible. I want to ask about a few of the Ward 4 specific issues. What's going on with the Lafayette Elementary elevator? It's been broken nearly all year. I think in a follow-up from the Oversight hearing, DGS at DCPS can mark confirm complete for work orders. And is that a requirement for closing a work order? Because right now we are hearing from DCPS staff that the Lafayette elevator is still broken, but then we keep saying that it's a confirmed complete. And I just want to get to the bottom of what's happening there.
Donnie, do you have the latest on the elevator at Lafayette Elementary School?
I do not, Director. I will follow up. I do know it's a proprietary elevator, and there has been some chronic issues with that elevator. It gets repaired, but then goes offline, and there's a record for each one of those repairs. But I'll get the latest around the call.
Councilmember, I actually got an update on that. As you indicated, it was marked complete at a point. It was running at a point in time at the beginning of the school year. And then it had an additional issue. So where we are right now is that we have sent a vendor out, new parts have been ordered, and we are waiting on receipt of those parts at this time. But as you indicated, it was online earlier in the year, which is why it was marked confirmed complete. But as Donnie added, it sort of has been online and then gone offline again. So we're waiting for the parts to come in at this point in time.
Okay, so that was what I was getting to with the QA/QC process and just trying to figure out how we and asking about quality assurance there, because I mean, you all have sent someone out literally it breaks and then it's working again and then it breaks again. And so at this point, I'm like, is it the vendor? Is it the maintenance person? Like, what's the issue to get to the bottom of it so we don't keep coming back again? So that's why I was asking about like how that's going to work. So putting this situation to the new QA/QC process, what would happen now with the new QA/QC team regarding Lafayette, and how would they sort of mitigate this situation differently than what we've seen before?
Well, the QA/QC team will verify that elevator is operational. But when we get multiple data points, just like you mentioned, council member, this elevator keeps coming down. We do a deeper dive into why this is happening. Do we need to consider a capital replacement of this elevator? What are the circumstances around it? And that's some of the work that the first team does. But the building managers, DCPS, as we look at the history of that elevator, we start to think big picture. How do we permanently resolve this issue?
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'm excited to hear about the team. I'm thinking that if I hope the team, if they go out, they could say, not only has it been fixed, but just say like, hey, it seems that we need a new elevator here, or whoever the vendor was didn't do this right. And so in the future, we need to do this. I mean, because then they'll just have to keep coming out too. The team will just have to keep coming out. And I think we got to get to like the root cause of why some of these things like are just continuous and reoccurring. And it's more effort on your team as well when those specific things happen. I see Chairman White is back, but I'll keep going with questions so he can let me know what he wants to do here. But I have
you have we didn't put you on a clock until I came back, so you still have about 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Director, I'm looking in and we're in the budget. Where in the budget is DGS paying to develop the public facing dashboard? What I see here is there's actually a $2 million cut in your IT budget, which isn't a good sign, and I'm a little alarmed about. So help me understand, is this sort of one of the things where the budget is just wonky at this point, or are you taking a $2 million cut in your IT budget?
Well, so I'll let Michelle explain the cut in IT budget, but there was never dedicated funding to build out the dashboard. That is something that we, Council Chairman White and I have heard from the community. That's something that the chairman really pushed for. And that's something I was able to accomplish with my current resources and team. But there are calls to expand that, to move it across different asset classes, and to make it more interactive. That is where we may need to talk about budgeting for that, because at this point there is no budget for it. But we're doing the best we can with our in-house resources to produce this dashboard, and that was our first shot at it. But we do look at, we would like to expand it, and we would be able to do that much quicker with dedicated resources. So you will not find that number. To the $2 million cut, I'll ask Michelle to speak to that.
Okay.
Sure. Hi, council member. I do not see a $2 million cut. I do see a $200,000 cut, as it says on table 4 under activity 1040. And that's a result of a reduction of a one-time cost to support the Public Facilities Environmental Safety Amendment Act of 2020. You receive one-time funding for IT services to support that act. And then we also have a $100,000 increase. So that's a $206,000 delta.
Okay.
So $300,000 increase, or sorry, $300,000 decrease, $100,000 increase.
Okay. I'm gonna look for which table where I see the 2 million, but either the 200,000. One, I want to say to Director, thank you all for making the system work without even having a budget for it. I did not realize that you created this, public facing dashboard for what it is right now, with what the materials you have, which I think is a great thing, and thank you for doing it. And so with the 200K. I think if we're going to expand this public facing dashboard and do more across the dashboard that covers like DCPS and DPR, then you will need some additional funds to do that. And you'll probably need some more IT support to make it happen. And so how much would it cost to, I guess, build that dashboard greater and have the support needed to make it more expansive?
I do not know that now, but I could do some quick research on that.
Okay. All right. It looks like my round is up for this. So I'll pick it up on the next round. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you for taking over, Councilmember Lewis George. I appreciate it. And just to sort of wrap up something that Councilmember Lewis George had asked about, could you as a follow-up share a list of the operating and capital resources that DGS plans to use on HVAC systems in FY23 and the remainder of FY22, including any resources that are school specific and any interagency funds? I just want to make sure we have a clear understanding of what's happening when HVACs this fiscal year and next fiscal year.
So we'd be happy to provide that to the committee.
Thank you very much. And how many spot coolers do you have in reserve in case of an inadequate school HVAC performance coming summer?
I believe we have approximately 300 in our warehouse. Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. But with the current preventive maintenance program that is taking place as we speak, I do not anticipate having that level of issue going into the next school year. Excuse me, we have 315 spot coolers in the warehouse. My apologies.
Yeah, 15. But you don't expect to need them?
So in FY22, the mayor provided supplemental funding to the tune of $15.7 million so that DGS can build out a true preventive maintenance program for DCPS facilities, which includes preventive maintenance prescribed by the manufacturer on a regular basis, to include changing filters, to include work order management with HVAC systems, also to include assisting DGS with the changeover from heating season to cooling season and vice versa. And then there was, in addition to the $15.7 million for the preventive maintenance aspect alone, there was also $5.7 million put in the budget to help us address work orders. And so that work is happening now. It's not something we're waiting till school ends. We have crews that are visiting these education assets on a consistent basis, doing the maintenance. So I don't expect to have the level of issues that we've had last summer. I'm very excited about this process and investment that the mayor's made and continues to make in FY23.
So what about like Roosevelt? You know, if unless the HVAC system at Roosevelt is fixed, we need at least all 9 of those just at Roosevelt. And they're not the only one with current, HVAC issues.
Right. So Roosevelt, a tremendous amount of work has gone into Roosevelt. And I'll let the team kind of walk you through that process. But the first time I heard about Roosevelt was in the winter of 2019, that there was absolutely no heat in the building. And since that time, we've had the original subcontractor come back and work on that system. We've done some retro commissioning. We've done a ton of work with LG to understand why we're getting some of the fault readings that we receive. And we'll continue to work on that system until we get it to a point where we need to be. Matt, do you want to elaborate, or Donnie, do you want to elaborate some of the work we've done on that HVAC system since winter of 2019?
I can just bring up 2 things quickly. We did engage a retro commissioning agent, which is essentially an engineer, to come in and look at Roosevelt and do a general diagnosis of the HVAC systems.
When was that?
It's actually still underway. They're retained through the end of the summer. And we're still working with that engineer to do, Director Anderson mentioned work with LG, where we've asked LG to come in and actually install a piece of equipment that's going to look just at their LG equipment and tell us, what's happening or what's not. And that's some of the measurement verification and quality assurance that we're doing at Roosevelt. And I'm happy to provide more specifics.
Okay, but there are 9 spot coolers. As of today, the HVAC is still not working across the building. But Director Anderson, you're saying we're doing a lot of work and we don't expect to need spot coolers. And so I'm trying to understand, like.
Well, I didn't say that we're doing a lot of work and I expect that we don't need spot coolers. We're doing a lot of work on preventive maintenance, and we now have a true program for the DCPS assets. And I do not anticipate the level of challenges that we had last summer, this coming summer, moving into the new school year, because we are now have a fully funded preventive maintenance program for our HVAC systems.
Okay. Okay, but we anticipate needing some spot coolers at Roosevelt as the weather turns in the next couple months.
There may be a time where we may have to use spot coolers at Roosevelt and in another facility. I cannot guarantee that a system will not break down, but I do not anticipate having the same level of issues or challenges that we had last summer than we did this year, because one, we've moved from a reactive posture when it comes to maintaining our HVAC systems to a proactive posture. So now we're getting ahead of the maintenance. Now we're doing the maintenance. We're getting ahead of changing the filters. We're getting ahead of the things that we need to ensure that these systems function as they are prescribed. But in addition, we're making sure that we actually, continue the life cycle of these assets, which are good for anywhere from 10 to 15 years.
Okay.
But Roosevelt was a challenge from the onset, and we'll continue to monitor and work on that system until we are comfortable with it. But no question about it, that was an issue from the onset, and we've been fixing it ever since.
Let me get one more question in this round. Your budget narrative mentions a $900,000 one-time enhancement to an unspecified program for, quote, the HVAC scheduled maintenance of the asset database development, end quote. What is that?
I can speak to that, Director. So at the beginning of this DCPS preventative maintenance program, at the beginning of this fiscal year, we surveyed all of the schools and we cataloged all of the critical HVAC assets. What we want to do is that same survey, that same cataloging and database effort for the likes of MPD, Fire and EMS, DPW, and get that true understanding of all of those critical assets, not just for DCPS, but for other client agencies.
Okay. Let me turn to my colleagues. I'll start with Councilmember Pinto, who is a member of this committee. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you so much, Chairman White. And I timed this poorly because I have a 2 o'clock meeting, so I have to go, but I'll be back for a round soon, and we'll talk sustainability and EV and gas leaks. Thanks, Director. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, we will see you soon. Councilmember Henderson.
I wasn't prepared for that. Give me just a minute and I will be, she got me off guard. 1 second, apologies. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
While I'm pulling this up, actually, I just will start with Burville Elementary Ward 7. The light pole issue there. I'm not sure if you're familiar. They had lights to light the field, the parking lot, and one other area. We ended up having to take the poles down because one of the poles fell during a high wind weather activity. So the poles have been removed. It's a question about, are we going to replace them? I had this conversation with the chancellor yesterday. And he said that it was a plan to replace them as it pertains to small cap projects, I guess, in the next fiscal year. But my question is more around quality of the workmanship. So when these poles were installed, I'm curious in terms of the work that you all are doing. And I guess the same question could be asked around what happened when you were having the conversation with the chairman about Roosevelt. But how are we ensuring that when these projects are completed, they're done to the specifications and levels that we're not going to have to come back in less than 10 years to redo it?
Right. So from the capital construction standpoint, when we build these new facilities like a Roosevelt, like the ones we recently completed, John Lewis Banneker Senior High School, there's a tremendous amount of oversight now that goes into these projects from a project management team that oversees the contractor's work to ensure that the contractor is building pursuant to the specifications in the contract, and also doing that quality assurance in terms of workmanship and things of that nature. So we do have a very good program now. I liken it to, we have our own owner's rep that manages the contractor and ensures that this work is happening as it should be. And I'll ask Tiffany to elaborate on that a little more.
No, that works for me. All right, I want to ask a question about space just for government agencies in terms of who makes the decision for when it's time for us to acquire more space for our people, DC government. So we're adding lots of FTEs across the government, lots of agencies. And then yesterday we had some agencies before us who said they were looking for additional space, and DGS told them, we have nothing left in the portfolio for you. You have to seek private space. So that was the State Board of Education, the Office of the Ombudsman, and then the Office of the Student Advocate. I think they are currently at 441. They came to you guys and said, hey, we need more space. And then they said that you all said that there's nothing left across the portfolio. And I just find that not only hard to believe, but also I'm curious, how are we adjusting space availability in comparison to the number of FTEs that we are adding across the government?
All right, Tawana, do you want to chime in on that?
Sure, council member. My team engages with client agencies as soon as we become aware that there is a space need. And unfortunately, what we have is a lot of the time personnel are added to different programs, but the consideration of space isn't taken into account. And so we are kind of backpedaling to figure out things that ideally we'd like to figure out at the front end of the process. But to be clear, we have spoken with the State Board of Education. We've done a site visit. They're in 441. 441 is one of our most occupied agencies, owned assets. It's very tight with space. And I think you are aware that MPD is now moving in there as well. And so there just is very limited room to expand at all in 441. With the State Board of Education in particular, I think they're looking to add a parent resource center. And there were some location requirements they had expressed to us. I think they were centered around being in Ward 8. And our preliminary assessment was that in all likelihood, we will probably have to go to the marketplace, go to the private sector to find space to accommodate that need. But these determinations are not done on a fluke. There is an intensive visioning session that occurs. We will go in and understand what their programmatic needs are, what their FTE counts are, future growth. And we try to be very comprehensive when we make these determinations.
But I'm just trying to, I guess, that specific situation aside, are you having regular conversations with agencies as they add people? Like there's another one I'm thinking of, the One's office basically doubled in size recently. Now they doubled when we were in a virtual posture and now we're in person. And so I'm just curious, for all of our agencies, are we saying, does the space work for you going forward? Or do we need to think about, and I know with the Reef Center sort of going offline here, everything is about to get tight.
Right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. So my division is broken down in our, we have a certain number of realty specialists that we kind of spread across the portfolio. We do our best to stay on top of and be on top of client agencies in terms of continuing that communication throughout the course of the year, understanding how their programs are growing. But with agencies like the One's office, we've been working intensively to understand and meet their space growth. I think we have a few things in the pipeline for them, particularly, I think the Pathways program. But as you can imagine, I have about 7 realty specialists that cover a portfolio of over 37 million square feet. So it's no small feat, and that doesn't break down in terms of client agencies, which there are numerous and they continue to grow. So it's something that sure.
One more question. So I noticed in the budget, we're seeing an increase in occupancy fixed costs and an increase in rentals, lands, and structures. As we're thinking about this, like what's driving the cost of us being able to operate our facilities? Is it just normal? The gas bill is higher these days, or?
I will hand that over to our budget guru, Michelle D.
Sure. I mean, Councilmember, it's a number of things, right? Supply and demand certainly increasing the prices in natural gas and electricity. So you will see an increase in our energy costs as a result. In terms of occupancy facilities, the mayor has made significant investments that we've noted with regards to HVAC and preventative maintenance, as well as funding our CMCs. In terms of rent, you'll see additional funds for in-transit and new leases, and we can also go into detail about what those are.
Okay, I'll go wait till the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Chairman Mendelson, welcome.
I'm mute challenged. Thank you. Good afternoon, Director Anderson.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I recently came across my desk a reprogramming of money, almost $500,000 out of DGS to fire and EMS. Why would there be any reprogrammings out of DGS when you need every penny for your work?
Michelle, can you explain that reprogramming?
Yeah, I believe this is for the OCFO. They made us reprogram funding.
I didn't understand that.
Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
It more than likely is for pay-go services.
I'm not understanding.
You said 500,000 was reprogrammed?
$500,000 was reprogrammed out of the agency. Would any money be reprogrammed out of the agency?
Let me look at the details on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you might be thinking of a reprogramming from our energy retrofit program that is going to support another fire EMS project, but that money shouldn't be going out of DGS. It's just adding to the project that FEMS has internal to DGS to execute that fire and EMS project, which is a requirement anytime there's an agency's pool project to support, like the renovation of a fire station. If we want to add energy retrofit funds to that project, we have to reprogram it out of our energy retrofit project into the pool project for the agency.
Yeah, so that would be internal to the DGS.
It would be. So I'm not sure if I'm not familiar with the external one.
Well, this is an external reprogramming. Well, maybe you all can get back to me, but the concern is that what I hear is that problems with maintenance are in part due to the fact that there isn't enough money there. And so then when I see money being reprogrammed out of the agency, I don't understand. Director, let me talk to you about this before. My concern about how long it takes to do repairs to schools. I have a list here from one school, it's 2 pages. One school. And I visited Anacostia High School back in January, I think it was, and I talked with you about this. The fact that their front door did not close properly for 105 days. And it was only after there was a shooting that actually shot up the front door that DGS came and fixed the front door. That's a huge concern of mine. So we had a hearing earlier this week with regard to public education. And I'm just still hearing complaints from school after school. There's not a school that there isn't a complaint about DGS. So Kelly Miller HVAC, I'll just run down the schools from the hearing the other day. And then maybe you can respond. Kelly Miller HVAC, that school was modernized now, yes, earlier, like maybe 15 years ago, but still. Savoy, room 111 has leaked for years. Langley, the roof leaks. There are 2 floors at the school that do not have a working bathroom. 2 floors at Langley Elementary School do not have a working bathroom. Not only is that a problem for the students and the faculty, but special needs students. Maybe I should say students who have a disability for whom taking the stairs is not a good option, are especially inconvenienced. Roosevelt, we had testimony regarding the PA system does not work at Roosevelt. Flooding in numerous places throughout Roosevelt. And this is a school that was modernized 4 years ago. The HVAC is problematic. A wing of the school was closed down for months to repair the HVAC system. This was a couple of years ago. The HVAC system still isn't working in that wing. There are holes in walls, ceilings, roof leaks. I mentioned roof already. Rodents. Garrison, the security alarm doesn't work. I think it still doesn't work. My understanding is that there was a break-in and some vandalism a few months ago. Security alarm didn't go off, so the break-in wasn't discovered until people came back to school several days later. I think this was a weekend. They would have discovered the break-in earlier if the security system, a security alarm had been fixed. I believe that's been a problem for months. Brent, room 203 continues to flood. Now, I brought this up when we met in February. I don't know if you fixed it. Can you speak to any of those problems?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I would just preface my comments by saying DGS has not been without its challenges. And I support the council as we bring things online. Recently, right before our performance oversight hearing about a month ago, the mayor made some significant investments in DGS and our ability to address work orders from a general work order standpoint, as well as a HVAC standpoint. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Chairman, that as of today, with the mayor's investment of $15.7 million in FY22, we've been able to build out and are now operating a true preventive maintenance plan for each DCPS school. We've been able to hire 9 vendors to address all HVAC matters in the school. So $15.7 million is going to regularly scheduled preventive maintenance. It's going to regularly scheduled filter replacement. There's $5.7 million to address HVAC work orders. And that work has begun now, and we're not waiting to the end of to the summer to begin this work, especially given the supply chain issues that we dealt with last summer. We do not want to run into that again. So that work has begun now. Also, as a supplemental funding for FY22, the mayor has put in, I believe, $6 million for general work orders for us to address now. And Donnie's team has mobilized so that we can address some of the things that you mentioned here today, and not wait until the summer to do so. We're doing that now. I'll say starting with Kelly Miller HVAC, I need to look into that one Savoy Elementary School roof. I need to look into that one. Langley is something that we talked about earlier in this conversation. I think what you're referencing is there's a bathroom on the cafeteria level that is not suitable for students. When Langley was built in 1922, that bathroom that was shown in the pictures during testimony was actually for custodians and staff. But obviously the programmatic needs for the Langley community has changed big time since that building was designed and built. And so we now have the capital project with DCPS to move the boiler room, which is adjacent to the bathroom on that cafeteria level, to move the boiler room and to be able to build out the bathroom on that level so that students will not have to go upstairs, like you mentioned, especially those students that may have challenges with the steps. So I'm pleased that that is moving forward. When it comes to PA systems, Mr. Chairman, we have actually done an assessment of all PA systems in all of DCPS's inventory to include PA systems as well as clocks. The vendor has done an assessment of those systems, and the work has actually begun to repair those systems with the investment made recently by the mayor. And so I believe work has already begun on the Roosevelt PA system. It's not complete, but it has begun. And so I look forward to addressing that quickly, not only for Roosevelt, but for all DC public schools, their PA systems and clocks. For Garrison Elementary School, I'm going to alert DCPS's security team about the alarm so that we can make sure that that matter is addressed quickly. For Brent Elementary School, room 203, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me to get back with more information on that.
All right, will there be another round, Councilmember White?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to follow up on the reprogramming.
If you could keep it brief, I got to get back to Councilmember Henderson, and I have to.
Okay, we can follow up on the reprogramming when it goes back to the chairman. I'll hold on.
Okay. Yeah, and I'd like to hear that answer as well. So I actually, if you have the answer on the reprogramming, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I believe the chairman was referring to reprogramming number 2484. That's the LIMS number. It was what Matt Floca had suggested. It was a reprogramming out of our energy retrofitting budget into FIM scheduled capital improvement. That means that we did deliver the work, but there's an OCFO rule whereby we have to send money out of the energy retrofit budget as Matt Floca described. So that work was delivered by DGS, but it's just a budgeting rule that we had to move it over.
Councilmember Henderson, do you have questions this round? All right. We in my last round we were talking about Roosevelt, and you mentioned the commissioning agent. Would you remind me when do you expect to have the commissioning agent's recommendation? This regarding the sort of diagnosing the HVAC system.
So we have a number of recommendations from them now, and we're actively executing what those recommendations are and working with the vendor, the manufacturer, LG, to kind of build out some more visualization of their HVAC infrastructure so we know beforehand and in real time what issues are happening. So we do have that report.
Okay, so but I thought in the last round you said the commissioning agents was still working.
Yes, sir. They are. They're still working with us to implement what I'll call optimizations at Roosevelt. So that is a piece of the retro commissioning work, and they're staying with us through really through finding out all of the different issues at Roosevelt and coming to bringing them to a close.
When you say all the different issues, are we just talking about HVAC? Or are we talking about the PA system?
It's definitely HVAC focused. Sorry, it is focused on HVAC and as well as some minor plumbing and other pieces that are connected to the HVAC system.
Okay, so they are staying on until the issues are resolved.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a When do you expect to have a clear path? That is to say that you understand what is wrong and what will be required to fix it, the HVAC.
I think one of the biggest unknowns right now is potentially with some of the equipment, the water cooled VRF equipment that's on site.
But what I'm sorry, what I'm asking is, when do you anticipate you will have an answer to exactly what's wrong and a path to fix it?
It's hard to give an exact date, sir. I think we could definitely share some of the information with you and get back. But I mean, we're meeting regularly and going through all of the data and figuring out, exactly what to do. I keep going back to LG and mentioning the manufacturer. They're not fully built out just yet to help support us, but we're pushing that procurement through. I think that is a big missing piece. And in the next, I'll say month, I think we'll know a lot better from a manufacturer standpoint what some of the other outstanding issues are. But I'm happy to provide more detail and follow up on that.
Okay. So let me kind of stay on all right. So I want us to start kind of working through like what's actually happening here with respect to the work order system. So Mr. Scalf, you mentioned in the last round that the work order for the hot water heater shows that this work order was put in this year, but I'm now looking at testimony from April of last year, so almost to the day, April 2nd of last year, from the Committee of the Whole, where a parent testified that there's no hot water in some of the bathrooms. And so how do I reconcile sort of what you indicated in the last round in this testimony from a year ago?
I think that might have been a duplicate work order number, council member. So I was looking at one that was entered this year per the team. There may have been an older one in the system. And again, that's why I indicated that we need some time to look into it and follow up with you. The first team does everything it can to remove duplicate work orders, but we still have some duplicates in the system. So the team had sent me one that was entered this year, and it may well have been a duplicate of the other work order number. So I'd have to look into it further and circle back with you, but the one I was looking at was entered this year.
All right. There are only 32 work orders, you had said, for Langley. So I want to figure this out during this hearing. So if you can look through and let me know what is the oldest work order you have for the hot water heater, I'd appreciate that.
Understood.
In the FY22 budget, this committee provided you with more than $1.4 million and 4 FTEs to assess public buildings for environmental hazards and to continue lead testing of playgrounds and to improve communications with the public. What's the status of that funding and that work?
Sure, council member. So we are currently hiring for all 4 of those positions. I believe that some are already in the interview stage. In terms of the NPS funding, we're also making sure that we are abiding by what's in legislation and making sure that that will be spent fully this fiscal year.
Okay, we're halfway through the fiscal year. How much longer do you think it's going to take to get all 4 FTEs filled?
Let me get back to you in this performance hearing, sir. I just want to check and make sure that I have the right status for those positions.
Thank you. We also funded last year the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act with 3 FTEs and nearly $300,000. And this is the law that requires you to buy new waste receptacles to ensure source separation of waste. Have you hired those staff?
So we're actually going through resumes right now. They're not onboarded yet, but the positions were posted and we're going through resumes now. Hope to have them hired before the summertime comes.
Okay. Why would we be like halfway into the fiscal year and like still working to fill those positions?
Some of it goes back to our work on the interagency waste working group and just coordinating efforts across DC government. But in short, we moved as quickly as we could to get the positions out, and we definitely want to fill them. I know it is a need.
Last year, the committee put in millions of dollars in the capital plan for energy retrofitting to get a start on reducing our use of fossil fuels as a government. Unfortunately, the mayor removed much of that money in her budget proposal, while you have also refused to release the statutorily mandated strategic energy management plan. How many capital dollars has DGS spent on building energy retrofitting in FY22 to date?
Right now, our biggest focus has actually been on operating and looking through each one of the operational improvements that we need to make to better inform some of those capital investments. The reprogram that we were talking about earlier was one that was moved to FEMS to specifically address and help build out energy efficient equipment for them. We do have a spend plan for the remainder of this year that I'd be happy to share. And then we do have a plan moving forward just for our PL 901C capital project for FY23 that I'd be happy to share.
Okay, and I'm interested specifically in building energy retrofitting. So you'll share a plan with respect to that?
PL 901C is our capital project for energy retrofitting, but energy retrofitting in general is not just capital. There's also an operating piece to it that we refer to as retro commissioning. We also have ongoing commissioning, and there's some other details that I'd be happy to follow up with and share with you.
Okay, so you'll send those to us.
Yes, sir, definitely.
I appreciate it. Just last quick follow-up on this. Have you calculated the energy and emissions reductions that you expect as a result of the work that you're doing and planning to do?
So the way we're looking at it right now, the first step is operational, making the operational changes that are easiest to make and can result in quicker efficiencies, if you will. And a piece of looking at that work is building out the platform and the tool that we're going to use to measure and verify that the changes we're making are resulting in a reduction in energy use. That tool right now is not fully built out, but it's something we're working on, and it's a piece of the Roosevelt project I mentioned earlier. It's a piece of our enterprise building automation platform that we're working to develop. So we want that to be an asset for us to actually show us hard numbers once we make some of these operational and capital investments.
So you're not sort of projecting out the energy and emissions reductions?
No, we are. We are looking. Part of the energy management plan is projecting the reductions going through the two compliance cycles that are part of the Clean Energy DC Act. And just, for example, or in general, that's the target by 2032 is reducing 45,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And that is our target. That is what we're working towards moving forward.
And one day we'll see the energy management plan.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Henderson, are you here for this round? All right, we're going to go to Councilmember Lewis George, and then we'll go to Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you. I want to follow up, Director, just on one point from my last round regarding the QA/QC process, and then move on. I just want to confirm, can DGS staff close a work order on their own, or do they need DCPS staff to mark it as confirmed complete?
Donnie, can you answer that question? Explain the new process that we have.
The new process is the following, and I think there still needs to be some work conducted in Salesforce to get us there at 100%. But essentially, a DGS staff person or contractor, they will notify us through the system that the work has been completed. That doesn't close out the work order in the system. It just indicates the need for QA/QC. DCPS will then go out, QA/QC it. They'll get a specific time frame to do it. And once it's confirmed complete, then we can close it out of the system. And all that means is we check the box that DCPS has approved it. We enter the financials, the final cost of that work, and then we can officially close it out of the system. This is new. They have been entered into the actual closeout work order life cycle.
Okay, and when you say DCPS, are you saying DCPS on the ground staff, like the foreman of the school or the principal, or somebody in central office DCPS?
When I reference the DCPS, it's anyone, any DCPS personnel, but based on experience, the central office always connects with the school on the ground staff in order to QA/QC the work.
Okay, so I think what we were hoping for is a system where on the ground staff, and I guess that's gonna be a conversation with DCPS and you all, where on the ground staff, like the principal and or the foreman can be the ones who do the confirm complete process, to make sure work is done, because that's where the real disconnect is and where all the frustration lies. And so after talking to, on the ground staff, that's what they would like to see. But I think what you're saying with this new system, if I want to be correct, we shouldn't hear about more work orders getting closed out without local staff confirming that the work's been done moving forward.
Yes, council member. The only caveat to that is there will be a time period, or that's something that is being proposed, is that there's a time to allow the DCPS that window. But if that QA/QC isn't completed in a certain time frame, we believe that we need to, for the integrity of the system, close it out.
Okay, I appreciate that. I need to understand what's happening, and I'll be asking Director Hunter this, but I'm sure he'll defer to you. So this is actually the perfect day for both of you all to be at the same time. What's happening at the Tacoma Aquatic Center? The project, I think, is late now, and I need a status update on when you expect it to be ready and back open for the public.
Tiffany?
Because during oversight, DPR said it was DGS, so.
And we're talking about the roof replacement on the aquatic facility?
Yep, Tacoma Aquatic Center, yes.
It's my understanding that the project is on time. Tiffany, am I incorrect about that?
That's my understanding as well, which is the same thing that we reported during performance. So I will circle back with the team to confirm that there's no change.
Okay, so it was supposed to be done on 3/31, i.e. today. So that's why I haven't gotten any notification, or when I go over there, it doesn't look to be complete. So that's why I'm asking, because today is supposed to be the delivery date.
Understood. We'll get an answer for you.
Okay, I appreciate it. The other one, DGS issued a request for space on behalf of DCPS for overcrowding at Lafayette Elementary School earlier this month. I believe the due date for responses was yesterday, but the chancellor said it's now open until filled. What is the DCGDS budget for this particular lease? Does this come out of your reality public education line number 2101 or the overall rent and lease budget, which is on line 8,000?
Councilmember, give us a few minutes just to locate that. It was a recent development, so we can track that down.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to ask about what's going on at Brightwood. We had work orders for leaks there that were given high priority status in January, but they still haven't been fixed. And as of yesterday, they still haven't identified the causes of the leaks, let alone fix them. And can you provide a breakdown of high priority work orders and how many get fixed before and after the 10-day SLA?
Can you give us an update on where we are with Brightwood?
The Brightwood work orders, those work orders, I understand, were entered after the the work order list was generated in December. And those are the work orders that are being completed with the help of contract support. So right now, those new work orders in January related to plumbing are part of change order requests that currently reviewing, and we'll be assigning it to the CBE vendors that are helping with work order reduction. And so I will have to follow up on an ETA to get those completed, but we're utilizing the same vendors to repair that work.
Okay, so is it a matter we just don't have enough vendors? Because that one was in January. That was in January, and they still have the same leaks. And their concern is that no one actually knows what the cause of the leak is. So I don't know how we're going to fix it without figuring out the cause. And I just trying to figure out the delay there. But it sounds like it's an issue with having to identify vendors. That's what it sounds.
You're on mute, Donnie.
Issue.
Yes, it's assessing the work and ensuring that the vendors that we award this work to synchronize with all of the information and data we have on the roof assessments and where those repairs need to be, and just making sure that all those things are aligned and that we meet the procurement requirements before we can pull the trigger. But it is in process, and we can certainly follow up on an estimated completion time.
Okay. All right. I think my time is up for this round. Thank you.
Thank you. And so let me go to Councilmember Pinto, who is a member of this committee, and then I'll go to Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. And hi, Director Anderson. Thanks for all your work. I want to start with retrofitting of our buildings. It's my understanding that in this budget, we have an $8 million allocation to retrofit government buildings to make them more energy efficient. What impact will this investment have on the amount of greenhouse gases that our district government buildings are emitting?
Matt?
Councilmember, I can get back to you with some of the specifics on the projects that we have allocated in the PL 901C energy retrofit project. I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were on of the larger goal of 45,000 CO2 reduction by 2032, and that's where we're headed. And over the next, through this next compliance cycle in the building energy performance standards, we're looking to reduce between 9, 10, 11%. So one of the pieces that is keeping me from giving you some specifics, like when we retrofit a building with new HVAC equipment, we need time to institute some of that measurement and verification and have those records on hand. And we're building out a tool to help us do that so we can report out on it.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I look forward to getting more of those numbers. And are there opportunities to leverage grant funding from the federal government to move more quickly towards getting our buildings to net zero emissions?
Yes, ma'am. I think that is definitely something we're going to be focused on in this coming, is it this fiscal year or next fiscal year? We have the federal grants. We do have some folks that are going to be hired to help us go after federal grants, and we do intend to do that.
That's right, Councilmember. We have a grants manager on board that's currently looking at various federal investments that we can leverage this fiscal year, and we're looking to hire 2 more term positions for that.
Great, that's great to hear. Thank you. I understand that there are $5 million invested over the course of the next 6-year CIP to purchase electric vehicles for DGS's fleet. Are we planning on purchasing any additional gas-powered vehicles from this point forward, or are all of our new purchases going to be electric?
I think the goal is to electrify the fleet within DGS, but there will be some vehicles that are not currently electric vehicles, like some of our bucket trucks. Those are the trucks that we use that have the what they call the buckets, where we can replace lighting and things of that nature. So The goal is to have as many vehicles as possible be electric vehicles. And as technology keeps up, we will be converting all our vehicles. But some of the vehicles that we use for maintenance construction purposes aren't available in electric use. But that technology is catching up, and as it does, we will make sure we convert those vehicles.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to ask about 5 Ward 2 project updates in the next 3.5 minutes. We'll see what we can do. Jelliff Recreation Center renovation.
From a modernization standpoint?
Right, for the whole project.
I believe there has been, I cannot remember the dollar amount allocated in FY23 for the modernization of Jelliff.
28 million.
28 million. So that money becomes available, correct me if I'm wrong, in 23. So once that money becomes available, I'm sorry.
So that was initially allocated for 2022, but I know the design phase started. Just wanted to see if you all were on track.
We are on track for Jelliff. We're working with our partners at DPR, and we'll be working with them on the community engagement aspect, as well as all aspects of the construction. I'm very excited about that project. And so we look forward to delivering a quality project for the Jelliff community.
Okay. Speaking of Jelliff, roof leak. I saw your email this morning, Mr. Scalf, and thank you for that. Is there an updated timeline on when those wall repairs can be completed?
Not this time. We're still in expedited.
Okay.
Getting feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry.
S Street Dog Park returfing. This was included in last year's budget or in 2022.
S Street Dog Park, we turfing.
Right.
Is that a capital project you're saying? Let me check on that one, Councilmember.
Thank you. And Director, for Jelliff Recreation Center, do you have a design contractor who has been hired and onboarded yet?
I do not believe so, not yet.
Do we know a timeline for that person being selected or team?
I stand corrected. We do have a design contractor on board. My apologies, Councilman.
We're working on the CMP.
Okay, and right now we're working on the scope of work for the construction manager at risk, the RFP for the construction manager at risk. So that, my apologies, we do have the design contractor on board and that project is moving forward.
Okay, great. Okay, last 40 seconds. We're checking on the S Street Dog Park returfing, so I'll move on from that while you're checking on that. Volta Park and 26 and I Street Playground.
Volta Aquatic Recreation and Aquatic Facility?
No, Volta Park is just a park. They have the issues with the divots in the ground and unstable land to walk on. There was $700,000 put in the budget last year for them.
Volta Park, the field. We'll get back to you on we'll get back to you on Volta as well as S Street returfing.
26th and I Playground and the Jelliff roof repair. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember, regarding the Jelliff repair, I can confirm that we don't have a timeline just yet. We're still in expedited procurement for the wall repair. But as soon as that leaves procurement, I'll provide you an update with an ETA.
So we do have the contractor for the roof. Now we need to get one for the wall. So
correct.
That's where we are.
Those structural damages. All right. Thank you all very much. Thanks, Chairman White.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Chairman Mendelson.
And Director, I have some information on Langley water heater as well, if the opportunity.
All right, we'll come to that when I get to my next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman White. So you have a contract with Spectrum, Director?
We have a CMC contract with Spectrum at various contracts at different schools. Spectrum has, yes, we do.
Well, is it various contracts or is it one contract for them to provide services at several schools?
I believe it's various contracts for several schools.
Okay.
So for a school like Banneker, we would do an RFP for CMC for that specific school.
A CMC stands for Consolidated Management Center.
Contractor, Consolidated Maintenance Contractor. Yes, like in the Wilson building, the CMC is responsible for maintaining the building from a janitorial standpoint.
Okay. Would you provide us with copies of the Spectrum contracts for each high school?
Certainly.
I understand it's like Cardozo, maybe Dunbar, maybe not, but if you could give me the Spectrum contracts for each high school.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I kind of want to go back to some of the issues I brought up earlier. So Brent Elementary School, room 203. I discussed that with you in February. I was a little surprised when you said you didn't, a minute ago, you didn't know what I was talking about. So is that fixed now since February 15th?
Donnie, can you check in on Brent room 203? I think that's where there were two issues there. One was the air quality.
Water's coming through the wall.
And then water.
The room. And I also want to know about Savoy 111, room 111. Now, I haven't discussed that with you before, but my understanding is that that classroom's been flooding for a long time. I want to know the status of that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
I'd also like to know the status of the Garrison security alarm system, because my understanding is that's been reported to you for over a year.
So when it comes to security in DCPS facilities, DGS does not manage the security. We do turn that over to DCPS's security team. And I believe we have communicated with them about this. I did a walkthrough with the team at Garrison a few months back. And I will circle back with DCPS's security team on that security alarm, Mr. Chairman.
So if the security system is not working, that's not a DGS maintenance issue.
No, DCPS handles their own security. We do not manage the security for this school.
I'm talking about the system. I'm talking about systems. If I bust into a school, an alarm goes off, that's a system.
That's correct.
Somebody, that's a system. DGS has nothing to do with it.
Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong, but we do not manage the security system. Some components of the hardware we are responsible for, but there's components that we are not responsible for, such as the connectivity from the building to central office, the service, in cases where the alarm system is supposed to alert DCPS central office. But that is the responsibility of DCPS. Their security personnel is their responsibility as well. But there's some components to the hardware that DGS is responsible.
All right, so what's the issue with Garrison?
Mr. Chairman, if you would allow me to consult with DCPS's security team, I would be happy to get you an answer in short order.
Well, but this has been a problem for over a year. So why is it that this hasn't been figured out? And this finger pointing just is going to drive me crazy. Should drive anybody crazy. So it's DCPS or it's DGS?
Security is handled by DCPS.
No, Donnie Gonzalez just said that some parts of it are handled by DGS.
He said hardware, so if we're
Well, I don't
talking
know
about-
what the problem is, and you don't know what the problem is either. And I'm asking you about something as important as a security for a building.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, we do not have primacy for the security alarm in the school. DGS does not do that. We do manage some components, like when we have to put locks in for a school for safety and things of that nature.
That is not what Donnie Gonzalez just said. He said there are some components of the security system that DGS is responsible for. So my question is, what's the problem with Garrison? Is it DCPS's portion or DGS's portion? And in the few minutes we've been discussing this, although I did bring it up maybe 20 minutes ago, we don't have an answer. And that's a pretty fundamental issue.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I've located the work order in the system, and it is entered into the system as a DCPS priority work order. So under DCPS authority.
All right, Director, the issue here is the connectivity between Mastermind and DCPS's central office. That is not a DGS related issue. It's not a hardware related issue. So we would have to follow up with DCPS in order to understand, provide an ETA.
Okay, and I'm happy to follow up with DCPS, but I have to ask the question, why have we designed a maintenance responsibility that's bifurcated so that it's not immediately clear who's responsible?
Mr. Chairman, I can speak to this a little bit from my time at DCPS previously. There's a workstation, if you will, at their security office that triages all of the alarms coming in. The management of that workstation is a DCPS responsibility. So if an alarm comes in and it presents itself there, DCPS police responds. The communication between the school and that workstation is somewhat shared. It's mainly phone lines. And depending on when those phone lines were bought, it could be a DCPS or a DGS phone line. And then the infrastructure inside the school, the connectivity enclosures, and then the motions, those are pieces and parts that DGS is responsible for. So we'd have to dig into Garrison, but from what the work order is telling us, it looks like there's a communication issue between the school and the central monitoring station over at V Street that's not working. So we'd have to figure out if that's an Octo issue or there's an issue with that workstation at V Street.
I think there's a communication issue between DGS and DCPS. It shouldn't be this hard to figure out. The alarm, I'm told, has not worked for 1.5 years. That's a serious concern. I've been told it's a DGS problem. Even here, we're not clear, other than what Matt Stelf said, whether there's any aspect of this that would be a DGS responsibility. So we have a system, security, in which there's not one person responsible or accountable, which doesn't make sense to me, and that was my question. Why would we design, I guess I would say, a government process that's bifurcated in responsibility so that I don't know, and I'm guessing the school doesn't know, who's actually responsible?
Might just provide one other piece
More
of
rhetorical.
information.
Maybe
Well, I
that's
think
more rhetorical, and maybe that's more for the director to answer. But DGS has responsibility for school facilities, and that says to me that DGS is responsible for ensuring that there is clear accountability, especially if it's not DGS who's responsible. And I don't see that that's clear here.
Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, why would we design a bifurcated process? The answer is I do not know why that process was implemented, but hearing your concern and given what happened at Garrison and given what's going on, I will address this process with our counterparts at DCPS to ensure that moving forward, there's a clear process when dealing with security matters in and within schools, whether it's hardware or connectivity. I'm happy to revisit this entire business process with DCPS.
Thank you. Will there be another round?
I was hoping not. I have many more pages, and I know at least one or two other members intend to come. If you do have pressing questions, of course, I'll accommodate it, Chairman. But hopefully the last round will be the last round.
Okay.
So I want to go back to the strategic energy management plan. At our oversight hearing last year, the Sierra Club representatives estimated that as much as $150 million worth of building energy retrofitting would be necessary to meet the clean energy DC targets. Again, this was last June, and I asked whether that was correct. Deputy Director Flocka stated that he didn't want to address the estimate without completing the strategic energy management plan, and we're still waiting for that plan. So my question is, when are we going to get the strategic energy management plan?
Matt, can you update the chairman, please?
Yes, sir. I think the thing here is it's kind of twofold. You know, we are taking our time. We respect the legislation and what's included in it and the criticality of this plan. And we're taking the time that, you know, we think is necessary to really finalize it. We've had hundreds of meetings just on this specific issue and met with all of our different client agencies to really understand the breadth of this plan, and we are close. I know I said that earlier in the month, and we do intend to shed light on what this plan looks like, and you know we are working on it.
Okay, I just want to remind everybody that this was due at the beginning of 2020. In March of 2021, Director Anderson said that he looked forward to delivering it by the end of 2021. Asked about this at our performance oversight hearing. It was close. You're telling me again it's close. I feel like we're being strung along a bit, especially when you can't give me a timeline. So what does close mean?
Sir, I think the idea here is we would rather have a really robust plan than something that is poorly put together. And you know, if you look at some of the sustainable DC plans that have been put together in the past that are at this magnitude, you know, it takes a couple years to put it together. You know, I don't want to put an exact date on it. I don't think it's, you know, another year away from being public. But you know,
do you have a process for this?
For which part?
For finishing the plan.
So, I mean, previously we did onboard a vendor, or the vendor is still on, and they helped us.
No, I'm saying going forward, is there a process for completing it?
The next step is to, you know, make sure that we have all of our different capital budgets as they're coming out, coordinated with the plan. I think that's one of the pieces that has taken the most time. You know, as capital budgets come out, we have to coordinate it and coordinate the investments with the goals of the plan, and that has taken some time.
Okay. Yeah, I need a timeline on this at this point because you know we're going in circles for over a year now, and we got to get a timeline. We keep getting asked about it. We keep asking DGF about it. It seems like there's no timeline. So,
Mr. Chairman, I do understand the importance and that you are very keen on this. And to Matt's point, we want to make sure, given the breadth of this and given how important it is, that we do turn over a very useful and robust product. If you would allow me, Mr. Chairman, I needed to speak with the team, and I would like to get you a timeline either today or tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. In the operating budget for in leases, I see. Well, actually, let me not go there yet. Yeah, no, let me move to the in leases. So in the operating budget for in leases, there's a proposed increase of over $41 million if we take out the FY22 intra-district transfer fund, intra-district funds. What anticipated new spaces are driving that increase?
21.
So yes, Chairperson, a big driver of that is a $22 million putback, essentially, for the OCFO and DCRA leases at 4th Street. We had successfully negotiated a 12-month rent abatement last year, previous fiscal year. So the remaining space needs that account for the difference include DGS's new headquarters in Ward 7. And there are spaces for the new headquarters for the Office of the Inspector General, as well as an expansion of MPD's current operation at 2850 New York Avenue.
Okay, can you send us a breakdown of that? What's causing the $41 million increase?
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Che's office asked how much is budgeted for the new DDOT impound lot on Bryant Street Northeast?
That lease will commence tomorrow. And I could have to get back to specifics. Are you speaking about FY22 and 23?
Yes.
Okay, we can get back to you. I think it's 1.6 for 23.
Okay. And we approved, the council approved the $26.6 million operating budget for the Public Protective Services Division for FY22, not counting intra-district. The FY22 revised budget is up to about 39.7 million, again, not counting intra-districts. So how do we explain the increase from 26.6 to 39.7 for the Protective Services Division?
So Councilmember, in terms of the local funds, you will see an increase of about $2 million for Protective Services Division. This accounts for a one-time enhancements of uniforms that we truly need for our officers, as well as additional facilities coming online that requires contract security. Let me take a look at the other funds and I'll get back to you. But for the local side, it's a $2 million increase.
Okay, and when I'm gonna go to Chairman Mendelson, do you think you'll have that when I come back? And then Mr. Gonzalez, we have to get back to the hot water heater at Langley, so we'll start there. Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you. So Director, I want to know why it's taking so long to fix some of these problems at schools, and why some of these problems, when they're fixed, are actually not fixed. I mentioned like Brent Room 203.
Brent Room 203, Mr. Chairman Middleton, I'm waiting to get an answer for that from the team so I can answer that for you.
Or Savoy Room 111.
Savoy 111, Room 111, we're looking at both of those now, Mr. Chairman.
Or Roosevelt's HAV system, HVAC system.
So Roosevelt HVAC system, we've done a tremendous amount of work. We do not have a fully functioning system yet. The system is functioning as of today, but we are continuously having errors in the system that our contractor works on almost daily. It is
Director, not to cut you off, but my time's limited and this is the last round. What you're saying could have been said a year ago and was said 2 years ago and was said 3 years ago and could have been said 4 years ago. So
however,
why
does
it take so long?
Where we weren't saying 2 years ago or 3 years ago that we're currently retro commissioning the system, working with the manufacturer to find out what these faults are. So there's a tremendous amount of work being done as we speak to right.
So why didn't DGS do this 3 years ago? The system is sick. It's clear that the system isn't working and hasn't been working since the school opened 6 years ago. So why didn't this happen 6 years ago? Is warranty paying for this?
So 3 years ago, when I was made aware of the system, we brought the contractor back in and had them address this system. that was failing. We also issued penalties to that contractor because of this. Unfortunately, since then, we're out of the warranty period. Mr. Chairman, we've spent approximately $530,000 repairing this
How could we
system.
be out of the warranty period if it's not been fixed? If we,
The warranty period only lasts for these mechanical systems for about 1 year. So the building was in the warranty period for most mechanical systems, Mr. Chairman.
how
begins
expensive
at
is the system? How expensive is the system? To $5 million, $10 million?
Do you know? I think it's a little more than that, Mr. Chairman.
And we have a 1-year warranty on it.
So with
in
most,
the 1 year,
that is standard practice in the industry.
was it reported within 1 year?
I do not know. I was not with the agency. I don't believe so.
Okay.
The warranty
So-
period begins at substantial completion. And from that period,
Okay.
you have a 1-year warranty period.
Now, the district government, when we spend millions of dollars on a system, we of course could negotiate as part of the purchase an extended warranty. Now, I could spend some time on this, but you know, the DC auditor, I believe, is looking at Roosevelt,
That is
which
correct. We are aware of
modernized
that.
6 years ago and have major systems failures. But my question was, why does it take so long to fix these things? You know, when a contractor comes to my house because my HVAC system isn't working and mine wasn't, it gets fixed. And if he has to come back, he comes back and it gets fixed. When I had water penetration, I got it fixed. It doesn't take years and years and constant callbacks. Anacostia's front doors didn't work for 105 days until some kid shot up the front door and you guys came out and replaced it. This is a major concern on my part. There are leaks. I'm done with the schools. I'm going to ask you this question. The State Board of Education informed me last week that they're getting, I believe, 2 more FTEs, and DGS has told them that they have to go from their current 1,200 square feet to 10,000 square feet, renting outside of One Judiciary Square. Why are you to accommodate them at One Judiciary Square? And why are you telling them that they have to get 10,000 square feet?
Council member, oh, apologies.
Well, you can answer.
My realty specialist met with the State Board of Education, and the conversation included the additional FTEs, but also the need to accommodate a parent resource center, which we estimated to be around 2,500 square feet, the need for that. And there currently isn't any additional room in 441 to accommodate that specific program. So we continue to work with them. We will have another visioning session to ensure that we understand the totality of the need and then make a determination as to whether or not we do have to go to lease space. But there was also, within that conversation, it was our understanding that there was a Ward 8 requirement, location requirement for that parent resource center. So that's just another part of the conversation and another factor we have to consider.
All right, well, they didn't report to me about Ward 8. They simply said that they estimate they have about 1,200 square feet now. The state board would remain, but the ombudsman and the advocate would have to relocate. That they are taking on additional, a couple of additional FTEs. They estimate that the need is, yes, greater than 1,200, but not 10,000, and that they were told they had to look for 10,000 square feet. Why would there even be discussion about a parent resource center, or I guess this is like conference rooms, when at One Judiciary Square, there are conference rooms on the 10th floor that can be used?
We can get back to you, council member. These conversations are very preliminary. We've just started them in the last couple of weeks. So until I have more information and more certainty around the space need, I don't want to answer those questions without, understanding the entirety of the need.
Well, this is a little frustrating to me because this is budget time. If they need budget for space, this is the time to get it. Otherwise, that need goes unresolved until October 1st of 2023. That's what, 18 months from now. So that's a little frustrating. And then why they would come to me and say, well, they need all the space when, no, that they're being told they need all the space when they don't think they need all the space. And then you're reporting that, well, they need space for a conference room when that building has got conference, the whole, I can't remember, 10th floor or 12th floor is conference rooms.
You're correct. You are correct.
So we shouldn't be spending, I think they told me they might need $600,000. Now, this is all very preliminary. And we shouldn't be looking at spending that kind of money for a conference room when there are conference rooms. I'm just not getting the communication. This is really, this is frustrating to school after school, and in this case, the state board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. And Councilmember Lewis George, welcome. This is going to be the last round. We got a lot more issues we got to get through.
I totally understand. Thank you so much. Want to just follow up, Director, to see if you have any answers from the Tacoma Aquatic Center, the DGS issued request for space for Lafayette from the previous round, and the Brightwood, the leak.
Tiffany, you have the available.
Yes. Good afternoon, Councilman. The Tacoma project has a new substantial completion date of May 27th, which is due to some supply chain challenges with the HVAC equipment.
Okay, due to, I'm sorry, say it again, the supply chain
challenges with HVAC equipment.
Okay, with HVAC equipment. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess, which one of y'all gonna communicate this to the community?
We always communicate that to our client agency, and generally they will communicate it to the community.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lafayette.
There is a $600,000 operating budget allocated for that effort.
600,000. And is it coming out of the realty public education or the rent and lease budget?
The rent and lease budget.
Rent and lease. Thank you. And then with Brightwood, the leak situation, what's the new?
Councilmember, on Brightwood, we are actively engaging with a roofing inspector. Once they conduct an assessment, we'll be able to provide an ECD, but we need to get a roof inspection first.
Okay, if you could just let me know when you guys are doing the roof, just send me an email and let me know when you're doing the roof inspection and just the update there so I can stay in contact because I'm
Absolutely
getting from them every day. Military Road School continues to have like backed up trash pickup like this is now reoccurring. It's every day in my email box. I just don't think they've added the Military Road School to the pickup list or something. Can you make sure that Military Road School is on the proper list to be able to have their?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember,
please.
You're correct. There was a mistake with Military Road. They are on the contract now. It was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So we've made an adjustment and they'll be picked up Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for fixing that. I really appreciate it. I want to ask also about, and I was actually confused about the answer for the security system earlier. I thought DGS was responsible for life and safety work orders at schools. So does this budget ensure that all of DCPS facilities will have locking exterior doors and functional alarm systems like the budget we have in front of us now?
So the budget, so security is handled by DCPS in terms of connectivity and things of that nature. DGS does not have primacy on that. So our budget would not reflect that. I do think our budget has reflected in the past, and I think moving forward, security locks. I have to refer to Michelle or Donnie how much is in the budget for locks within DCPS. But the connectivity of the security alarm when it's triggered is not a DGS responsibility. I think the concern was why would this be a bifurcated process? And that's something that we're going to look into.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like, if we get money in the budget for the locking the exterior doors, and the alarm systems, that we make sure that that's in this budget before we, before it's passed. So
Remember, the mayor did put in money for fire and life safety for public ed.
Okay. I want to bring up McFarland Middle School marquee still hasn't been fixed. We talked about this in our performance hearing a couple weeks ago, a year ago at the performance hearing there. I think we also brought it up at a random school naming hearing. When you all going to get these letters fixed?
That is part of the work order reduction strategy. I know Donnie has that on his list I think it's the C that's missing, I believe. But that is
two letters.
It's 2 letters. Okay.
It's 2 letters missing. The school board, Fraser O'Leary went by this morning, and it's the A and the N.
Okay. Donnie, have those been ordered, or are you familiar with where we are with that?
Those are part of the work order reduction effort. I'll have to follow up if it was actually ordered yet. I believe it has, but I will circle back.
Okay. I want to bring up Shepherd Park landscaping issues. I know UDGS mentions weed removal as an available service request for schools, government facilities, or parks and recreation. What does that mean? Because what we're seeing is, or what is the awareness and maintenance plan for overgrown areas of schools or government facilities and park recreation centers? It seems like the mowing and weed whacking are like not sufficient maintenance for some of the overgrown areas that are filled with like invasive trees and shrubs and vines and ground covers, similar to what we have at Shepherd Park.
Donnie, you want to go over the mowing contract that we have citywide and for athletic fields? I know, and it escapes me, you added additional scope to that project maybe a year or 2 ago.
Yeah, because I know mowing and weed whacking are there, but I guess if that's not addressing any of like the over areas that have like overgrown invasive trees and shrubs and vines and ground covers and all of that. Is that a part of sort of because weed removal is a service request?
Removing invasive trees and invasive plants, unless it's in the grass or in the mowing area, is not a part of that contract. I know.
Okay.
I know that's a big issue from an environmental standpoint, having invasive plants and trees in our community. I think that would be probably a larger project that we would have to undertake with our partners at the Department of Energy and Environment to address from a citywide standpoint. How do we deal with invasives?
Okay. Two last questions. 801 Shepherd Street Northwest. I have not been able to find the capacity for that building, like what the capacity constraints is. This is a DGS building that we have a overcrowding issue in Ward 4 schools. And I'm looking for areas where we can solve this overcrowding issue. 801 Shepherd is one that I identified, but no one has the capacity numbers. It is listed as a DGS building. So I was hoping you all could get me the capacity numbers for 801 Shepherd Street. And then it's what MPD is.
Is that the police headquarters that MPD is?
Well,
or
MPD has MPD has 3 locations, but they just use that one as a substation. They have 2 substations and then the main station, which is the bigger 4D that's up Georgia. And
okay.
Substations. This substation is a school though.
Maybe it was a former school.
Capacity because they've recently moved a lot of those administrative members to like the main station. So the building is like not being utilized fully anymore. So we're just trying to get a capacity to see if this is a viable option. We're also looking at some DPR land as a viable option to deal with it. So we wanted to see if it was a viable option. And I told the chancellor that I would, and Chief Conti, that I would talk to you all about the capacity numbers because no one had them for that particular property. And then the last question was, do any ward members have like satellite offices still? I know Ward 8 had a satellite office and Councilmember White in Ward 8, and then I thought Councilmember Duffy might have one in Ward 5. Do ward members still have satellite offices in DGS spaces?
Point of view, if we have satellite offices, DGS spaces.
Apologies. What was the question again?
So I know in the past, satellite spaces for council members, Councilmember White, Trayon White in Ward 8 had one. in a DGS building. I believe Councilmember Duffy had one. So I'm just trying to see, do ward members still have some of those satellite spaces in DGS spaces?
Beyond what was allocated at Shannon Place, I'm not aware of other satellite offices for other council members.
Okay. Okay, so Shannon Place, that's the wording.
That's it. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Southeast.
Okay. Okay, well, I wanted to follow up and see if there were still possibilities. I would like to see if Ward 4 could have a satellite space too, the same as Shannon Place.
We will look into that.
Me too. I need 8 though, please.
Thank you so much, Director Anderson and your team for your time. Thank you, Chairman White, for the last round. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Louis George. So we were coming back to 2 issues. Ms. Hicks, I think you were circling back on something when we moved on. Do you recall what it was? Was it PDS?
No, it was the Lafayette lease need.
Okay. So there were 2 issues we were following up on. I know one was the hot water heater at Langley. There was something else, but I had to turn to Chairman Mendelson. But let's start with the hot water heater at Langley.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the hot water heater at Langley was originally designed to be the hot water source for the cafeteria and the locker room only. After the cafeteria got renovated by DGS, we installed a hot water heater that serves the cafeteria. So the bathrooms were not originally designed to have hot water. There's no hot water loop piping that goes to each bathroom where this hot water heater can serve. So we installed hot water heaters at each sink, wherever there was electrical that we can install. So while there is a work order for a hot water heater, replacing it would just be a waste of resources because the cafeteria has its own hot water source and there's no infrastructure in place in this old building to supply hot water without the installation of the InstaHot. So
what I'm trying to figure out, the only thing I'm trying to figure out at this point is when the first work order was put in for the hot water.
So, Councilmember, I checked the system, and the work order that I referenced, which was put in this school year, is the only one open in the system for hot water. That doesn't necessarily mean that there weren't others previously, but as Zani said, the solution here for the bathrooms is installing the InstaHots.
When did you install the InstaHots?
Let me follow up with you, Councilmember. I'll check with the team.
Okay. So for the construction services division, if we take out the FY22 inter-district funds, I still see a drop of $2 million in the line item labeled contractual services other, which is under the construction services activity. What's the purpose of this cut?
Councilmember, there were various one-time costs that were added into our FY22 budget. Really the main driver there is the space expansion for FMD.
The main driver was suspension of what? I'm sorry?
Space expansion for MPD, which is no longer in the budget.
Okay.
And then we also moved licensing for our facility condition assessments. That's now being transferred to a different activity, activity 2001. So you'll also see an increase there.
Is that because the conditions assessments are done?
We are now moving that function from our construction to our portfolio team.
Why is that?
Do you want me to speak to that?
The capital funding has to be reprogrammed. A good chunk of what we get, the vast majority of the funding we get for facility condition assessments is in capital dollars. We need to transfer that to operating dollars because if it's, this fiscal year, we can only use capital dollars to address projects that are in the CIP. But if we want to continue to do facility condition assessments for the remainder of the portfolio, we have to reprogram that money into operating dollars.
Okay, but it sounded like the team handling it is going to change.
The facility condition assessment function falls now under the portfolio management division. It was previously in capital.
It will continue in the same way.
Correct. Yes. No, there's no change in the execution.
Okay. There's also a significant jump in the budget for electricity costs from 24.5 million in FY22 to 30.6 million in FY23, which is about a 25% increase. How much of that is due to unit price increases and how much is due to usage increases?
Almost everything in terms of the increase is due to the rates because of natural gas and some new properties coming online, but really it's because of the supply and demand increase prices for gas. Our electricity grid is very tied closely to the rates for natural gas. So every time you see a spike in natural gas, our electricity costs also increase. So that's really driving up the majority of our energy increases.
Okay, yeah, because we also have over $1 million increase in natural gas, which is about a 30% increase. On the daily building renovations, does that capital project cover the central cell block?
So the project to swing MPD out of the daily building does include a project at 501 New York Avenue to put the central cell block at that location, which is maybe a half a mile from the daily building. We're also renovating the daily building, the Marion Barry building to move functions out of the daily building into the Marion Barry building. So we're moving MPD out of the daily building, and we're also relocating the central cell block to 501 New York Avenue.
Is MPD going back to the daily building?
At this time, there's no capital project for the daily building that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do we have a plan to sort of prevent further deterioration of the building once it's vacant?
We will treat it as a vacant building, as most of our vacant buildings are, and monitor it. It is a very sick building, but we will ensure that it is monitored while in its vacant state.
What does monitored mean?
We make sure we close up all exits so we can ensure that folks are not entering and exiting the building. In some cases, we cut water. We may keep electricity for lighting purposes or security purposes. And we will do a sweep of the building on a periodic basis to ensure there's no activity or no break-ins in the building.
All right, I just want to flag both the Recorder of Deeds building and then remember Spingarn a couple of years ago, the old DC General maybe about a decade ago. We don't have a good process for maintaining vacant buildings. And that's something I think we got to be very mindful about, because at some point we're going to go back to these buildings, either to try to renovate them or dispose of them, what have you. But this is stuff that's going to cost us real money. It's not sexy to maintain vacant buildings, but it's going to cost us a lot more in the long run if we don't. Councilmember Henderson, this is the last round because we still have a bit to get through, but welcome back.
Thank you, Chairperson White. I have just a couple of quick questions. Director Anderson, I wanted to ask about capital budget really quickly as it pertains to DDOT. I noticed that DDOT is receiving $69 million for a circulator bus depot. So the budget chapter for capital projects says this would be located in Ward 1, but I'm curious where in Ward 1 you all would be able to locate a facility that can facilitate 120 vehicles.
This is Clayburgh. So the facility will be located just on the outskirts of the city at Claybrook Road, which is.
Oh, okay. So Ward 1 is incorrect.
That is incorrect. Ward 1 is very densely populated.
Yeah, that's why I was like.
I don't know where we'd be able to fit such a programmatic activity within Ward 1.
Okay.
So DGS acquired on DDOT's behalf the Claybrook facility, and that $69 million is going to be used to build that facility out as DDOT electrifies their bus system.
Okay. So we'll have the charging stations and whatnot there, and I'm sure they'll probably have some maintenance and other things. Okay.
That's correct.
In critical system replacement, DGS has about 20.6 million. What are some of the projects in the queue for critical system replacement? Is this like critical HVAC replacement type things, or?
It will include HVAC and some small cap projects. There may be some critical systems in and around some of our non-DCPS facilities that we need to address.
Yep.
So that money will help to address those systems in our assets outside of our education assets.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
I also saw that for ADA compliance, it had 2.5 million in last year's CIP, but now all of that is gone with only 0.5 million in available allotments. What was the reason for this particular reduction? So last year in the CIP, we had 2.5 million in the line item for ADA compliance. Now that's all gone.
Yeah, my understanding, council member, is at this time, we do not have too many facilities that require additional ADA work. And the newer facilities that have come online are already ADA compliant.
Okay. Okay, that's a good problem to have. It's not really a problem. That's actually a good thing. Okay.
And DPR and DCPS also have but this type of budget in their budget, or this type of funding in their budget.
Okay. I see there's also new funding under DC General campus renovations. I understand that previously this line was for the decommission. Are there new needs for the decommissioning of the DC General site that would require some new funding?
Councilmember, if you would allow me to confirm if there are any additional needs for that decommissioning on DC General's campus, you said?
Yep. Yes, sir. Okay.
So,
Councilman, that funding is for the decommissioning of the central steam plant.
Okay, so this is separate, or?
It's still on the campus. It's just a different, it's the steam plant that used to service multiple buildings.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. The revised FY22 budget contained $13 million increase in contingency cash reserve funds for COVID-19 for security services. What additional security services are we needing?
Councilmember, we've been providing.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
We've been providing security services, COVID security services specifically for various sites across the city since the pandemic. A good portion of it goes to ISAC and Pet B sites for DHS. And we also provide security at various vaccination sites. During the height of Omicron, we also provided security at various libraries when we were providing COVID test kits.
Understood. Thank you for that. Okay.
And Councilmember White, that also ties back to your earlier question about PSD. That's the result of the increase in FY22. It's the increased funding for COVID security.
Okay. So we received the response in terms of Fort DuPont, and so from the follow-up from the performance oversight hearing. So thank you, Director Anderson, and to your team for sending that over. But for the purposes of transparency and just public engagement here, I'm curious if you can share how things are going in terms of working out the issues with the board of the Fort DuPont Arena. Since the last time we talked, have you all worked out the issue?
I don't believe so. I believe we're at an impasse. I think the concern is that DGS should be able to build 2 sheets of ice at $150 per square foot. And we're just not able to commit to that. There are examples of recently in Prince George's County where an ice arena was recently built in 2019. That project was at $719 per square foot, and that was before COVID. So I just cannot commit to building this rink at $150 a square foot. We are prepared and ready to move forward with the 1 sheet. We have a contractor on board, and we are actually ready to start demo. Are we ready to start demo now?
Well, one issue we have is we can't secure the raise permit until the building is vacated. So that will dictate when we can actually start. However, our contractor is on board. We've worked out a number of budget issues. So we would like to continue our work to proceed.
Okay. So what's the path forward here? We have the money, we have the contractor. Do we need a mediator? I'm just trying to understand how we get to
Councilmember, at the end of the day, the money that was provided in the CIP for that ice arena allows for 1 sheet of ice. We are prepared to build that. And so that's where we are. Contractors on board, work is ready to begin. Again, as Mrs. Moore stated, we cannot get the raise permit until the building is completely empty. And so that's where we are.
Okay. And that's my timer. I see Councilmember Gray, so he probably gonna have some more questions for y'all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Gray, welcome. We're doing 2 rounds, and let you jump into your first round.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I appreciate that. I'm entering right at a point that's important to me, and that is the Fort DuPont Ice Arena. Maybe you all can tell me exactly what's going on, because there's been an expectation all along that there would be 2 sheets of ice, and everybody is still involved. We're committed to 2 sheets of ice. So maybe, Director, you can help me understand why we are not, Director Anderson, why we're deviating from that. Apparently, as I came into the conversation, I'm obviously quite sorry to hear about that. I was telling one of my staff that I used to be an ice skater, quite literally, and I was very good at it. So to think about the fact that we're not going to have 2 sheets of ice as was promised is very disconcerting to me. So Keith, please tell us what is it that has created the budget problem that we apparently have at this point, and what is the budget problem at this stage? How much money are we talking about, and what is it going to take to get it done?
Right. So I think initially, if Mr. Councilmember, you know, this has been going on for quite some time. I think the better part of 8 years. And so the original commitments may have been 2 sheets when the budget was originally designed, or put in when the funding for this project was originally put in the CIP. But I do recall, since my days at DPR, there were issues with certain commitments around the agreements to build this ice arena. Nonetheless, here we are today. And right now, given the budget allocated for this project, I just do not have the money in the budget to build 2 sheets of ice. Now, we are designing it in a way that a second sheet can be added at a later time, but we do not have the current funding to do it right now. Right now, this project is penciling out at and around $750 a square foot for this project. And so I believe the Friends of Fort DuPont believe we can complete this project at or around $150 a square foot. We just don't see how that we back into that number. I would appreciate, I'd be happy to meet with the Friends of Fort DuPont so they can show me and my team how they got or arrived at $100 a 50 square foot for this project. And what's even more concerning is pre-COVID in 2019, there was an ice arena that was built in Prince George's County. That was pre-COVID, and that came in at around $700 a square foot. So I think, my team has done a good job in terms of the independent government estimate to build this ice arena. At this point, the monies allocated for this project will allow for one sheet. However, we can design it in a way that we can come back and put another sheet if additional funding becomes available. But right now, Councilmember Gray, we have enough money to build one sheet. We're ready. We have the contractor on board, and we're ready to move forward with this project and build this ice arena for the Ward 7 community.
Keith, what are the costs associated with moving it to 2 sheets of ice? I know you were giving some per square foot cost just a second ago, but give me some concrete cost estimates, if you will, based on
21 million.
based on what the folks who are doing the estimating have told you.
Based on what is being requested in terms of 2 sheets, you're looking in the neighborhood of $41 million to complete 2 sheets.
$41 million?
Yes, sir.
So that would be, that's on top, how much is on top of what we have now, Keith? How much would be added, have to be added?
It would be an additional 10 to $11 million, I believe it is.
So that's on top of what we have now.
That is correct.
So another 10 to $11 million would complete the project based on what we have now?
That would allow us to build 2 sheets of ice, sir. Yes, Councilman.
Okay.
I would like to note, though, that would require us to redo a significant amount of the design work, so that would delay the process. And I'd also like to note that the community and the Friends of Fort DuPont have been aware of our need to move to 1 sheet of ice since early 2021. So this isn't a new discussion, and we've made the design intent known and been very transparent with it.
Okay, now they may be aware of it, but they're not happy with it. Has anybody told you that they're happy with the direction that you're talking about going now?
Well, I mean, we're working with the resources that we have. We can't always make everyone happy.
I'm asking you another question, and that is, what has been the reaction, the response of the community around building one sheet of ice versus 2 sheets of ice? What has been their reaction thus far?
My conversations and my team's conversations have been with the Friends of Fort DuPont, not necessarily have engaged the community on that. I would defer to our partners at DPR, but the Friends of Fort DuPont are not happy that we cannot build 2 sheets of ice, given the current and the future programmatic needs that they wish to see at that location. But Councilmember, I cannot commit to building something that I know I would come up short. I would from day one be under budget.
Right, I appreciate that, Keith, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Am I clear that it will take another $11 million to build the arena the way we've talked about doing it?
That is what my team is telling me, sir.
Okay, and that's what the contractor is saying it's going to take to get it done at this point?
Yes. We have not priced with the current vendor a 2-sheet design because, like I mentioned before, we've moved away from that direction. So we've only priced a one-sheet design with our current contractor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out, exactly what it's going to take to get this project completed the way we intended to do this in the first place. So can you answer that question for me?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you, given what I know to be, and Keith, you alluded to what the project was intended to do when it was originally conceived. What is going to get us to the position or place that we wanted to be in the first place? And if I'm clear what you're saying, I think you said $11 million. Is that right? That's how much is needed to get that done?
Yes, based on our previous estimates that were done some years ago, but we do not have current contractor pricing for a two-sheet design.
Well,
we're about a minute and a half over, Councilmember Gray. There's going to be another round, so we'll come back.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Yeah, because I'm really trying to get the information about what it's going to take to build this the way it was originally designed to do.
Yeah, and then maybe what we need to do is just request from DGS what would be required to get it there. I think that the question is clear, and I think DGS's response on what they intend and have budgeted is clear. But the outstanding question is what more would be required? I'm sure DGS just isn't saying under no condition will we build 2 sheets of ice. The question is, what will it take to get 2 sheets of ice? So is that something that can be answered today, Director Anderson? Is that something?
I think it would be prudent that if the decision is made to move forward with 2 sheets of ice, it's for us to do an updated independent government estimate on that, given where we are in these times.
So I don't want to spend my round on this, but what Councilmember Gray, and not to put words in his mouth, is not saying if a decision is made. What he's saying is what would somebody have to do? The council, what would anybody have to do to get us in? What's the gap is what he's trying to understand.
I think the biggest hurdle is obviously the financial gap between 1 and 2 sheets. So that would have to be solved for.
Okay, and so you can follow up and let us know what that financial gap is.
We'll take another look at it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You have budgeted $4.2 million for overtime for FY23, but like many agencies, you have a lot of vacancies. So is that a realistic amount budgeted for overtime?
Yes, sir. We believe that it's the right amount for overtime in 23.
There was a discussion from multiple witnesses, public witnesses, about Ivy City, the Crummell School site, and they're concerned that a significant portion of the Crummell School lot will be used for commercial parking, or now it seems residential uses versus what portion is allocated for recreation in the recreation center. What should we be doing here to make sure that this site remains available for recreation?
I would have to. So I do know that site in Ivy City, maybe a quarter of the site has been identified for recreational purposes, to include the building and things of that nature. We've already completed some work outdoors on that site that was available, I believe it was for the first time last summer. And there has been money that has been included in the CIP to build out the recreation center. Any further planning on that parcel, I would have to defer to DMPED as it is in their inventory. And I'm not at liberty to make decisions on their behalf, but I do know at least a quarter of that site is reserved for recreational purposes and is budgeted in the CIP to move forward.
Okay. And that's right. So we do have to bring DimPed into this. So I'll move on, but I won't be done with the issue. But I do recognize that there's not much else you can say on that. Am I correct that regarding the crack running across the basketball court that you set up a meeting with the contractor who built the court?
Yes, because I believe it's still in warranty period, and we're having the contractor come back to revisit the crack in the basketball court, I believe it is.
Okay, and do
need
you
to-
anticipate that we'll have to pay to fix that?
No, we don't anticipate having to pay for it. And we also anticipate it being completed in mid-May. We just need to wait for the temperature outside to raise above 70, and it can't drop below 60 in the evening.
I see. Okay, I appreciate that. There is lots of public witnesses on the public restroom pilot project. There's no proposed increase in capital funds for this. You've heard advocates obviously raise a concern that the type of initial pilot restroom installations they had contemplated for the first 2 sites might take another $300,000 or so. Will you be able to use existing allocations to pay for any increased costs with the first 2 restrooms?
Councilmember, we are planning to work within the available allocations currently. However, we note that the Public Restrooms Working Group, which was required to be established per the legislation, is still working on their final report, also required by the legislation. So we understand that when the FIS was calculated a few years ago, there may have been change in costs since then, but without seeing that final report, we won't know what the full cost is going to be moving forward. So once we get that report, we'll look at our current allocation and make some decisions.
Okay, DGS is involved in the working group, right?
Yes, we are a member of the working group.
Who's writing the report?
The working group is writing the report, but I think they're writing it together. It's not down to just one agency.
Okay. What's the timeline for that?
Not sure that we have a specific timeline at this time, but I know that it's actively in drafting and review. So we expect that it will be released soon, but I don't have a specific time frame at this time.
Who's running lead on that?
Let me double check. I'll circle back to you.
Thank you. When the archives at our performance oversight hearing, you indicated that you check with the Office of the Secretary to understand whether the archives project budget covers digital research support infrastructure. Last night, you all indicated that the Secretary had all the scope documents. Does that mean that you don't know what the architect is working on?
If you give me 1 second, Mr. Chairman, Tiffany, consult with her.
Okay.
She has the insight on where we are with that project.
So they have everything.
Okay. What I do know, Mr. Chairman, is that from the testimony today, it looks like there has been some engagement with the Office of Secretary and the Office of the Senior Advisor with the archives community. We have been able to provide the necessary documentation to the Office of the Secretary as well as Office of the Secretary regarding this. Tiffany, do you know where we are in terms of the A&E process for the archives?
The scope does not include the digital scope.
Okay, so I mean, my understanding is that the Secretary's office is pointing to DGS. DGS is pointing to the Secretary.
I'm sorry, Councilman. That portion of the scope is under Octa.
Under who?
Octa.
Octa. Are they a decision maker here?
I don't believe so.
I don't need either, because DGS is construction and the project belongs to the secretary. So somebody has to be able to make the decision about the archives project and sort of, you know, the capacity of the final project or the design to accommodate digital archives. Who
I believe the office
decision maker?
I believe the office of the secretary will be the decision making on that.
Okay. They seem to believe it's you. So we will we will reach out to both agencies together, and we'll include Octo as well.
Councilmember, I do have an update on the public restrooms project.
Okay.
So your question was who's in the lead? That would be the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Gray, for your last round.
With the time that's left, and I appreciate you giving me some additional time. I appreciate that very much. We you know, raised questions with DPR in oversight about the Jackie Robinson field. And we were left to understand, Keith, that the field would be completed by the end of this calendar year, which would be, you know, a few months after August, when this would be completed. So can you give me an idea when that will be, when the Jackie Robinson field will be completed?
Let me check with my team, council member, and get you a timeline for that. Is the Jackie Robinson field the field behind Kimball Elementary School?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly
okay.
right.
Okay.
And it's adjacent to the
Fort DuPont.
Yes, exactly right.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
All right. We'll get you an answer on that one.
Okay. When can we get an answer on that, Keith?
I'm gonna try to before we finish up this round. If not, I will circle back with your office as soon as possible.
Okay, yeah, because that would be important. I mean, the parents, because the parents were very much to move force behind this, and I certainly, as you can imagine, I don't want to disappoint them about when the field will be finished. And we told them after oversight that it would be by the end of this year. So can you confirm that for us, Keith?
I'll be happy to.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to relinquish my additional time because I have some additional questions that what I will do is forward to you and to Keith, Mr. Anderson, for answers. Keith, can you do that for us?
Yes, sir, Councilmember.
And
Okay.
not a problem from us either, Councilmember Gray.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to correct something. So we recently sent a letter regarding the archives to both DGS and the secretary. And I want to come back to this because everybody seems to be pointing at each other anytime there are questions. Who should be, so the Archives Advisory Group is asking some specific questions. Who should they be getting answers from on this project?
The client agency, the Office of the Secretary.
All right.
It's just like Mr. Chairman, just like any project we do, DPR or DCPS modernization, we work with the client agency to supply them with the information they need to engage their community. There's no difference here.
Let me move to, I mean, I just hope everyone appreciates the frustration from constituents, you know, because they'll go to an agency and the agency says, no, it's another agency. They go to a second agency, the agency says, no, it's the first agency. then they come to the council and we ask the same questions. And it's frustrating for them, and it's frustrating for us. So we're going to, I think, continue talking to DGS and the Secretary's office on this to make sure we can get answers for the constituents, because someone has to answer the question. On Easter Market, you propose to add $675,000 to the Eastern Market Capital Project in FY24. We received testimony that this is not enough for the Eastern Market Community Advisory Committee. That's $2.4 million short of what they need. How did you reach the $675,000 mark?
Tawana, can you discuss that with the chairman?
Hi, Councilmember. That was based on the facility condition assessment report that was performed at the market. And I think our thought around spending that was to include, was to address the freight elevator, as well as the fire alarm system.
Can you send us a spend plan for the $645,000?
Sure.
And did you all discuss that with MCAC?
Yes, we've had several conversations around the spend plan for Eastern Market.
Okay. Did you submit the budget request that they developed?
We took it into consideration. We consulted with them.
Okay. And how did it factor in?
I can get back to you with a full kind of analysis to share with you.
Okay. We got testimony today from the DC Preservation League that there's still a large hole in the roof of the historic Langston Elementary School, even though we put money in to fix it in 2020. Why is there still a hole in the roof? Is there still a hole in the roof?
Donnie or Tiffany, which shop would they have? That would have been Donnie's shop?
I do have a upgrade project there.
Director, I'm following up with contract services.
School next year.
Actually, I think that should have been a capital project done. So Tiffany's looking into that one. Mr. Chairman, can I circle back with you on that?
Yes. How do you monitor vacant buildings?
Donnie, would you like to explain that process from an FMD standpoint, and I'll explain it from PSD?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So from a facilities management perspective, every vacant property is assigned to a building manager. Those building managers, they will visit each site and take a look at the perimeter, notify any issues. They will also review any work orders that are entered in the system for any exterior work that might be needed. We often assign these properties to the citywide mowing to make sure upkeep on the outside. And then if we are alerted by PSD that there was an intrusion, FMD will assist with any repairs to secure the exterior of the building.
So if you have somebody whose job it is to go monitor the building and people are testifying that there's been a big hole in the roof for 2 years, how's that possible?
They're monitoring the exterior of the building. They're not inspecting the roof of that building. visiting the site, walking the grounds, ensuring that the exterior, that there are no obvious intrusions.
Do we need to add an FTE or two to DGS to just walk through buildings and make sure they're not holes in roofs that, or, you know, other sort of obvious issues that would significantly deteriorate vacant buildings?
I think there are different ways to kind of explore how to better inspect. You know, we've seen in the industry drone usage. We've seen there are ways to have roofing experts inspect the roofing systems. There are different ways to look at it.
All right. Well, I'll take your recommendation on it. I don't think a drone is the right approach, because what if there's flooding in the basement? You know, you know. So to me, it seems like it's going to have to be, you know, a person. But I'll take your recommendation. But we got to do something, because we just don't have a plan for maintaining our vacant buildings, and that's a costly gap. We got testimony today from representatives of School Without Walls that their retractable wall is broken. I think this morning you said it's partially fixed. Is that right?
That is correct. That was something that we were able to include in our work order reduction strategy that was just funded a few months back. So I believe we had teams there. I'm not exactly sure the time they were there, but they were able to partially fix that wall. It's not complete yet, but we are making progress on it.
Are you close to having a timeline for having it fixed?
And I don't know if they were waiting on additional parts or something. I'm not sure where we left off on that wall.
Additional parts. I have to get a timeline for delivery, but it is partially functional at this
time. Do we have plans for the Recorder of Deeds building?
We have entered into a use agreement with the DC Superior Court, correct? Okay. And they're just waiting on budget allocation, is my understanding.
I'm one of several council members who is dissatisfied with our current real property disposition process. Last night, you wrote that DGS continues to play an active role in tracking all real property needs of client agencies. What does that mean?
Well, we manage the Archivist system, so that database houses all of our property and who the occupants are, and you know, just our ongoing conversations and meetings with client agencies with respect to what their space needs are or what their desires are for their current uses in their spaces.
How do you figure out what neighborhood residents want to see on government land? So, you know, before we surplus land, we're supposed to determine that there's no, you know, government need for it. And I'm not convinced at this point that that we do that analysis in a real way. We sort of say, we make a determination of what we want to do, and then we kind of go back and check the boxes. But what's the process for determining whether or not land is needed for a public purpose?
I think the way it's supposed to work is that within the 10801 process, the surplus hearing that is open to public commentary, I think that is the forum for which the community can come and express their concerns or their proposed ideas. That's the way it's outlined as I understand it.
And I would add that on the council side, of course, council member, you'll be aware that we then have the council hearings for surplus and disposition, which we've done with you for a few properties. So it's the front end opportunity that Tawana described, plus another opportunity to council for community input.
Yeah, these things are engineered in an interesting way, though, where organizations are brought on board and sort of promises are made that make it difficult to undo what was already baked in before it got to the council. And I got no problem stopping these, but what the administration does is they try to make these things so far gone before it gets to the council, and say, oh, it's emergency. If you don't approve this, in 2 days, everything's going to fall apart. The city's going to lose money. So, technically you're right, Mr. Scoff, but in practice, we all know how it actually works, and that's the frustration that we're working through. So we'll keep digging into this. The DC USA garage in Columbia Heights, which we've been discussing, we learned last night that in order to open it up to non-retail parking, you'd have to get permission from Target and the other retail tenants in the building. You suggested in writing that the burden is on the community and their representatives to try and negotiate with Target about a change to at least that DGS side. Why is it the community's job to negotiate with Target on a DGS lease?
Mr. Chairman, I need to check the ownership structure there, but this is not a DGS lease. This was a development that has ownership interests. And I think given the financial structure of the deal, DGS manages the parking lot through a contractor, but we did not sign a lease with Target or any of the other entities that are within DC USA.
Who paid for the parking garage?
I'd have to go back and look how that deal was structured back in 2010, I believe it was.
Do you know if it was the government that paid for it?
I don't know. I believe there may have been some tax incentive financing or things of that nature. I believe that site was an old post office, if my memory serves me correctly. But I'd have to go back and see how that deal was structured. I do not have that committed to memory.
Okay, I'd like to know what if anything the district paid for, and what agency is a signatory on the lease for the garage. That will help us figure out the next steps.
Okay.
And could I also ask that you work with DCPS to figure out which schools have potential laundry facilities and what it would cost to run water to each one of them? This is something that's been raised. Some schools need to do laundry for their students. This is an issue I've heard a couple times. I can't remember the specific schools that have raised it.
I think this came up during our performance oversight hearing. I think we've completed that work in terms of water connectivity, but I believe additional schools need to be added. Is that concerning?
I think that's right.
Okay.
And obviously DCPS would be the entity that would know which ones, but making it happen would be on DGS. So I want to make sure we connect on that.
Okay. All right.
Regarding the district-wide security contract, we've heard periodic concerns about both the incumbent provider and DGS's process for rebidding the contract. We recently got a new passive contract before us on this, and I understand some bidders received notices of award, but one bidder was awarded multiple zones, and that the solicitation had suggested each successful bidder could have only one. Are you aware of that contention?
I'm sorry, Chairman, could you just repeat that one more time?
Yeah, so the district-wide security contract, we recently got a new passive contract that came to the council. My understanding is that some bidders received notices of award, but one bidder was awarded multiple zones. So I think everyone got one zone, one bidder got multiple zones, and there seems to be some confusion as to why one bidder got multiple zones and others didn't.
So how I understand it is in accordance with the CBA, any security firm contracted to provide services for sites covered under the CBA shall offer the first right of refusal to the incumbent's bona fide security personnel. So the first right of refusal is not a guarantee that incumbent employees will accept positions offered by the potential contractor. So potential bidders shall provide evidence of capacity to fulfill services based on the staffing requirements, not taking into account that the potential to retain incumbent security personnel.
Okay, I'm not fully following. So why would one bidder get multiple zones and all the rest of them get one zone?
So I would have to go back, but I think a lot of this is capacity to actually fulfill the services that need to be provided.
So this is a complex one but this applies in sort of multiple contexts where people hire up once they have a contract. And so if part of the solicitation is, do you have enough people, then the incumbent is almost always going to win that. Is that what happened here? Is that what you're saying? Is that?
So we have not made an official award to the new proposed Sector 2 contract yet. So I apologize, to go back. The passive contract was to exercise year 4 of the current contract. I apologize.
So none of these contracts change hands? These are all just contract extensions?
Yes, for Sector 1 and 3. So
okay.
So yeah, so currently the zones that you referred to is split up into 3. And so right now, Sector 1 and 3, the larger part of the contract, we just we're exercising the year 4 of the current contract, the base in 4 years.
How many zones are there?
So technically 3.
Okay. And all 3 of these contracts were extended to the incumbent?
For Sector 2, we have not officially made the new award as of yet, but we are expected, I believe, at the end of this week to do so.
Okay, so 1 and 3 have been awarded already. It was just an extension. So the incumbent, of the incumbent.
Correct.
Is there an incumbent in Sector 2?
Yes, I'm not sure who made the official award yet to.
Okay, and that's and so that's just one more contract. There's going to be one awardee for Sector 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned sort of staffing. What role does staffing play in the award, in the selection?
So again, depending on who it's awarded to, again, ensuring that any additional requests. So right now, I believe it's one of the smaller contracts. But again, we're making sure that they fulfill that particular service request, but if there's any additional requests moving forward. So it's critical.
What's critical?
The staffing, that they are able to provide the correct staffing.
So let me use sort of another industry as an example, because I've spoken to sort of tech contractors for the city years ago, and they've suggested that when they get awarded a contract by the city, they staff up to meet the need. And obviously, if they lose the contract, they can't keep all these people on staff, right? And so if there's an incumbent and they've staffed up to meet this contract, and a substantial part of the selection is based on whether or not you have enough staff, it seems like it's always going to give such a significant advantage to the incumbent that you don't have a fair selection process. How would you respond to that?
I think the new bidder has ample time to staff up. And what happens in many cases is that the new contractor ends up hiring the old contractor's staff. I've seen it happen on several occasions, but it's not. We've seen this happen several times. I've seen this happen a couple of times where a new bidder comes in, they hire the previous staff, but they are given ample time to ramp up. We can't, it's impossible for a new company to come in and provide security services at 500 buildings overnight. So there is time to ramp up. You do see sometimes transition from the old vendor to the new vendor in terms of staff, but that is not, they do not have to have an entire team on day one. We do give them time to ramp up and prepare to take over the contract if they are selected as a new vendor.
Okay. So how does a company staff up for a contract they don't have yet?
But once they're awarded their contract, there is a transition period. So we make sure during that transition period, they have ample time to staff up and to make sure they have staff that will secure the buildings in this case.
Okay, but if they don't staff up until they have the contract, and part of the sort of award determination is whether or not they have enough staff. I'm just trying to figure out how somebody successfully competes.
I will have to check with our contracts and procurement division, but I think they need to have the ability to have the staff within a certain time frame. Right. And that's not overnight. That is a process, and we understand it.
Okay.
But that's not a determining factor if they win the contract or not. Okay. If they have the staff on day one, they will have ample time to transition.
And to add to your director, to your response, when we provide these to the potential bidders, we do provide them the buildings and the number of guards for each of the locations and the type of guards that they're requesting for each of these locations as part of the package.
Okay. Okay. If the factor is the ability to staff up, that's one thing. But if the factor is, whether or not they have the staff, that seems like, sort of an incumbency protection, and that would reduce competition, and reduce competition doesn't seem like it's in the best interest of the district.
I mean, it's unrealistic for a contractor to hold like 500 employees without winning a contract. They're incurring costs that they may not, be able to cover. So, once the contract is awarded, again, we do understand that it will take time to staff up. That's why we do allow for the transition.
Are there funds in the proposed budget for public restrooms at Oxen Run Park near the amphitheater?
Let me check, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe there is.
We want to check with the DPR.
I'm sorry, council member. We are having some internet issues. Can you please repeat your question?
The question is whether there are funds in the proposed budget for public restrooms at Oxen Run Park near the new amphitheater.
Councilmember, let's check with DPR and circle back. I think the capital would be within their budget. I do see an allotment for Oxen Run, but we will check on the restroom.
Thank you. The $2.7 million in the budget for the archives, what's that funding for?
Tiffany, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's for A&E, architectural and engineering, to begin that work. I heard that discussed in earlier testimony, and that's when, the planning for the archives will begin in earnest. And that's where the that's when environmental assessments will be done on other things such as that nature. Yeah.
And Langley Elementary, we've covered that. You all are looking into the work orders for Langley. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Same for School Without Walls. We discussed some of those specific issues.
That is correct.
Okay. And finally, I know Councilmember Louis George touched on this, but invasive plants, who's in charge of controlling invasive plants on public land?
You know, I don't think there is one entity that's in charge of controlling invasives. That is a pretty big job to control invasives in our city. I do think it is something that we can discuss with our partner agency, District Department of the Environment, as they are well versed in invasives. But I don't think I know there isn't a single agency that's just responsible for dealing with invasives. That would take a lot of planning with organizations. I think Casey Trees was mentioned earlier, with organizations like that on how and what the strategy would be to address invasive plants in and around our communities.
All right. Yeah, I think we gotta talk first to DOEE on that. I want to thank you, Director, and to the rest of the team. Those are all the questions I have. I appreciate the work that you all are doing. I know it's challenging, and certainly there's a lot of attention on DGS these days. That there are some things we have got to figure out and sort through, and we want to be a partner in that, which requires us to kind of acknowledge where there are problems and work together to fix them. And there are a couple of things that I think we've got to fix in this budget, and we will be working with you in the coming weeks to do that. And we appreciate your partnership on that.
Thank you so much for your support, Mr. Chairman, and we look forward to working with you and the community to make things better.
Thank you. I also want to thank our public witnesses today and members of the public who have been tuned in. I do want to note for anybody who wants to submit testimony, written testimony will be made part of the official record. You can send it to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.us, facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Thursday, April 7th. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 4:28 p.m. and our final FY23 budget oversight hearing. Well, I do want to thank our committee staff who put together 5 hearings in 2 weeks. So that was a yeoman's job. Sean Hilgendorf, Sean Cuddihigh, Nia Evering, just an incredible amount of work. And I do want to thank them substantially, even though they have a lot more work to do between now and the end of the budget. But this part at least is finished. And I know agency staff behind all the directors have done a substantial amount of work as well. And I thank you all for that. So with that, the business before this committee is adjourned. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
You too, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.